So, I normally make the disclaimer about this video where I say something like, hey guys, this is just to give you a little bit of insight on how all the classes are doing right now, and specifically some gameplay changes and how fun these classes can be going into the expansion to either be something fun to watch, give some insight, and maybe find out what to play next expansion. It is not exclusively just to see how good everything is, because it's a complete meme, and you're asking like 20 plus different people to all rate things on a tier list, but like some of them are optimists, some of them are pessimists, and it's not going to be super accurate. But the reality is no one gets that, and they just treat it as law. So what I'm going to say instead is this is exactly what the meta will be in Season 1, and there is a 0% chance that what is said in this video will change before Season 1 starts. Nothing could change it, and this is objective and exactly right. Okay, let's get it started.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hey.
Hello. So we're going to do this a little bit different this time. We are going to talk about every tank, but we're also going to rank them, not just like the exact spec, but we're going to rate like the hero talent of each spec, if that makes sense. So like if you're rating...
That's crazy milking.
It is insane milk, yeah. Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and also there will be... for each spec, not only are we going to talk about like what's changed, like how does it feel going from last X pack to this X pack, but also like what is one great thing about this class and what is one shitty thing. And that could also just be talking about something you think is really cool and you really enjoy versus something that you think can maybe get changed or feel better. And that's going to be for every spec. So you guys are the tanks. We have 6 tank specs, and we will talk about like each hero talent at once. Do you guys care which one we start with?
Wait, so for the shitty part, you mean like it's shitty to play, or it's just like
it could mean
shitty?
It could mean anything.
Yeah.
Like okay.
However you interpret it.
Like right now, prop paladin. What's shitty? Top of your head. Don't think about it.
War Glory.
There you go. Fucking, you already know how to do it, and you didn't even have to think about it. Very good. Okay, so where do you guys want to start? And you guys feel passionate about something? Can you guys do a like 2-minute sum up of the recent tank changes they made, where they like nerfed the power and the self-sufficiency of every tank? You guys have been able to play with that on beta for a bit. What is your like quick summary of how that feels if someone wants to play tank going into this expansion?
Okay, I would say you probably won't notice it too much. Going from like if you haven't played beta at all, you probably won't notice it. But I will say there will be a little bit more healer reliance, especially on some of the weaker specs. Now on some of the stronger specs, especially when you're more geared, you probably won't notice it. Like if you're playing Blood DK, if you're playing Bear Tank, playing Warrior, you probably won't really notice it. But for the rest, you'll probably feel a lot more.
Okay. Dratnos, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, just like if you're ever low on health and your group is also low on health, be terrified. You know, press big.
Oh,
stuff.
that's so
You
true.
know.
Yeah.
Because like over the years, healers have learned, like smart healers have learned, if the entire raid is low and the tank is low, the entire raid takes full priority because the tanks can just find a way to live. And now with the more healer reliance, you are in extra hell.
You need to press button. You need to press strong button that make you live. You can't just live with your regular rotation.
Yeah. Also, if you're ever dying and, you know, like everyone's like dipping low and all that, you can just honestly just blame the healer.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, that goes hard,
Ion
too.
himself said that like it's the healer's role intended to be healing, and if they're not keeping you alive, they're dog shit.
Fucking amen to that.
Blame them right away.
Amen to that. And that's even true right now. You can just slam that even in pre-patch. It's on you. Okay, so we want to start with Death Knight. So, how does Death Knight feel really now compared to last X-Pack? They got a class rework, right? Like a little bit more, like their spec tree and class tree got changed around a little bit?
All right. You want to go first, Dratnos, or I'll go?
You do DK.
Okay, so the biggest change is DK is going to be much more bloated in terms of buttons and GCDs, especially when you're opening a pull, because now you have Dancing Rune Weapon, you've got Reaper's Mark, you've got your D&D, you've got Tombstone, you've got Bone Storm. I'm not sure if I missed anything else. And then at some point, there's also Consumption.
Yeah.
So you just have like so many extra globals, and it feels almost like Brewmaster did last expansion. But I do think DK is much more of a stable tank. It's not like as much of a healing, and if you don't heal enough, you're like, if you don't have enough HP, you're dead as fuck. So like effective HP of DK is better than Dragonflight by quite a bit, and overall it's gonna do well.
Yeah, for raid, I think it's also gonna be feeling like that. It does definitely have like a launch sequence opener where you press 7 buttons in a row to actually get all your stuff on cooldown, which is Because like not only do you have a bunch of different buttons that you need to press in your opener, but they also all interact with your bone shield charges differently. So you need to make sure that you have the right amount of bone shield charges before you press all of the cooldowns like Bone Storm and Tombstone and stuff. So it is clunky on the opener especially.
Okay. What are the 2 hero talent options kind of feel like for DK right now?
Right now, it's heavily biased towards Deathbringer. Sandlane is like strictly worse for the most part, aside from mass AoE if you happen to get RNG proc. Sandlane is just like buggy in general, and it's kind of awkward to play. You essentially play around your Vampiric Blood. Your Vampiric Blood basically becomes like your damage cooldown, and if you somehow proc a Blood Beast, that guy's an absolute beast, by the way. If you proc him in a large AoE pull, you like spam a shit ton of Heart Strikes in your Vamp Blood window, and it just pops off. It does like crazy amounts of AoE damage. But yeah, right now it's heavily biased towards Deathbringer. Sandlane, I would say, is like a little bit more interesting to play, but Deathbringer is like way cooler.
Okay, Dratnos, any thoughts? Same thing?
No thoughts, head empty.
Love that. Okay, for both of you, what is one great thing and one shitty thing about Blood DK?
You go first, Reynolds.
It still feels like Blood DK in that you feel like you have a lot of agency over your own life. One of the big changes that came for DK that we all kind of initially knee-jerk were kind of worried about was Deathstrike in War Within is no longer going to look back at the last 5 seconds every time. What it's instead going to do is you can only heal from any instance of damage once. So if you Deathstrike a couple times in a row, your later Deathstrikes are not going to look at the damage that's already been healed from your previous Deathstrikes, which looked like something that would be pretty, nasty as a nerf. Ends up feeling you still feel like you can get yourself out of trouble on this spec, even if you have a bad healer, which we usually do.
So the good thing is that Blood DK still feel remotely self-sufficient.
Yeah, it still feels like Blood DK.
Okay, and then and then Dorki, you can either add something to that, or what do you think sucks?
I'm gonna add to that. So I think it'll feel worse when you're lower geared and when damage intake isn't high yet. You know that situation where Blood DK is in, where like you're not really getting hit really that hard, so your death strikes aren't really big, and you can't really push yourself past, like, say, you're just sitting around 50%. This is like low level content, by the way. It's like, you'll feel it for like maybe like the first month of the patch.
Yeah, in
or
delves,
expansion.
yeah.
Yeah, and then like, it feels like, man, like I can really dig myself out, but that'll quickly go away once you're like getting towards end game. And not just that, blood shields are noticeably smaller. That's one of the big changes. So for those of you guys who haven't really been keeping up with DK back in like, BFA and Shadowlands, they didn't really have large blood shields, right? Like sometimes at some points you would have like large blood shields, but in Dragonflight your blood shields go big. Like every time you're death striking, you're just getting like your entire HP bar is like shielded with blood shield, which sounds cool and feels cool, but it's actually not great because it led to a really unhealthy gameplay where like you were just relying on your effective HP from blood shields to stay alive. So right now, blood shields are back to being tiny as hell again, and you don't have as crazy of an effective HP pool.
And that's the bad thing.
I actually think it's good game
I'd say it's good.
design,
Yeah, I would say
you have
it's
to
a
relearn
good thing, but it will feel bad at first. And I would say in terms of bad things about Blood DK, it's definitely the GCD bloat. I think that's like a pretty huge one. And I would say they said in the beginning of the expansion, like during alpha, they said they were trying to reduce resource generation and like, resource bloat for Blood DK, but they really didn't achieve that goal. Like in fact, I would say like DK resources right now are insane. Like you don't run out of resources really. You're just like able to permanently death strike, or not permanently hard strike, or permanently spend your runes, and then you just have like a ton of resources to be death striking. And I would prefer if it was like slower gameplay, like back in like say like BFA, where you're not constantly spinning multiple plates. You're like keeping up your coagulopathy, and you're keeping up you're staying your D&D the entire time, and you're having to like keep Blood Boy on cooldown. There's just like too many plays to spin on DK at the moment, and I've not enjoyed that.
Okay. All right. That's all you guys get. We went a little bit over time for this, but that's fine. For Blood DK specifically. Okay. All good. We're getting started. We got to get into a nice pace. All right. So you guys have to rate each individual hero talent. How do you guys feel about Deathbringer Blood DK?
A?
Okay.
I think A for Deathbringer, B for Sandlane. Does that sound good?
Oh, there's no S. Okay, I was gonna go with.
It's D
is
S.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with DDDD personally.
And then Dratnos is an A.
I'm fine to defer.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. Either
So
way.
top tier. So this is some of the most fun you think Blood DK has been in a while.
It's
then.
cool as shit for sure, and it definitely completes Blood DK in some ways.
All
I think
right.
people will love it.
That's fucking hype. All right. What about Sand Lane?
What about Sand Lane?
A or B.
A or B?
B,
It's
okay,
kinda
yeah.
lame.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because the other one's so much better. Like if Deathbringer didn't exist and you were just playing Sand Lane as your only
Yeah,
option.
see, that's the thing. Like, I kind of agree. I kind of think that Sand Lane is cooler gameplay even than Deathbringer, but it's definitely like worse number.
What also is just not as exciting, really, because like when you're hitting exterminates, it's like
Yeah,
that shit goes hard, and you feel the damage too. So I'll probably go with B, honestly.
I'm
I don't
fine
think
with B,
Sand Lane's
yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, on to any feel. Do you guys feel strongly about what class or spec you'd go to next?
Warrior.
Warrior. Let's fucking do
All
it.
right.
All right. So this is just last expansion to this expansion. What are the major changes? What do you feel?
It's actually pretty similar in how it plays to Dragonflight. Like, the talent tree got nicer, especially if you remember we would complain about Shockwave's placement in the class tree. That's been fixed. There's been some buggy talents that have been fixed as well. Like there's a cheat death that's in the spec tree that never worked basically for all of Dragonflight and now does, and is also much more valuable in the way that people's health get depleted in keys right now, which is kind of cool. So you do still have this problem where you have like 10 points to spend and 12 things you kind of really want, and you kind of
Okay.
always drop the same like 2 or 3 last things and never actually get to play with them. But there is still, you can kind of do whatever you want. There's like, you can play the other stuff, which is cool. I definitely like that on the tree. And then yeah, you just, hold up your shield, you're immune to physical damage. Spell block is really, really good. It's a very sturdy feeling tank. I don't know how you feel about this, Dorky, but I also feel like in the world of tanks needing healing to survive, like Prot Warrior is kind of unique in that you can live a really long time without getting healing, and then if you do get even a little bit of healing, that will fuel you for such a long time.
Yep. Warrior is giga tanky, and I feel
like that's how it should
doesn't
be.
really go up. Yeah, that's how it should be. Like by yourself, you're not that great, but it requires very minimal healing. Like I've played with a bunch of healers, and they've all been like, man, like Warrior actually requires like basically no healing because if you just put up your maintenance healing and it's good enough.
Yeah.
In terms of the hero talents, I'm gonna say Mountain Thane is cool as fuck. It very very much plays like BFA Prot Warrior for anyone who enjoyed playing BFA Prot Warrior. It's just a constant loop of your thunderclapping every other global, and
Oh shit.
you get a shit ton of shield slams. You have like crazy amounts of rage generation. Like you're just spamming ignore pains, and you
The
get to
graphics are
revenge
sick
every
as well.
time. Yeah, and graphics and the sounds feels great. I actually love Mountain Fane Warrior, and like Vac gives you back. So Vac gives you back your avatar and your emo shouts really quickly. So being in avatar also lets you get instantly 2 Thunderblast charges, so you're just like back and forth. You're just like clapping like crazy, getting into avatar, and your avatar's uptime is actually really high. So overall, Mountain Fane, absolute banger. As for Colossus is also like really cool. Like you feel Colossus. Colossus is like chunky.
What do you
Dude,
mean by that? What do
it's
you
like-
mean by that? Like, what does it mean to feel Colossus? Like, you just feel big?
Big hits. Yeah.
Yeah, so
everything
Colossus
about it
gives
feels
you
big.
a
It's an on
you
use,
get
right?
a button like a 1-minute CD that you can reduce. That when you press it, you just do like big fuck damn, and you also reduce damage taken.
Dude,
and-
that's sick. Dude,
Well, not only
it's-
does it do big fuck damage, but it makes the mob take 20% more damage.
yeah,
And-
it's
and,
like a
you-
really satisfying. And I was surprised by this. I thought Mountain Thane would be the fun one, but actually Colossus is also
Dude,
really
that
fun
is
to play.
insane to me. You know what just made me realize this tier list is going to do? Is that all the classes that have the most lame as fuck hero talents are just going to listen to how some classes have 2 that are cool in completely
Yeah.
different ways. Like, oh, you like BFA Prot
Yeah.
Warrior? Oh, you have that. Oh, you want to be big as fuck and like do, as you just said, big fuck damn? You can do that too.
Yeah.
And then some classes just have 2 that do absolutely nothing. But all good. No problems there.
Yeah,
and
sucks to
you're-
suck. Well, the problem with Prot Warrior, actually, are we good to go to problem set?
Yeah, yeah,
The big
so-
problem
Well,
with this thing.
well, 2 more cool things about Prot Warrior.
Okay,
like
cool, cool,
your
cool.
your revenges also hit really hard. Like that's another thing, and your executes. Like those 2 buttons are like actually big fuck damn too. So like not only is your demolish big fuck damn, but so are your executes and revenges. Like you will fucking just like slam. But yeah, we can go to the problems now.
Okay,
Okay,
what
my-
fucking sucks about Prot Warrior?
My biggest
gross.
problem with Prot Warrior is that Fury and Arms look good too, so I'm probably not going to get to play it in Raid.
Oh man,
That is not a problem, right?
Raid.
Like,
It's a big problem, man. I'm so sad.
Yeah, but the thing about Colossus is it won't be as good as Mountain Vein, particularly for M+. I can see it being played for damage or for like raid, but the problem is your rage gen is so much worse than Mountain Vein, and because especially since Colossus leans very heavily into wanting to use revenge, right? But you just don't have the resources because you don't generate as much as you do with Mountain Vein between the extra rage gen you get in the Mountain Vein tree, and you also just get more Thunderclaps, which means, you know, more shield slams, and just like overall it's so much clunkier to play Colossus. So that definitely deducts points for me on Colossus. I don't think it's as impactful to play.
Okay.
Or it doesn't, maybe it's impactful to play, but it doesn't feel as good.
It's
when
definitely
you're,
like less
trying
good
to-
objectively, yeah.
Yeah, it's not as smooth. That's the best way I can put it.
Yeah.
Also,
Whereas, like,
dude,
you know,
when you
Mountain Vein
press
just gig is smooth.
demolish, if you're like 3 yards away from the target, it just doesn't do anything, right? It's like it's kind of clunky. You need to actually make sure you're like right in melee range of the thing you're trying to demolish.
Yeah.
I feel like it should come with like a little charge, like
Dude,
Fear
this
Lab.
sounds like this is Prot's biggest come up in a long time. The way you guys are
It's
talking
sick,
about
Oh
it.
yeah,
Prot's great.
Ohms.
Dude, fuck yeah. Okay, so where is it? Where do you guys rate Mountain Thane Prot Warrior?
Mountain Thing's got to be DDDD, right?
I changed, by the way, I changed DDDD to BFD for Big Fuck Damn.
BFD.
Okay,
Black Phantom
BFD,
Deeps,
yeah.
So
Yep.
so Warrior's Big Fuck Damn. Do you care if that's ahead or behind Deathbringer?
I think it's right there.
Cool. Oh, we'll just
Trying to
put it
see.
right. That's fine. We talked about that one first. We'll put this one right behind. All right. What about Colossus Prot Warrior?
It's cool as fuck, but just because it doesn't perform as well, I want to put an A.
I want to put it in A as well. Yeah, I do think it's like really good. I actually personally prefer it to Mountain Thane, like playstyle wise. I was never a huge fan of the BFA Prot Warrior playstyle. I know that's kind of sacrilege to say, but I like the more kind of methodical, less smashing my face against the thunderclap button playstyle that Colossus has. But it's definitely like objectively clunkier.
It's definitely
Okay.
understandable.
So we've talked about a bunch of good tanks, as far as like good changes in feel. I would like to move to Prot Paladin next.
Oh, that's a good one. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
So how are you guys feeling about the Prot Paladin from last X Pack to this one?
It's not good. It's tough.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
situation is not ideal. The spec feels somewhat like paper mache. Like you just get beat up by like everything. They made some changes to try and make it a little bit less like reliant on standing and consecrate, but basically the way that they did that is they made you less tanky while standing in your consecrate and like still pretty not tanky outside your consecrate either. So you just kind of feel worse. Also,
well, with the consecrate thing, I will say like the whole you're able to move out and retain some of your consecrate.
Yeah, that is a
I think it's
nice
like 4
change.
seconds or whatever. Yeah, that's a really nice change.
DK
But-
has that as well, right? Like the
Yeah, yeah.
D&D
Yeah.
persist.
Yeah, that one's really nice. Problem with the consecrate one is it perma bugs out. Like I don't get why we can't fix that shit. It's so fucking annoying. Where like if you drop a consecrate and then sometimes your consecrate buff just drops and you gotta walk out and walk back into your consecrate to regain it.
Okay.
And like that will cost your life a lot of times. It's such a common bug that happens very often. It's so fucking bad. It's been in the game forever.
Okay.
That's what you say, Journals?
Also, Word of Glory. I think you already mentioned this, but the Word of Glory self-healing has not kept up with the... Like, they buffed it a little bit, but it's not enough. That needs, like... It needs, like, 50% more healing when you cast it on yourself or something to feel
Yeah, it's
reasonable.
weird. It's like they've all these tanks have carved out different roles for themselves, and it's like the two opposite ends of the spectrum are like DK, which is fully self-sufficient or close to it, and then Prot Warrior's like the least amount of self-healing, but it's just like a fucking brick wall. And Paladins have always been like somewhere in the middle of that. Like Word of Glory is, you know, a shitty way to look at it. It's like half of what Deathstrike is trying to do, and it's like also closer to the upfront tankiness of Warrior than DK is, but it's like somewhere in the middle, right? But it's just like WoG isn't holding up its end of the bargain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because like what happened is basically they tripled our health or however much, right? Because they wanted to bump up our stamina big time, but our AP didn't scale as heavily. So Word of Glory is obviously, you know, AP based healing, right? And it's not even close to enough. And we've seen this problem in the beginning of Dragonflight too. Like literally, beginning of Dragonflight, Word of Glory and Celestial Brews had the exact same issue, and they buffed the hell out of it. But yeah, right now it heals for absolutely nothing, and both hero talent trees are giga lame. Oh, actually, let me talk about the nerfs real quick too. They nerfed the fuck out of Paladin. Like it's actually bad, man. Like they've lost so much defensive uptime. You remember how Max, you played it?
Yeah, I
Paladin
played it in season one.
a bit,
Like you
right?
had like that rotation of things. You'd like Sentinel
Yeah.
into like an AD, and then you'd like pass around. You'd have to like use your
Yeah.
old artifact ability. Yeah, and then it like it all came back up, and you'd have something. You like that's gone, right?
Yeah, like that's completely
That got nerfed like
butchered.
7 times as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so nerfed. Like Sentinel alone right now is pissed, right? Like, cause like in season 1, Sentinel was fucking, you were god mode, you were unkillable, and now it's like complete piss. Sometimes you need an extra defensive on top of that, and all your defensives and their cooldown is so much worse. It lasts for way less. It's nowhere near as short of a cooldown. Yeah, it's just complete piss. So like, not only is your Word Glory sucking, but that's also sucking. And both hero talent trees suck. It's actually stupid. Like Lightsmith was looking kind of good, even though it was lame as hell to play.
Yeah.
Because they actually had pretty high tuning on the numbers, and then they stealth nerfed it at some point. I think they like reduced the amount of procs you get, and something. I don't remember what else exactly, but it got like stealth nerfed. Lightsmith is complete beans. It literally doesn't change your gameplay at all. All you do is you sometimes occasionally press a stupid buff that you get. And then Templar, like as cool as it sounds, is just so clunky to play. It suffers from a similar issue to Bloody Kid.
It's built for Ret, I feel like, and was applied to Prot. Yeah.
But both of them are beans. Dratnos, how do you feel?
Yeah, Templar is like a cool idea, but it also does some awkward stuff to your talent tree too, right? Where you like, now you're like obligated to get all the Eye of Tier stuff, which restricts all of your. It kind of stops you from having options in the spec tree too, which is one of the things that Prot Pally I think does well. Is that there's kind of, you can do a lot of different stuff at the bottom of your spec tree, especially for like different raid fights. And if you're specking into Templar, that calculus gets very much trivialized.
Okay. We kind of covered a lot of things on this. We can probably go straight to rating it unless you guys feel like there's actually one great. We talked about one shitty thing about Paladin a lot. Is there anything about Paladin you think rules? Prop Paladin.
Their utility is still an all-time high in both raid and M+.
Yeah, true.
Soloing all the kicks as well is like really.
I feel like in this
it's more important than before.
expansion, it has to be fucking crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're back to interrupts being good instead of stops.
So that has gained value even though it hasn't changed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then their utility also hasn't changed, but I mean, their utility is like, I think, do Prop Paladins as like a singular spec have the most utility of any class in the game? I feel like they have to.
Yeah.
Because Paladin, the answer is Paladin, but they just also have spell warding, which is insane. So I feel like it has to be.
Like the way I see Paladin is if they are ever the same tune as any other spec, they're just the best.
Always going to be the best, yeah. Okay, cool. We have to rate the hero talents, starting with Hammerden, Templar.
I honestly want to put both in Swamp Ass, but they don't perform that poorly. But so
I feel like maybe like C in Swamp Ass, or maybe B and C, something like. What do you guys think? Let's do C in Swamp Ass because I think we need to put something in Swamp Ass.
What's the Swamp Ass one? Lightsmith.
Lightsmith, yeah.
All right. Let's move on to Bear. Starting with however you guys want. Bear from last expansion. This is Bears saw like a time in the light, a meta spotlight last expansion for a little bit, and then it was a little bit off since then. How does what feels good, what feels bad about DK coming or Druid coming into this expansion?
Dorki,
I'd say it feels the same for the most part. Like it really hasn't changed too much. But I guess the biggest things are UFR is no longer as big of a thing. That's Ursoc's Fury Remembrance.
Yeah, we're gonna be using no acronyms, by the way, on this broadcast.
Yeah, but I mean having to call it Ursoc's Furies and Remembrance Archifine. So Ursoc's Fury Remembrance back in Shadowlands used to be a legendary that made you immortal during Incarn, which was kind of like a bad gameplay, but some people liked it. Like the whole idea of you just become an absolute god every 3 minutes. That was really cool. So in Dragonflight, it's like a bit nerfed version, and it was still pretty good. You were still like pretty damn immortal during Incarn, and now it's like it's pretty pissed and it's like completely gone. You don't really play Ursoc's Fury Remembrance anymore, but it's still good for Druid of Claw. Anyways, point is, Incarn, you're still giga tanky, but you're not like hard immortal. You have to like actually press your buttons, and you're a lot more moonfiery spamming, which makes it kind of nice. I would say it feels mostly the same. If you have anything else to say.
Well, yeah, Dratnos, have anything to add to that before the specific hero talents?
Yeah, they've definitely I guess with hero talents, they've nerfed the Lunar Bear a lot after after Dorki started pressing Moonfire every other global and beta keys. But it's still pretty good. I will say the one thing that I'm kind of sad about with the hero talents is it doesn't feel like the Druid of the Claw cat weaving like raid build really gives you the bang for the buck that would make it like worth actually doing, because I was really initially excited by the idea of that playstyle in raid. It felt like, oh my god, like maybe Bear's going to be sick in raid now because you can like it's a natural place to do cat weaving, right? You're not tanking half the time. But that kind of hasn't panned out, at least so far.
That's
The last time I did it during raid testing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Druid of the Claw is a huge disappointment. I really wanted it to be about like shape shifting and just like feeling great to play overall, but right now it's complete piss. Like, not only is it so annoying to play, so the ability that Druid of the Claw gains is called Ravage. It used to be called Massive Attack, which was fucking awesome, and
That
they
was
changed
awesome.
it to being called Ravage.
Not awesome.
And it's just so clunky to play. Like, I tried liking it, I tried making it work, but it's just complete beans, man. It's like there's an RNG chance of you getting a Ravage proc, and sometimes you just don't get a proc. You're just like fishing for proc, and it just makes the starting of a pull so awful. I don't know. I hate Druid of the Claw. I'm gonna be honest. Like I had initial expectations of it being the coolest talent tree. The whole idea of like cat shape shifting was really cool, and it's just
Dude.
like why the hell are you ever gonna shift into a goddamn cat? Like, you're just gonna blow up. Like, I've had my stream yelling at me. It's like, play with the cat talent, play the cat talent, you play Druid of the Claw. And I'm like, no, I'm not playing this shit. Like, you want me to go into fucking cat form in the middle of like a pack and just get absolutely mowed
Dude,
down?
You were what I thought of when I first read that spectre. I was like, oh, this is gonna be cool for raid, and Dorki
Yeah.
is gonna have some keys where he spends 80% of the key in cat form. Because like I've seen you in Moonkin form convoking and
Oh,
like,
that was so fun.
Shadowlands, right? Like that's like your kind of thing. So if you're not doing that with this Druid of the Claw tree and keys ever, like that, it's just not. Nobody's gonna like.
It's so disappointing.
It's so sad.
Yeah. Okay.
I will say though, like it performs well, at least in probably raid scenario. Like, Druid of the Claw is one of the higher single target damage dealing hero talents, and just, I mean, tanks in general, and it'll probably do well and be cool in raid. But for M plus, it is complete beans. And Elun's Chosen, on the other hand, is pretty good, and it's like it's back to the good old brain dead bear tank where you're just spamming Thrash, Mangle, and Iron Fur. And if that's what you want from a simple bear tank gameplay, which, you know, a lot of bears enjoy, that's gonna be Elun's Chosen, and it's gonna do really good. I think that one, in my opinion, is like the winner.
Yeah, Elun's Chosen I think is really good for beginners. Like if you want a hero talent tree that doesn't do nothing, right? Like it's not like invisible. Like you do feel it. You know take some extra talents. It's noticeable, but it's also not making your gameplay any harder. It's I think really well set up for making tanking accessible. Is play some Lunar Bear.
Okay. All right. Where would you guys rate these?
I feel like Lunar Bear is maybe like maybe an A. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, I'd give it an A.
And then Druid of the Claw, I'm so disappointed by it. It's definitely not like unplayable, like Dorki said. Like you're gonna play it, but I don't. It feels like it's left so much potential on the table. I want to put it in like C.
Yeah, this one I'm having a hard time because, like, on one hand, I want to put it in complete beans, but
Yeah.
on the other hand, I just realized you name changed it.
Yeah, I
But,
changed it to complete beans. I like that.
Yeah, it is complete beans. Yeah, it's either complete beans, but it's also like not that bad. Like, I think if we're considering raid, I'd probably put in like A. But yeah,
Yeah.
I would concede at C just to like be a little bit in between. Like, I think it's awful for M plus unless you're just playing for damage, you don't really care. And I think it's just like such a disappointment. But it does still perform well, and you can completely do fine with Druid of the Claw if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. I actually suspect this is a very likely hero talent tree to see a lot of play in raid because the other Druid specs also suck. So I think
Yeah,
you're
also
gonna
Loon's
potentially
Chosen
be looking at
sucks ass in
Bear
raid.
to get your Mark of the Wild.
Yeah, so it'll probably be like the raid hero talent.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think C. I want to put it in C in protest of what it could have been.
Okay, I like that.
Okay. Let's go with the tank that just saw the most play, like probably ever at the end of this expansion, Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Ooh. Oh, did you guys know, by the way, Vengeance apparently has the most amount of title holders ever since Dragonflight. Those 2 seasons just skyrocketed Demon Hunter to like the
That
top.
doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
not
now it's
surprising.
considered the most. Yeah,
It's the most in Dragonflight, or it's the most ever?
most ever.
There's more title holders in Vengeance than there are of any other spec in the game.
Yep.
That makes sense, right?
And
Because
that's
BFA,
thanks to
or sorry,
Dragonflight.
Shadowlands was DK, both title season. What was Tormented? What was season 2?
It was kind of just like everything.
It was kinda everything, right?
Paladin
And
and
then-
Bear mostly.
Yeah, like Bear in season 2 of Dragonflight was the other hegemon, and season 1 was like Balance. So
And
yeah,
they didn't
DH
have title at the end of BFA for Warrior, right?
Right, yeah, they didn't have it until season 2 of Shadowlands.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, that makes sense. It's not surprising. I mean, because they just super dominated until
Yeah.
the nerf. So.
Yeah, they were Giga dominant.
All right, so Eldrachi, Reaver, and Fellscarred. What is how do they feel?
Well, do you want to talk about the changes real quick?
Yeah,
Going into-
sure.
Yeah, so I'll say like real quick. So what's changed since Dragonflight is their utility is like nowhere near as good. Like everyone always talks about Demon Hunter utility and how that was like their main utility. Like that was like their main. What's the word? Like
Selling point.
yeah, main selling point. And now it's like not only are stops kind of pointless. Like yeah, you have like a Fear Sigil on a long cooldown. Yeah, you have a grip, and yeah, you have a stun. But like that shit sucks. And it's just like Silent Sigil. But Silent Sigil is like only lasts for 4 seconds now, and it's on a 90-second cooldown. And you don't even want to be playing Illuminated Sigils sometimes, which is the 2 sigils. And yeah, overall they're not as dominant. They're pretty squishy right now. They're just a big fuck damage tank.
They do a ton of damn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and,
especially when
they
you
do,
factor in Chaos Brand, which
yeah.
people don't always, but that is big damn.
You also just like way less soul generation, so you're healing for a lot less. You have a lot less spikes uptime. Yeah, it's not as great of a tank as it used to be. They've like absolutely fucking took it down a couple notches. Yeah, so Eldrachi Reaver, I'm not too sure how I want to put this. Dratnos, if you have any.
No, go ahead, bud.
Yeah,
Wait.
so Eldrachi is kind of interesting to play. I want to say like it does add a
Is
little
that
bit of
is that the
depth.
one where it changes your sigils to different things, or is that the other one?
It changes your fracture and soul cleave into.
Yeah, you do like
It's
a
It's
combo.
it's
like
the
an extra
meta. It's the
effect.
meta focused one, right?
No, that's Fellscarred.
No,
that's
Fellscarred is the
Fellscarred.
one that
Okay.
meta transforms some of your buttons. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say it's yeah, it's interesting to play, but it's not as exciting. Like I don't think it's as like, transformative in terms of like how cool your spec is. But it does perform pretty well. There is currently like a bug that people are abusing where they just like infinite amounts of healing from a certain talent inventory. But that aside, I don't think it's cool as Fellscarred. Fellscarred is pretty cool. It makes your meta a big fuck damage cooldown. In fact, like you do crazy amounts of burst. I've actually been in a lot of DPS on pull in like whenever I have meta up in like a large AoE pull. But the problem is I don't like that you have to dump all your eggs in one basket to make Fellscarred feel good. It's because you have to use Fiery Brand to amplify your fire damage, and all your meta stuff is fire damage. So you're essentially dumping every single cooldown in order to do damage and in order to do your burst. You're opening with Fiery Brand, then you're Fell Deving, then you're spending your 2 Demon Surge procs, then you meta again, and then you're spending all that. And then if you really want to do more damage, you want to send your second brand into your meta. So you're essentially just like popping every single like imagine if you're playing warrior, right? You're using Last Stand, Wall, and Bell Block all to do damage. And that feels really bad. And if you ever like holding your cooldowns too, like if you ever like, oh man, like I want to space out my cooldown so I have like a perfect defensive rotation, that feels awful. But in terms of just like doing big fuck damage, I think Fellscarred is awesome. And you just have like crazy amounts of meta uptime on a large pull.
I agree that it's like a sketchy playstyle, but I actually really like that there is a hero talent tree that gives a tank the basically like convert your defensive cooldowns into offensive cooldowns tree. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Even if it's not necessarily something you would, use in high keys a lot. So I really like Fellscarred. I agree Eldrachi's like, it's good, but there's like something missing with it. Like it's not, I don't know, it's not compelling in the way that the best hero talent trees are. But unlike for Havoc, at least in my opinion, it's not like actively annoying to play on Vengeance.
I also feel like something that should be mentioned about Demon Hunter 2 is that like none of the actual hero talents are like super crazy cool theme, right? Or it doesn't feel like people have attached to them in that way.
Yeah, they're definitely like, I think that they've gotten a little bit better over time, but especially Eldrachi Havoc feels really like cringe.
Like you should feel like Colossus for Warrior, you said it does big fuck damn and it makes you feel like a massive fucking beast, right? Isn't Eldrachi Reaver like in the lore, isn't it like the biggest fucking beast of all time? Like isn't that what you're supposed to be? Isn't that what that means?
It's
well,
like
the Eldrachi Reaver's like,
you're like
an
weaving
ancient
together
race.
your attacks in like a combo. Is I think
Yeah,
what they're
they're
going
supposed to
for
be
with
like a
it.
soul draining warrior kind of like because I know
Yeah.
they have like the Warglaives and they were like the ones who started with the Warglaives and
Yeah, it was
that
the
shit's
Vengeance
supposed
Demon
to, like, suck the
Hunter
souls out.
theme in Legion was the Eldrachi like, Demon Hunters.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely like a little bit of a miss on what could have been like really cool hero talent trees. Fellscarred is also pretty cool. I feel like Fellscarred is maybe a couple of like really cool graphics away from being like a fan favorite hero
I was
talent
gonna say,
tree.
yeah, like they need visuals for Fellscarred to be cool. The problem is like Fellscarred looks exactly the same. It's just like you're a fucking
Yeah.
beast during meta.
It
But
like empowers your
it's-
first cast of a bunch of abilities after you meta, but then they just don't actually look different.
All right,
they
what
should
is
really change like visuals?
what is one awesome thing about Vengeance in this expansion, and what sucks?
I mean,
Sounds like their damage is
It's-
awesome, right?
Yeah, damage is
yeah, their
the
damage is
selling
awesome, but
point.
and I guess like having big meta uptime and like being really awesome in big pulls, I guess that's kind of cool. But I would say it's mostly negatives outside of that. It's certainly like not as it's basically a nerfed version of Dragonflight one.
Okay. All right. Let's just rate it. Get it out there. Felsguard.
I want to say A. I actually really like the conceptually. I love the way that it gives you a glass cannon offer. I don't know what you feel about this one, Dorky, though.
Yeah, I was leaning towards A or B for both of them.
Okay, maybe like lower end of A. Oh, that's Reaver. Wait, what the fuck? I thought that. Okay, I'm so stupid. All right, fuck yeah. All right, well then, how about for Reaver then?
I feel like this is like the quintessential B. Like it's pretty forgettable,
yeah.
but it's not bad.
Okay, so neither one of them are ass, and this is not purely based on theme. This is a combination of
Yeah,
theme, power, difference in what it allows you to do, also Mythic Plus and Raid. So it's a big. It's actually completely correct and objective, but it's a lot.
yeah.
It's a lot of things in one. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
holistic is the word that you use when you're making shit up, but you're pretending that it has a lot of factors coming in.
Yeah, this is a holistic tier list.
Exactly.
Okay, on to Brewmaster. Which, wait, is that second one the actual icon for the second? That just looks like a monk icon.
Yeah, yeah.
That can't be
Master
right.
Harmony.
That can't fucking be right. Okay, all right, let's go. Brewmasters, last expansion of this expansion. Same number of buttons. I know there was a lot of bloat at the end of last expansion.
Yeah, so overall it has like roughly the same amount of buttons, but they did remove a lot of the clunkiness. So before, you know, you had to drop your white tiger statue, you had to bone dust brew, you had to, you know, get your weapons of order rolling, and then there's like exploding keg, and there's just like so it was the same problem that currently Deathbringer has, right? But so now rushing Jadewind isn't as impactful, so you don't need to keep that up. You can just play special delivery instead, and it's complete passive. That's really nice. It was a bone dust brew got removed, a white tiger statue got removed, so that's like a lot less bloat in
God,
the
that
opener.
button was so bad.
And yeah, there's just like a lot less maintenance too, which is also really nice. Because before you had to like, all right, you have to keep your blackout kick on cooldown, and you got to keep your rushing Jadewind up, and blah blah blah. But now it's a lot more simple. It's just like, you know, fire and go. You just get in there. You have chi burst now instead, which is kind of like a dog shit cooldown. It's like weird. You have to cast an ability as a tank. But that aside, I think Monk is in the best spot they've been in for M plus since like I want to say BFA, maybe some points in Shadowlands too. But like right now, like Brewmasters are looking lit, and I'm having a fun time with it. Spinning Critcake does do like absolutely no fucking damage, fell. So like all your power really comes from just like Tiger Palming. Like you actually do big Tiger Palms now.
Ooh, do you
Tiger
like that?
Palm can end up being like I kind of like it. I mean, so it's kind of weird because like you do like crazy amounts of prio and like single target damage, but your AOE is just like it's still really good, but it's not it's not the key point anymore because you know Brewmaster has always been like the king of AOE, but now it's just like now you're just popping off on single target, which is kind of weird. Like your Tiger Palm can end up being third or fourth on your overall damage, and that's a single target ability. You're just like punching one up. But yeah, overall, I think Brewmaster is looking great. I don't see anything.
Yeah, I would say like high single target is an underrated strength for a tank to have. Like you'll look at the overall at the end and be like, oh, this isn't Vengeance Demon Hunter, but like if you're making the bosses faster, that's actually really valuable.
Or the priority target in a pack as well,
yeah.
right? Like that's
which,
huge value.
In big AoE pulls, you know, obviously you've got a lot of stuff going on, so you can't always just be focused on, you know, Tiger Palm spamming into the right target. Like you gotta keep threat on everything and do all your stuff to live and things, which is pretty involved. But I agree with Dorky. Like I think Brew is in a really good spot.
Okay.
Yeah, having to what's the word? Having to play blackout combo also makes it a lot more.
Yeah, blackout combo is a really
interesting.
high skill ceiling
Yeah.
talent, which is really fun. But it's
Yeah,
it's
'cause-
kind of invisible. Like you can play it badly and you won't feel like you're really stupid, even though you are.
No, it's actually pretty big now. Like I don't know if it's accurate, but like I was like simming my Brewmaster and blackout combo was like 25% single target gain. Like I don't know if that's like real, but that's an absurd amount.
No,
But-
I mean, read the talent. It gives them it buffs those abilities by so much.
Yeah, yes, because like so like basically for those guys who don't understand blackout combo very well, like you essentially don't want to be using it. You don't want to be using one of your many abilities after blackout kick, because like basically you're keeping blackout kick on cooldown, and then you want to combo that with a Tiger Palm or Breath of Fire in AoE, and like you know sometimes you might want to use it on Celestial Brew if you want like a bigger
Yeah.
Celestial Brew.
Basically, never press Purifying Brew
Yeah, like if
after
you're ever
a,
pressing it on
blackout kick.
Purify, if you're ever pressing it on a Keg Smash, and it's just like it's kind of weird, especially with the tier set that they have right now, where you have a chance to reset your Keg Smash. So like it's sometimes where you just might get like 2 charges of Keg Smash, and it's like, oh crap, like I have to like
Yeah.
Tiger Palm, blah blah blah. Yeah. Aside from that, like Ox Stance too, it's a new talent added that
Oh, yeah.
boosts your what's it called, stagger by a lot, and that's really nice for big tank busters. Like I can see this being a huge factor for raid tanking, or just like
Dude,
if you're doing really
they
high
actually they
queue
added
ranges, like
so
a
many
crazy
nice
boss.
feeling things for Brew, right? Like there's Elixir of Determination, which is like a cheat death proc kind of thing, right? And then there's the thing where your overhealing gets converted into a hot on you. Like that, those are both so good in theory for how Brewmaster playstyle works.
Oh, and I just realized too
Right.
that like I don't have the ability to Fronk in post
Fronk
can
will do that,
actually
yeah.
he likes he'll do that.
Yeah. Frank loves
Yeah.
that. Does that for Publik all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just mention as well Celestial Fortune, a Brewmaster passive, is another thing worth mentioning and highlighting. That's where healing gets converted. You get extra healing based on your crit. That's really nice.
Yeah, they have Mystic Touch already.
We like that.
Yeah, so Shadow Pen and Master of Harmony. I think Master of Harmony has like a lot of weird parts to it. Like there are so many.
Yeah, let's
I don't know,
highlight
there's too
all
much
of
to
the
talk about.
abilities in the Master of Harmony 3.
Okay,
I don't
actually,
know.
though,
I mean, there's lots to talk
what is
about
what
with
is one
Master of
shitty
Harmony,
thing
but-
about Brewmaster? We've talked about a lot of good things. What is
Okay,
the one
true,
thing
that's
about
true.
Brewmaster that like could just be better? Oh no,
Do you have
is
anything?
Brewmaster that good?
I mean,
No,
it's not like perfect or anything. It's definitely. I don't think it's going to be like super OP or anything like that. But I don't know if it has like a weakness, right? Like a glaring problem design wise right now.
I mean, I guess they're
Maybe
like
it's the
kind
AoE
of.
damage.
I feel like
they're kind of like healer reliant, and I guess
Yeah.
Critcake is kind of dog shit. So I guess.
But they're
those are,
heal
like,
reliant in the
bad
best
parts.
way, where they also make the most value out of any tank of
Yeah,
the healing they get, right?
They
Yeah.
it's like
soak up healing like crazy good. Yeah.
And
I
you
guess
can
another
like
thing
play
is
it
like
well to delay how until you need healing. Yeah.
another bad part is I don't want to say like reliance on augmentation of Evoker, but they benefit massively from
That is a good
augmentation
com,
of
yeah.
Evoker.
oh yeah, the armor.
Yeah.
It's them and that's Blood DK as well, right? Like armor scales so well on those two tanks.
Yeah. So it definitely feels a little
All right.
bad in that sense.
I feel like the best thing you could have hoped for as a Brewmaster is that it took both of you that long to figure out something bad about it, regardless of where it ends up on this completely objective true list. So all right, where are these hero talents going? Starting with Shadow Pan.
So Shadow Pen is basically just a nothing hero talent tree.
In a
I
good
know.
way or a bad way?
You could talent it, select all the buttons, and then never look or think about it at all, and you'd be fine, right, Dorki?
Yeah. Well, it does. I mean, it does actually feel kind of nice after buffs, because like when you get the flurry strikes.
Yeah, I
I
guess
haven't
you'll
been
see it on
tracking it
details,
on beta, but yeah,
right?
you're like. Well, I mean, it just kind of pops up. Like you start punching like crazy, and you just see like some pretty cool effects going off whenever Flurry Strike procs.
Yeah, but I mean, you could
And,
also make the argument that
here-
that hero talents that are less passive for some classes are actually really good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But also like you can if you're like tracking the buffs actively, right? Which I think is like kind of like a dog shit way of having to go about it. It's like if you have like the proper weak auras and all that, then it's like all right, like I see I'm about to have a proc coming up, and I have my the one buff that makes it go into shadow damage, and like when your damage is about to happen, and you can like get ready to just like pop off on a pack or on a boss.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you don't get punished that much if you're not tracking it, right? It's like you just won't know when your damage is about to come, but you don't change too much of your rotation, right, based on it?
Yeah.
Which I think is fine.
true.
Again, I think Brewmaster's like pretty inherently complicated, and there's a lot going on, so having a pretty simple one, and like you said, the flurry strikes look cool, they feel impactful now that they do a lot of damage. So I actually think Shadow Pan is good that it works that way.
Yeah. I hated Shadow Pan at first, but like I'm warming up to Shadow Pan. It's like the opposite of Druid of the Claw.
Yeah.
Okay. Where does it go though?
And
A? What do you think?
I'm
B?
down for A.
Dude, Shadow
A.
Pan and
for
A is blowing my fucking mind right now. But I guess when you're rating the hero talents, you're not rating the hero talent. You're rating the entire class plus the hero talent at the same time, and the
And
hero
the
talents
performance
like
of it.
but like hero talents kind of account for like much smaller than 50% of what the class are bringing. Much smaller, right? So, or they should. So it makes sense that any two hero talents wouldn't be super far apart, even if they're not specifically doing a lot themselves. You're just saying Brewmaster at a base level is really sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's nice that there's a hero talent that doesn't get in the way of that at all.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. What about the other one, Master of Harmony?
Master of Harmony is kind of it's interesting. It's got a lot of depth to it. So I think like automatically the 2 charges of Celestial Brew is like really nice. Especially helps because like a lot of times you don't want to use Celestial Brew on cooldown. You like want to try to build up your purified chi stacks before you use it. But now you can just kind of like send one and like keep it go on cooldown and CDR it. But there's like a lot of like literal min-maxing things you can do, like buffing up your exploding keg to be a really big. There's also like how you manage your vitality stacks, and like sometimes you don't even want to be using cooldowns during your vitality windows. I don't know. It's kind of clunky and it's like not very intuitive for most people to play, especially if they really want to worry about like min-maxing it. I think it's also just like probably gonna perform a little worse than Shadow Pan. I'm not sure. I'm leaning towards B.
Okay.
Yeah, I like B as well, with the caveat that like if you're a player like you or me, or really you like min-maxing a lot, it's definitely more interesting than Shadowpan.
All right, so looking at all the tanks combined, it looks like a lot of tanks look mid-ish, but the biggest winners of the expansion look like Prot Warrior and Blood DK, and the biggest loser for sure seems like Paladin. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah.
All right, huge shout. All right, thank you guys for your time. That was a lot. I was asking a lot of both of you, but I knew you guys were up to the task. Thank you. And make sure to also check, I think Dorki has done a few. If you guys are really interested in tank stuff, I think Dorki has done a few, or is still probably going to make and update like some tank specific Mythic Plus and maybe like raid separately stuff. So if you guys want to learn more about tanks, definitely go and check out his channel. Don't check out Dratnos' channel. I don't think he does that. Dratnos, do you still stream?
By accident I have a few times, but I try not to.
Okay, so yeah, don't check out his channel at all, and then also make sure to check out the Potty C. All right, thank you guys.
Potty, check out Potty C.
Potty, farewell.
Adios.
Thanks for the shout out.
All right, see you guys. Love you. Bye. All right, so I have Jack for healers. I love talking to Automaticjak. I know he spent a ton of time on the beta. I'll see how much he spent. If we're ever unsure and he hasn't played a specific spec enough and he wants some extra feedback on it, we could add someone to the call to kind of give some input if they're around. I know a lot of you guys like some specific creators for a few of these healer specs, so we could certainly add that in. Hello, Mr. Jack.
Hello, Mr. Max. How are you today?
I am well. I have you to talk about a lot of the healers. So this is a completely objective, not wrong, holistic tier list. So everything here will be absolutely correct. How much time have you spent on the beta? I've seen you streaming beta shit all the time, obviously doing dungeons and some raid stuff. But what would you say your familiarity is of all of the healers on beta so far?
Really high familiarity with everything. I think my weakest is definitely Druid for sure.
Okay, I might have someone come on for Druid, and I might also just add someone to the call to talk about like a few healer specs. Like I know if I don't bring Megasett on, like people will murder me for Mistweaver and stuff like that. But generally speaking, I'll have you on for all of them, and then I may add some people for some if possible. All right, cool. So how we're going to do this for each one is we're going to generally, and not take a ton of time, but generally talk about the changes from last X pack to this pack. Not insanely in depth, kind of summary. We'll talk about how each hero talent feels at the moment. And then also right before rating each class, and we'll do one class at a time, we're going to just talk about like what's one great thing and one shitty thing about the class in general. And then that way you can kind of talk about like what you think you would want to have changed and what like really sucks and what's really good. And then we'll have you rate it, okay?
Okay, this is rating for raids and plus or overall?
It is everything. So kind of combined for both if you want to give some nuance to your rating as to like if one of them is truly amazing in Mythic Plus and you think will totally suck in raid, like maybe try to find something in the middle, but also mention that. Because I think the value in this is not the overall tier ranking at the end, even though everyone takes that way too seriously. It is like the talking in the middle and actually the in-depth discussion about it, right? So we'll do that. All right, so where do you want to start? You want to start with Priest because you're historically a big Priestman, right?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, cool. So Holy or Disc, you can start out wherever you want and just talk about some of the changes from last X pack to this one.
Yeah, that'd be great. So Holy is Priest in general is really easy. They have like no changes or very few ones. It's mostly in the hero.
Yeah, it was one of the specs that was like one of the ones that got a bit of changes in season 3, and then like it's kind of last on the list now to get redone.
Yeah, class tree barely had any changes. We got like a slight increase in our range overall for Priest. The big changes really kind of come into the hero talents. So the first one, the farthest most left, is Archon, which basically makes your Halo just blast insane amounts of healing. And so it just cranks ridiculous amounts of healing, and it's super easy to operate. It becomes its own raid cooldown, basically. And it gives you free flash heals, so it also helps your spot healing. So it's easy to use in raids, easy to use in M+, does good output. Love it.
Okay.
Oracle's the next one, and that's the big eyeball.
Yeah.
And that gives you 3 different abilities 1 minute cooldowns. You can hold 2 charges of it. So the first ability gives you cooldown reduction. Second ability gives you overheal protection. It's kind of like the Velen's trinket.
Okay.
So it can redirect up to 98% of all the overhealing you do. And it has some synergistic talents where basically you can GS yourself. You can Guardian Spirit for the heal increase and then spam healing into yourself. And almost all of it overheal redirects to other allies. So it's
that's kind of different.
Ridiculous healing.
Okay.
Yeah. So healers all really use this seedling trinket in Emirjasil. And it basically makes the priest the seedling because some of your other spells, some of your other talents will make you do more healing to yourself. So super fun to play, good in raids, good in M+. If I had to say from like a rating perspective, the big thing that Holy Priest has to struggle with is it has no crowd control, really, to speak of. I mean, like there's niche uses for mind control. You know, Fear is probably one of the worst crowd control abilities out there. And you have no poison dispels. And 5 of the 8 dungeons in the season all require poison dispels.
Oh, that's
dungeons,
bad, yeah.
Yeah, some dungeons like Arakara have poisons around every single corner. And so if you don't have poisons, you just have a really bad time. And so the spec is like dependent on other people to support it in a key environment. In a raid, really the only downside is they nerf Symbol a little too much. They kind of nerf Salvation a little too much, but we'll see how the exact timing there works. The spec's going to blast output. It's going to do very good healing. It's going to be very fun to play. I don't know if it's going to make it into your roster with Symbol being nerfed, at least for like, you know, the bosses that really matter. That I'm a little bit skeptical of because only 30 seconds of cooldown reduction for a defensive may not be too good. So I would say I'm like struggling with this one because I think it's like a high C or a low B.
Before we rate it, are you talking about Oracle or the other one right now?
Kind of both.
Well, before you start rating it, I just want to give you room. Like, what is one thing you think about Holy or the Holy that absolutely owns, and what is one thing about Holy that you think absolutely sucks?
What owns the hero talents. I think in general, the Archon one, the one on the left, is really easy to use, and there's not like a crazy amount of mastery that takes into it. Oracle has more mastery to it, it has more challenge to it, but it feels rewarding. And so you have a good option between those.
Okay, that sounds awesome. What sucks?
Yeah,
what absolutely sucks? You're a Holy Priest, this fucking... Every time I log in, this sucks.
Depending on others to stop the damage, like crowd control, kicks, things like that. Poison Dispel. When compared to other healers, like I play Shaman, and I have a low kick, I have Poison Dispelling Totem, I have the Curse Dispel, I have all of that stuff. I have ways to stop damage from happening. Holy Priest, you are dependent on other people in your group to stop those things, and if they don't, then it's up to you to just mash healing buttons through them.
Okay, yeah, I feel like that's something that wouldn't be as big of a deal in higher level groups with more coordination, but like especially on the pugging side and the lower key side where you're not going to expect as much from your teammates in dungeons specifically, you could kind of feel like everything's just like an extra healer mechanic basically.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And the things that don't get kicked, you have to deal with. Yeah.
All right. So where would you put Archon Holy Priest?
I think I would put. I guess I would put it at like a high C or a low B because I think the spec's going to do really well in raids, but it's mainly the M+ that I think is kind of dragging it down, and I think more people are thinking about M+.
Okay, low B or high C? You have to choose.
Let's do a high C.
Cool, like the drink. All right, what about Oracle?
Let's do it. Let's do it like a low B because the
Oracle's
damage reduction. Yeah, the damage reduction synergy you get, it gives you some much needed survivability, and you can also just kind of shift the defensives. You get this 22% DR for 15 seconds, plus a shield for half your health every 2 minutes. So that really helps the spec in a lot of areas it struggles with. And the spec was really bad at like burst AoE healing in 5-mans, and Oracle helps you with that too. So again, it's still the downsides of depending on other people to survive.
Okay. All right, now for Disc, kind of same idea. Before ranking it, just like, how is Disc from last expansion to this expansion? Still super ramp reliant? How does the shadowy hero talent feel? All of it.
Okay, so Disc, again, didn't get a ton of changes. Little history lesson in 10.2 for Emirjasil. They got a rework. And as a result of that rework, they got a tier set bonus they were dependent on to feel good. It gave them more uptime on their pet, which is their big damage. Less uptime on your pet, less big damage, less consistent healing, you have problems. So what they did is they removed that tier set and then didn't really give any sort of compensation or anything good to make up for it. As a result, the spec has really good damage, especially in a raid, but it has really good burst healing, and it's wholly dependent on that to like do good healing. If you're not having your Shadow Covenant, your pet, your squid up, and you're not in execute, then you're just going to really struggle with your overall healing. And as a result, I think Disc is going to have some good ramps. There's a lot of fights, I think, that are good for barrier, but I'm very, very worried about it in a dungeon environment.
Okay.
All right, so Oracle is really, really bad. Again, you get the same 3 abilities. Cooldown reduction is kind of awkward to use. You don't really have great spells to spend this 10-second cooldown reduction or 7-second cooldown reduction on. You can kind of like mash penances, which feels good, but what makes penance strong is like other modifiers around it. And so if you don't have those extra buffs on top of it, then spamming penance 3 times just doesn't feel that strong.
How does the overhealing protection work on the disc version?
Same thing, where it'll be 98% overhealing if you spec into the buff, or you could go 2 charges and it'll be like 70 or 80% overheal protection. The problem, and we'll talk about it when it gets to Void Weaver, is like Void Weaver buffs your damage a lot. They keep on buffing your damage, your base damage, while in Oracle, but it feels like you have really high atonement uptime, but really low like damage compared to Void Weaver. So you're not overhealing as much. So even though Velen's was one of the most insane trinkets for a Disc Priest back in the day, your based output isn't high enough to overheal a lot, at least at the moment, to make that feel good.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that I feel like you've given a pretty good idea of both. Well, actually, more about Void Weaver. Does Void Weaver feel like it captures that side of your tree that has like all the shadow shit? Do you truly? How do you feel as a Void Weaver? Do you feel like a fucking shadow monster? Does that gameplay like in dungeons and raids that feel really good?
Yes. So the cool thing about Void Weaver is that it's based off your Mind Blast. And Mind Blast effectively just makes you do more damage to your current target. Like I said before, not having your pet, your Shadow Covenant, up makes you feel really weak. And Void Weaver kind of fills in that gap because you're able to have another output cooldown on hand that does big damage. You hit your Mind Blast and you summon this big cosmic black hole that pulses damage, and then it explodes, and the damage it does converts into atonement healing.
Okay.
So it fills in that gap, but the spec as a whole still has problems of just what do you do when you don't have your squid out, you know? It helps, but it's not going to be quite enough, I think, for where the design of the entire spec is right now.
Okay, and so I feel like I know where the answer is going to be like this for Disc, because you kind of mentioned it with the tier set, but what is one thing about Disc that you still feel absolutely rocks, and what completely sucks about Disc Priest right now?
Ramps feel strong. I mean, the area where
How
you
strong?
have
Like
atonement up,
Kyrian Shadowlands strong?
a little bit, yeah. So the Void Weaver also changes your squid pet, so it does even more damage to high health targets. And so you don't have to be in execute to feel strong. You just have to have your pet. And then you have to refresh your atonements halfway through your pet's duration, right? But there's so many times where like on a dime, you can hit 2 or 3 different abilities and then you blast 2 million healing. Like it's nothing. For reference, a lot of dungeons, you're doing like 1 million overall. So it's just like you can do insane burst healing. Your damage to healing effects feel really good, especially if you get into execute. That kind of fantasy you get out of Void Weaver, I think is perfect for Disc. Those things feel great.
Okay. What turbo stinks?
Depending on your pet and depending on smiting a lot to get your pet back. So the old tier set basically made your smite hit twice, which gave you double cooldown reduction. Not having that, having low haste, if you get targeted by mechanics and you have to move in a raid fight, then your Shadow Covenant uptime, your pet uptime goes through the floor. It feels like you are literally just needing to be a passenger princess for both raids and keys to be taken care of. And that might work in raids where you can spatial paradox and rescue the Disc Priest and take care of them and baby them up. And it might be worth the squeeze since barrier and ramps are strong, but the dependence on other people to feel like you can do your job feels awful.
Okay. All right. I'm kind of scared where these rankings are going to go. What are we thinking here for Disc? Let's go Oracle first.
Okay. Oracle, just complete beans. You can just toss that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So the second complete beans of the day. All right. What about Void Weaver?
If you're, I'll add the addendum. If you're getting in like really high overheal, then it's going to feel really good. But I don't think from what we've seen so far that you're going to be overhealing until it's like well into farm. And so that's where I would say complete beans.
Okay, and then Void Weaver then.
Yeah. Void Weaver, I mean, I think it's going to be very good in raids, but I think the spec's not going to be very good in M+, so I don't really know where to put this.
Okay, we have to... okay, just for the sake of argument, where would you put it in raid?
I mean, I think you are locking it in on hard boss fights. I think, barrier is going to be really insane for a lot of the encounters. I think there's a lot of different areas you can stack. It seemed like there were some fights where you wanted to have Mass Dispel, like Soaking Court. I think that you'd lock it for the boss fights that really matter.
So if you were rating this just on raid, where would you rate it?
probably like A to the point that it's like mandatory, but
Okay.
actually probably just BFD. Actually probably just BFD because it's
BFD
also
for
doing.
raid. Okay.
It does really, really high damage.
All right. Where would you put it for Mythic Plus then specifically?
Beans.
Really? So it's actually just like you think close to top tier versus beans. Okay, so I mean you got to just put it B somewhere in the middle. That's
I
the
guess.
unfortunate part about this tier list being so completely objective, holistic, and wholesome is that you have to include it all. So it would end up right in the middle.
Yeah, I think so.
Love that. B for beans as well. Could have a multiple meanings. All right. So what healer besides priest have you played the most or have you been the most passionate about in beta so far?
I've been playing. I think the rest of the healers have been playing a ton of, and then Druid would probably be like on the least end.
Okay, so we'll do Druid at the end.
Yeah.
Let's just go right down the list and go to preservation.
Yeah. All right. Preservation, super, super fun. Some of the big changes that they had was adding some of the really nice tier set bonuses that we had throughout Dragonflight and adding them into hero talents, adding them into the Spec talent tree. The Spec talent tree really gets the free life or free living flame procs and adds that into your Spec tree so you can do big damage that way, or you can even like pool it for spot healing, though most people don't really do that. They got some changes to proc effects out of things like Echo and Lifebind. So it would be if you... Lifebind was really insane in Season 1 of Dragonflight, where your healing, once you kind of put these buffs out onto other people, will then transfer to them. And so you'd basically like mark the entire raid with a buff, do insane self-healing to you, transfers to everybody else, right?
Yeah.
They made it so that stasis and I believe echo effects as well now transfer to Lifebind. So you could just blast a ton of healing into yourself. It converts to healing on everybody else. Huge ramp, huge burst. It's a very preemptive healer where you want to like set out your reversions on your allies and keys before you actually start blasting big healing. Your cast sequence matters a lot by like stasising and like storing basically your empower abilities to cast later. Blasts absurd amounts of healing and feels really fun to play.
All right. And yeah, it has like it's almost like taken discs like ramp profile, but it's just more often and pretty powerful, but the same kind of preemptive healer. And then that's like a more, like how's it felt in dungeons so far, Prez specifically?
Really strong. I think the biggest thing that I've noticed with Prez and playing it is that you really have a solution for any damage that goes out when you are using your echoed effects, for example, kind of like copycats, another spell effect. Even with tanks taking more damage, having the echo reversion for the golden hour healing, which kind of like, it's almost like a death strike basically, where it looks at how much damage that somebody took and then it heals them based off of a percentage of the damage they took. It's really strong, especially on Brewmaster Monks, but you also have Time Dilation, which is Stagger, and the hero talent in Flame Shaper also lets you put Renewing Blaze on a tank. And so it's half value, but it's like half of the damage they take over, I think like a 6-second period, they heal through for the next 6 seconds. So you have two good tank externals, really insane output. You have an Omni Dispel, which can dispel bleeds and poisons and all that fun stuff that the dungeons throw at you. And you bring a natural poison dispel.
And you bring a bunch of like stops as well, right? Like just naturally with your class. So just extremely value. Okay, still a little bit on the... I think Prez last expansion kind of dealt with the fact that AUG was too good for too long, and it feels like it's taking your raid and dungeon spots potentially, but that could potentially change in this expansion. You talked a little bit about the hero talents a bit so far, but do you have anything specifically about the gameplay differences between the hero talents before we talk about the one great and one shitty thing?
Sure. So Chrono Warden, for one, it gives you a warp instead of a hover dash. So you can like warp through mechanics and stuff. It's really fun. There's also cooldown reduction that you get for some of your empower abilities. And so it's a little bit more forgiving, I would say, for newer players that, oh, okay, I spent my Spirit Bloom, which is a nice AoE heal, but I wanted to use it like quickly for a spot heal onto my tank. And now I actually get it back a little bit faster than like Flame Shaper Evoker Spirit Bloom might. And so it's pretty forgiving for newer players to get into and makes it really easy to utilize. You also have a haste boost out of Tip the Scales. So Tip the Scales will cause your empower ability to just like trigger at full value instantly, so you don't have to charge it up. And it also gives you like 50% haste or something ridiculous. So you can pop that in an emergency. You can bounce back from unexpected damage or things like that. So even if the spec is very preemptive in general, you have different ways to respond, react, survive things that you did not expect.
Okay. You're a preservation evoker. You're a little dragon, right? What is one thing about this class? Both hero talent. I don't know. It doesn't even have to be hero talent specific, but like just something about this class, maybe as opposed to other healers that fucking rocks, It could also just be current tuning or just something about the class that's really fun and something that totally sucks. Actually, does anything totally suck on Evoker?
People are not too happy about some of like the class tree stuff. There's a lot of utility that you can take in there that feels bad to lose out on. Obviously, like the number one thing people are going to say is the range, but like I don't think Blizzard's ever going to make any changes on that.
Yeah.
So as much as I wish they would, right? But a realistic thing, I don't know. Maybe they would actually adjust the class tree, give it a little bit of streamlining,
Okay.
something like that.
What owns?
What owns? Hero talents for sure. I didn't talk about Flame Shaper, but the TLDR there is basically you will have this engulf ability, which you can use for damage or for healing. And when you have Dream Breath, the hot on the target, it'll extend the duration of Dream Breath, and then it'll also do an explosion of healing on top of it. And you can stasis it, you can store it. Your heals feel powerful. You don't have crazy button bloat. They feel very effective when you use them. And you aren't really having to worry about too many cooldown management. I think that was a really big thing for Paladin and Dragonflight of like juggling a lot of cooldowns. Your cooldowns are short. They feel strong to use. When you're blasting healing, you actually blast, and you get rewarded for like going the extra mile of like setting up your echoed heals and setting up your lifeline ramps. And so everything that you do feels very, very valuable and fun to play.
Okay. I like that. All right. You have to rate preservation. You've got to do it.
Oh man, I think preservation's really fucking good. I would put it at an A tier. I think it's a very easy A tier with both of them.
Both of them. Okay. Do you care about one being higher than the other?
I think Flame Shaper's slightly higher, the big fire dragon, because being able to like Renewing Blaze your tank is super good. Being able to stasis your engulfs for extra bursts, things like that are super good. But they're both like very good. It's fun to play. HPS that it does is really ridiculous. So I think it's even like a fine option. When I've had dungeon runs with Prez and AUG, and it didn't feel like it was the end of the world. Of like, oh, overlapping utility. Oh no, like all of that stuff.
Okay.
It felt great.
All right. I told you we were going to do Druid near the end. I totally made that up. We're going to do Druid right now, and I'm going to call Jdotb and add him to this call. Is that fine?
All right, perfect. Yeah.
Let's do it. Yep. I'm calling it up. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, 1 second. I got to get Jack to come back in this call. 1 second. Change call. He's just sitting in the other call still, and I feel so bad. Okay, he's here. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. It's not your fault. It's Discord's fault. All right, and here we have to talk about Resto Druid. We have the shrimp himself, the lawyer, Jdotb. What's up, buddy? How's it been? How's it going?
Good.
Okay. Have you played a lot of Resto Druid on beta? A decent amount?
Mythic Plus, yeah.
Okay. I mean, we can just have you, like, kind of guess for rate, or you can just rate it based on Mythic Plus. I don't care. But I just want to ask, like, what about Resto Druid from the last, not necessarily hero talent related, we can get into that after this, but just what feels different playing a Resto Druid from the end of last expansion to the beginning of this one?
Well, it's a lot worse.
True.
Yeah, it's worse. Now, that's partly just because Resto Druid was in like such a good position at the end of last expansion. I mean, it was the meta healer spec in Mythic Plus for like 2 seasons in a row. So almost no matter what happened, it was going to feel worse. When you revert to the mean, the spec was likely to get worse. So that's not a surprise that it feels worse. But they have like the loss of the tier set from season 3 and 4. It was a very nice tier set playstyle wise. It gave Druid some burst healing capabilities that it's really never had before as a spec. So it felt good, and now it doesn't in that respect. They changed some of the Druid had a lot of passive healing at the end of last expansion, which pissed a lot of people off. Grove Guardians, Adaptive Swarm. It was doing a lot
Who did it piss off?
Well, a lot of Druid players didn't like it. Especially Grove Guardians. That was an addition to Druid about halfway through the expansion.
The trees, right?
And the little tree bros. And it was a very powerful button in its own right. And then it got a set bonus that made it even stronger. Like their season 3 set bonus played into Grove Guardians even more. So you would have this. If you look at your healing meter at the end of a fight, your Grove Guardians would be like your number 1 heal, even though it's just a button that you press and then forget about. You don't even have to like target anybody. You just press it, a little dude pops out, does his own healing, just vibes. And so it was a very strong button, as was Adaptive Swarm in Mythic Plus content. But it didn't really require much thought or effort from you. So a lot of Druids weren't necessarily happy with the state of things. They felt like the spec was too passive, didn't have enough
And this was last
agency.
expansion.
Yes, this
and
was
you're
in
saying now it's
Dragonflight.
worse.
And so they have nerfed Grove Guardians to the point where it's now much more closely aligned with where it exists in the talent tree. It's doing like about as much as you would expect a talent point there to do, rather than like your top heal. And they removed Adaptive Swarm from the game entirely. And both of those changes conceptually are good, but they've left the spec feeling a bit underpowered, I think. And Druid's been through a bit of a roller coaster on beta, where it started off like a very weak healer after a lot of these changes, and then it got a bunch of buffs midway through the beta cycle and started feeling better. Still, I would not say like insanely good, but started feeling, like it could be a healer that was in the mix for meta.
Yeah.
Then it got a bunch of its Mythic Plus specific heals nerfed again this last week, which felt bad, and I'm not really sure why Blizzard decided to do that. But the spec now is just sort of weird. Like, there's really not any buttons that feel like they do a whole lot besides regrowth, and all the rest of your heals feel underpowered. And in raid, the spec still plays very similar to how it did in Dragonflight, where you're just a rejuve bot. They removed one of the rejuve talents, the one where rejuve has a chance to proc rejuve, which was a very degenerate playstyle. But you're still just spamming rejuve. It's not quite as strong as it was before, but if you look at Druid's healing done in a raid, it's still going to be a lot of rejuve spamming. And that's, historically, that's basically how Druid's usually been. So there's nothing, like, that's not crazy, but that part hasn't really changed. You're still just spamming rejuve. But the rest of your heals are just doing less. And neither of their hero talents feel especially impactful. They don't really give you new buttons to play around with. They just kind of buff the stuff you were doing anyway.
Both of them?
And both of like Keeper of the Grove, like it plays with Grove Guardians, and neither of the rest of Druid hero talents have like a button that is added to the tree. They both just buff the things, like the buttons you're already pressing.
Interesting. Most classes are okay with things like that, but usually when the other one has some different playstyle alternatives. Maybe that's a casualty of Druids just having 4 specs and them having to make too many hero talents to where they don't have the sauce like that.
So it's not that the hero talents are necessarily bad, but they're also not... the Wild Stalker tree. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them, but
like fantasy wise, and like they don't really seem to do anything to your gameplay too much. Like people with Keeper were talking about like pooling your treants so that you could just blast healing, especially in like a raid, and like how you'd best ramp. But after like playing all the other hero talents, I feel like there's better fantasy and like better gameplay from almost all of them compared to what Druid has.
Yeah, and it's I say that as a guy that is Druid is near and dear to my heart. It felt like they were underwhelming when they came out, but I was kind of like, well, maybe everybody feels like that about their hero talents.
Nope,
that's not true.
Nope.
That's
come to the other side.
Unfortunately, that's incorrect. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know that there's a whole lot about Druid to be excited about. And like I said, some of that was just Druid has been in Mythic Plus. It's been the top dog for a while, so we were very likely to take a step back in that regard.
Yeah, take a step back in power, but not necessarily design. You never want to take a step back in design, right? Like, I don't know.
So yeah, that's the shitty part is I'm not necessarily surprised that Druid has gotten weaker, but it feels like they haven't added anything to the spec, and they've removed some stuff from it. And it's left the spec feeling underwhelming, both from a numbers perspective and from a playstyle perspective. There's really no new addition in War Within that's like a fun new button to press. It's all just the same shit we had before, except they like nerfed it and removed some of it.
Okay. Well, you talked about a lot of things about Druid that kind of suck, but is there something still about Druid that you think just fucking rocks? Like it's really, really good?
It has Mark of the Wild.
That is pretty good.
Oh, no.
That's pretty good. That's good. It's a good raid buff. That's one of the better ones. That's hype. Nothing about the gameplay. There's nothing about the gameplay about Druid at all where you're like, this fucking owns. When I'm playing Wrestle Druid, this at least feels good.
Let's see. So the new talent that replaced Adaptive Swarm is Dream of Cenarius, which makes some of your damage spells do healing when you're in Heart of the Wild. Unfortunately, I feel like it's rather undertuned and kind of clunky. I expect it to get changed in the future. I sort of like where the idea was with it, but in sort of execution, I think it's not great. and I expect it to change going forward. I think ultimately, if they lean into that and they keep kind of workshopping it, I think it could turn into a fun talent that gives Druid a way to, do some healing when they're trying to pump DPS. But in its current state, it feels kind of shitty.
Did you feel like even like the treants or any other like passive healing that you would have, even having like FLO down or life looms up, especially when you don't have flourish? When I was playing, I felt like I didn't have like any low to moderate healing to support Dreamus and Arius. And so I'd start like DPSing and I'm like getting Dreamus and Arius having some healing happening, but then I quickly get overwhelmed and have to shift back out of form and start setting up hots to heal.
Yeah, I think the only way that I've ever felt like Dreamus and Arius was like its own healing source was if it's a big AoE pull and you're blasting Star Surge or Starfire. And then if you can get the big scaling off of your AoE, then it can do a pretty good amount of healing. But if you're ever trying to like do healing with single target damage, like it's never gonna move the needle. Which is where I think the way they've designed it now, I think they were trying something. I don't think it worked. I expect them to change it going forward. And I think it could get to a point. The original Dreamus scenario is back from like WoD and maybe even earlier than that. Used to be that when you would just wrath things, it would splash healing. And it wasn't very much, but it meant that if you were just DPSing, you were always getting some amount of HPS out. And I would like maybe a more passive, like not when you're in Heart of the Wild, you should be slamming, but rather just like anytime you're doing damage, there's like some moderate amount of healing that's going out.
Okay. We have to move on to the next spec. What is we need you to rate the each individual hero talent version of Resto Druid. BFD is the top tier and Complete Beans is bottom, and A, B, and C are in the middle.
So am I rating it on?
So this is a holistic, wholesome, objective tier list, and it is including PvE, so no PvP, but PvE in the upcoming patch for Mythic Plus and Raid combined. If you feel like it's amazing in one and bad in the other, or if you're just uninformed, you can mention that and then just find some rating that you think makes the most sense.
I'd probably put like Keeper in maybe like B tier and Wildstalker in C tier.
Okay, so nothing's Complete Beans.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say either of them are terrible. It's just that neither of them are like when you watch Disc Priest play with their new like void spells, you like see that and you're like, holy shit, that looks insane. What is that? Even if it's not good, like even if it wasn't tuned well, you'd see it and go, God damn, that is like, there's something going on there. But when you look at both the Druid trees, there's like nothing visually that's like when you play Wildstalker, fucking vines wrap around your enemy a little bit, and it's like not. It's not
can't see
interesting.
them.
Yeah, well, you can. I mean, you can. You
can't
can
see them. There's all this other shit on the screen.
Yeah, they get like little thorn things pop up on them. And it's not visually. There's not a lot going on. It's not cool. Same with Keeper of the Grove. Like, there's nothing. I don't know that Keeper has anything visually that happens. And so, like, it's not a cool. Like, neither of them are cool. Neither of them are particularly, I think, powerful. They don't have any new buttons. Like, there's not really a lot that they're adding to your gameplay loop. I think they're decent. Like, I think Keeper's like decently strong. I think Wildstalker's kind of boring and not great. I wouldn't say it's beans, but I think they could both be improved, especially from the theme of the hero talents. I think they could do more to make you enjoy speccing into them, like you feel like a fucking druid.
Okay, that's all. Thank you for your time, Jdotb.
All right.
Stay shrimping.
My pleasure.
Jack, you have a choice of where you want to go next. We can go Holy Paladin, we can go Resto Shaman, we can go Mistweaver. Where do you want to
go? Let's go Resto Shaman.
All right, let's slam it. All right. How do you've played this a decent amount in beta so far, right?
Yeah. So I'm planning on doing like Priest, Pally, and Shaman going into next expansion.
Okay.
I've been playing a lot of Shaman lately. So Shaman got not an insane amount of changes compared to some of the other ones. They got really nice class tree revamp that kind of smoothed things out, so you could actually take the utility that you want to take. Mm-hmm. Spec tree got some like nice, I guess, like smoothing out where it doesn't feel like you're running over Riptide talents to take Chain Heal talents and vice versa. It's like just a lot more polished, I guess you could say. And the hero talents are also both fun and both good in like different ways. So Totemic is a really big streamlining of the spec, which usually has a lot of maintenance spells. You got to maintain your Earth Shield, you got to maintain your Healing Rain, you got to do this and that. And it basically makes it so instead of casting Healing Rain every 10 seconds, you cast it every 24 seconds, which is an instant cast spell, and it's based off of a totem. So wherever you place this Surging totem is where Healing Rain emanates from. And you can use Totemic Projection to move it. It's a 10-second cooldown. It's off the GCD, so you can redirect your Healing Rain. You don't have to maintain it as much. And one of my favorite things, because I really like Chain Heal playstyles, is your side totems, basically your Healing Stream, Cloudburst, Healing Tide, Spirit Link. They all will cast Chain Heals for you that benefit from like some of the ridiculous modifiers that the spec has.
Yeah.
So one of them is like High Tide. So you spend enough mana, you get two really beefy Chain Heals. And instead of having to cast that yourself and spend the mana, you can use your totems to cast it for you.
Yeah, sounds insane.
Yeah.
It sounds like it was created for Resto Druid and then Resto Shaman, and Enhance just has to deal with the remnants of it, unfortunately. Yeah.
Probably.
Okay, what about Farseer?
Farseer is like Grandpa Shaman. You have a couple different abilities that activate your ancestors, and they come and kind of fight beside you. So if people have ever played Holy Priest, it's kind of like Divine Image, where you summon these buddies to help you, and they do what you already do, basically. Pretty straightforward. The downside is that you have to actually maintain Healing Rain every 10 seconds, and that's a little bit unfortunate.
So it's basically like the gameplay feel of Totemic is just unfortunately so good that it's like playing other things just feels bad.
Somewhat, but the bright side to it is that Farseer feels really rewarding because the images, the ancestors will do damage and they'll do healing. And so if, for example, it'll copy, I think it's like 3 main abilities. If you're casting a single target spell like a Riptide, it'll cast a Heal Wave or Heal Surge. If you have an ancestor out and you cast a Healing Stream totem or a Cloudburst totem or a Healing Rain, they'll actually cast Chain Heals for you. And so it feels really beneficial to have the ancestors by your side. You can adjust your gameplay a ton to have them last longer, to be more powerful. There's a lot of customization you can do with it, which is great. And it feels very rewarding when you like use it properly. So it's more work, but it actually feels rewarding for the work you have to put into it. And so I think Farseer is a better option for keys right now. Even though if you're like just getting started with playing Shaman from the beginning, I would say people should try Totemic first, because it's just such streamlining to the spec that really like introduces you to it, makes it feel really like welcoming and feels good.
All right, what's one thing about Shaman you think owns right now, and what sucks?
I think having your cooldowns feel good again. Dragonflight,
that's so good.
Notoriously fucking awful for Shamans because they, for whatever reason, they just like bludgeoned them like crazy with their cooldowns. They say, oh, like Ascendance is like too good. We're like, nerf the hell out of that. And now they're actually giving it 2-minute Ascendance. And while they did nerf AG a little bit, it still is super strong when you pair it up with Ascendance. Brought Spouting Spirits back, which is a BFA Azorite talent, where it's another burst of healing when you have your allies in your Spirit Link totem. So if you played, let's say, Totemic, you would have all your allies in your Spirit Link totem. The Spirit Link totem itself would cast a Chain Heal of full strength, and it would do a huge burst of healing to heal all of your allies that are inside it. So your cooldowns feel good. They feel powerful. Both your hero talents feel good in different ways for different reasons. It owns. It's great.
I love
your
that.
kicks, your crowd control, your stops are ridiculous. Like, it's by far the best pug healer for M+ right now.
Okay. And what about what when you're playing Shaman, what are you just like, damn, I wish they would fix this? Okay, the says a lot on its own. You have to think about it, right? Like, Shaman sounds like it's designed really well.
I think some things kind of come like with the spec that you're playing, or like Shaman doesn't feel like as fast of a healer as some of the other ones. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I would say there's like a massive issue. Button bloat definitely when you play like Farseer, but then you can kind of just like streamline that and play Totemic. You know, if you wanted to play potentially the higher performing build in M+, it kind of comes with some button bloat on the side, right? It's not like the end of the world. It's those things you kind of like accept that come with the territory, I guess.
Okay. You have to rate each hero talent holistically. Where would you put it?
I think Shaman just fucking owns. I'm going to put them both in A tier. I think I'd put them both in A tier above Prez.
Okay. That's exactly where I put them.
I think you'd put Farseer a little ahead of Totemic, like just, you know, switch spots, I think. But I think most players, if they wanted to get started with playing a Shaman, I would 100% say go like start with Totemic.
Beautiful. All right. I love that. All right, we have 2 more healers left. We have Holy Paladin and Mistweaver, both of which I know you've played a decent amount of, but I'm also going to add someone to the call to bounce ideas off of. We have Ellesmere for Paladin, and we have Megasett for Mistweaver. Do you care who or what class we talk about first?
Let's hit up Meg.
Let's hit up Meg. All right, call in Meg. Or actually, if someone's already in the call, can you? Oh, yep, I can. I'm ringing them. You can right-click them and hit ring. Beautiful. Hello, Megasett. Are you there? Over. Beautiful. All right, we are talking about Mistweaver monks because Jack has been yapping forever. Jack and you are going to kind of talk about Mistweaver on beta right now, but I want to give you the floor to kind of talk about some things that you think going into the spec that you really, really like, or just in general how the spec feels coming out of Dragonflight.
I was pretty happy with Mistweaver in Dragonflight throughout. Like early on, it was a bit rough. As we started to get a little bit more dev attention, it really balanced everything out. In Raid, that was less of the case, but now we are definitely in a better spot playstyle-wise, and numerically, it's also pretty good. I think we're pretty strong, but the kind of cringe Soothing Mist stuff, that's all gone, thankfully. We
Okay.
are back into using Rising Mist, and we're more melee-focused in Raid again, and we're back to being a kind of like a spot healer, because we do need to Vivify a lot for cooldown reduction, so we get more of that instead of just kind of being AFK between ramps a bit.
Okay, Jack, do you have any?
Keys?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna have Jack add some thoughts, but you should keep going with keys.
Yeah, keep
I was
going.
gonna say just for keys, our mastery's it has gained a lot of value because they got rid of Essence Font finally, and that was causing a lot of issues with kind of this like feast or famine balancing where it was either the only thing we pressed or we never pressed it because it was too weak. And part of the issue with our mastery with that is that it double procced our mastery if you had the Essence Font hot. So they got rid of that and then buffed our mastery just out of baseline. So it's just much better across the board for raid and for keys. So it's a lot more balanced across stats, I guess.
Jack, what do you have any? Do you like corroborate same idea?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I really noticed going into the new expansion was that it feels just smoother to play, and the spec has just been kind of building up a lot of dubs since, I don't know, what do you think, Meg? Season 2, I guess? Something
yeah,
around
like
there?
after Shaylan's got brought back with Legacies,
Yeah.
like 10.0.7, I think. From then on, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's like they've been stacking up dubs for Mistweaver for a while, and they kind of just are continuing to double down on that. And well, I don't think that the spec is like as absurd as it was in Season 3. The areas that felt really good about it still feel strong. It still feels rewarding. It still feels valuable.
Okay. How do you guys feel about the playstyles of the 2 different hero talents?
You want to start, Meg?
Yeah. We don't really have 2 hero talents as far as we're concerned.
Oh shit.
We have 1.
Oh no.
It's pretty bad. Master of Harmony is not used. It just doesn't work. The numbers aren't there. The function's not there. The visuals are cool. That's kind of all it has going for it, unfortunately.
Oh no. I think that you're the first person so far. Like people have rated them in complete beans, but they've talked about like the potential, but it's just instantly like we only have 1 hero talent. So I guess
Yeah.
that'll answer one of my questions later when I ask what's one shitty thing about your class, because it'll probably pretty easily be one of our hero talents literally doesn't exist. Okay.
Yeah, Conduit's good though.
What makes Conduit good?
It's really, I mean, it's powerful. I like the theme of it. I think you guys did, like the thematic
Yeah, the theme fucking owns.
tier thing. Yeah, that one was cool. So I was really glad that they incorporated all the Celestials into the spec. But numerically, it's really nice because it kind of gives us something to use on the move because it is that channeled ability. So it kind of plays into our mobility still because we have Yulon, but we don't have Clouded Focus anymore. So we have a little bit more mobility. But with Revival being instant and Conduit being channeled and that being like a very substantial cooldown for raid and for keys and for damage and for healing, it's just nice. And it fits really well into our kit.
Okay.
I like the proc gameplay too, because when you activate the channeled ability, it kind of uses all the powers of the Celestial all at once. So Angry Dave will put up shields on everybody. You'll just pulse for healing. You'll add some damage.
So hold up.
It's
Who the
cooldown
fuck is Angry Dave? Who is that?
is the Ox?
Okay,
It's the,
got it.
The Black Ox.
Yeah, my fault. I didn't know him like that.
You don't know Angry Dave?
Nope.
Okay.
You're not tight?
Unfortunate. Anyway, Angry Dave gives you like absorbs in your party, and so while you activate the Celestial, it activates all your Celestials all at once. But while you're regularly just playing the game, you are getting the Celestials like buffing you at different times off different abilities. And so you pretty regularly are getting Angry Dave proccing and allowing you to cast Enveloping Mist faster, which helps if tanks need more healing. And it also puts an absorb on 5 players. And so you're regularly kind of increasing the max health of your entire team, which feels really, really good in dungeons.
Yeah,
It does a lot overall in raid as well.
Shout
and
out
I like
Dave.
that it impacts our Yulon a bit, so it's a little less stale all the time. Because if you get a proc, you're gonna be using it. So
All right, so Monk's got a lot going for it, right? This especially also like the class tree rework was sick. But what is one thing about Monk that you guys think sucks? Like they should change this right now.
Not letting me play Ancient Teachings in raid.
yeah, that's a big one.
So
That's a
ancient
good one.
teachings is like kind of the fist weaving like blackout kick thing, right?
It's
Yeah.
our maintenance healing. Yeah, it's like atonement for Mistweaver. We just have to trigger it in a different way.
So the downside is that it's really fun, and anytime you don't like properly talent into it, because it's not the best thing to do, it just feels bad.
It just doesn't do enough in 20-man raids. Yeah, like it's good in keys because it's maintenance, but in raids it just doesn't do enough. And then the bottom left of our tree is where it's where Ancient Teachings is and where all of the Jadefire stuff is. So our main ability, and then the 2 Awakened Jadefire and Ancient Concordance, which lets us cleave and lets us build Teachings of the Monastery stacks faster. That is just such an insane point investment for how weak Ancient Teachings actually ends up being in raid that it's just not worth it.
Okay, in a holistic, wholesome, objective way, where would you guys rate the 2 hero talents versions of Mistweaver? This isn't like hero talents exclusively. Like this is, you think, the power of Mistweaver involving both of them, right? So even if one hero talent literally does nothing, Mistweaver could still be that powerful because it's that powerful or whatever. So starting with the actual hero talent, Celestial Conduit.
I would probably put Celestial on A.
Okay, a lot of good feeling healers right now. Then that's pretty good. Jack, you agree with that?
I'd probably put it behind Preservation personally. I think
Yeah.
some of the downsides Monk has is like they do excellent healing and they have excellent crowd control for the dungeons, and I think that they're going to be like pretty underrated by people because Mystic Touch just there really isn't like physical damn comps in keys. And so I think those are like little stupid side downsides. Not having like a battle res, for example, feels kind of bad. But those are just sort of things that, you know, I doubt Blizzard's really going to change. They've also kind of like lived and died by doing infinite healing in raids, and that's like really determined a lot of their high-end representation. Well, that's not going to matter for like the vast majority of people. It is still kind of just irritating, I guess. It's like, okay, well, we need to bring like these spec buffs, or we need to bring these DRs, and like Monk still doesn't have those kind of things.
Oh yeah, especially with the death penalty.
Yeah.
All right. What about old what is this? Master of Harmony? Is that the one?
Yeah, that can go in the
You think there's a beans,
queue.
right?
I think it's beans. God
Yeah.
damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's only the 3rd beans. That's a tough look. All right, thank you, Megasett, for your time. We're gonna move on to Paladin. Always a pleasure. She was also on the
Yeah,
Potty
thanks for
C
having me.
recently. If you guys haven't seen that episode, make sure to check it out. She yaps for an hour or two. It's beautiful.
Let's go.
Yep, and also plus I'm not there either, so it's the best of both worlds. I'm not there and she's there. It's a fucking insane episode. All right, thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
Yep. All right, calling up Ellesmere. I'm ringing. Ellesmere, hello.
What's up, guys?
Hello. We are talking
Yo.
about Paladin. I'm going to give you the floor to kind of start. There's actually been a lot of changes and some recently. Like how does Paladin feel leaving Dragonflight and going into the War Within?
It definitely feels way better. So Dragonflight, towards the beginning, it felt okay, and then we had the 10.1.5 rework that made us feel godly because they kind of overtuned it, but the playstyle was also really good. And then 10.2 hit, and they really over nerfed us. So the last 2 seasons of Dragonflight have felt very bad, both from a playstyle perspective and from a throughput perspective. Beta's been really nice because they kind of reworked our entire kit. Not like all the base spells, but the way the like value that's placed on all of our most important abilities got shifted from casting into the more instant cast melee playstyle, which has made very nice playstyles compared to Dragonflight. At this point, we're like super aggressive melee, the way that I think Paladin has been meant to be played for a few expansions. Holy Power feels good to spend again. Building feels good. Holy Shock has a lot more power brought back to it because Glimmer has been removed. So the upfront heal and damage of Holy Shock has been increased significantly, making it feel much more like it used to. Word of Glory, Light of Dawn both got buffed a lot, and a lot of power got taken away from Of Dusk and Dawn, which was what was causing so many problems in the last 2 seasons playstyle-wise, because our spenders were only really worth pressing if we had multiple stacks of Dawn. So you wouldn't even track Holy Power in raids. You would just track stacks of Dawn and then only spend if you had Dawn stacks. So the fact that they took some power out of those and put it back into the base abilities made it so that spending Holy Power feels really good again. Our spot healing was dreadful towards the end of Dragonflight, but now it feels really strong. Word of Glory hits really hard, and Holy Shock hits hard, especially with the tier set. So there's a lot of really, really good things to look forward to about Holy Pally, playstyle wise. Hero talent wise, Herald of the Sun is amazing because it has converted our spot heal Word of Glory to Eternal Flame, which is the same thing as Word of Glory initially, but then also leaves a hot on the player. So it's just more spot healing power and passive healing. It's just made our spot healing feel really, really strong. And class fantasy wise, Herald of the Sun is just amazing. The power that it's brought back to Wings and the feeling of power within Wings is stronger than it's been in a few expansions. Because one of my biggest complaints about HPAL is that Wings has felt really weak for a while because they kept watering it down because Awakening was brought into the game, and Awakening just gave us a lot of Wings uptime, but watered down Wings, so it came at the cost of a smaller Wings. So at this point, bringing back a lot of power to that via hero talents has felt really good, to the point where Wings is now a really strong cooldown again and feels really good to press. So I really, really like that. On the other side of things, though, Lightsmith does not feel very good. Lightsmith is kind of awkward to play. A lot of the hero talents are like a lot of the side talents are completely useless, and there's not a whole lot of class fantasy. It's nice because it does good damage and it gives a lot of tank survivability, but outside of that, it just feels weird and awkward and not very like there's not a lot of class fantasy in it. So I'm hoping they take a look at that.
Okay, Jack, he kind of went through a lot of stuff there. Do you like just any thoughts on that or anything you want to add specifically before we go into the really good and really bad?
Yeah, a couple things. So one of the big changes they also made was messing around with Light of the Martyr. So it does add a lot of power into your Holy Shock, but it builds a negative absorb on you. And so you need to have better healing onto yourself, or other people need to heal you to make up for that. And that's another really big reason, I think, why Eternal Flame is so powerful, Herald is so powerful, is because when you cannot use beacon effects to get rid of this negative absorb. And so when you have a healing over time effect that's 20% more effective on you, it munches up that negative absorb and makes it feel less impactful. But then you go and try to play Lightsmith with Light of the Martyr, and you don't have that anymore. And so there's a lot of times where just getting rid of that negative absorb on you so you can stay healthy and your party can stay healthy feels amazing with Herald. And you also put an additional healing over time effect on your allies through God, what is it called? Dawnlight. And so after you cast Prism, you get like 2 extra hots from your next 2 spender casts. And so it's really noticeable having those extra healing over time effects onto your allies or even onto yourself to like stabilize through the damage that comes. So it's super satisfying and engaging when you play with Herald, but definitely Lightsmith feels like it's lacking a lot.
That's definitely a theme with a lot of classes, I think, is like, seems like one hero talent was just like expertly crafted to give you a lot of things you feel like you need in your class, and the other one is just either like a nothing burger or it was designed specifically to be passive, and people are really enjoying the ones that like really add a lot of stuff that feels good. Ellesmere, what is one thing about Paladin that you think absolutely rocks, and what is one thing that stinks and you wish they would change it?
I'll keep it simple. I think our healing is really good right now. I think it feels really it
like,
feels
what do you
better
mean by
to
that?
heal.
Do you mean like the profile?
Like our healing profiles.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Like our spot healing feels really good, but also our ability to AoE heal both in raid and in M+ feels very strong. And I like that we have a lot of agency over how we go about choosing our healing profile with Beacon of Virtue or Beacon of Faith or with different like talents or setups. I think that the spec feels well thought out from a healing perspective. I don't love the recent change of removing Holy Infusion, was pretty controversial, and I so really quickly just to cover that, I understand their goal of removing Holy Infusion. Basically, this ability, this talent gave one of our core holy power generators too much power, but by giving it that power, the spec was sped up a lot and felt very strong and felt like you didn't have to worry about saving holy power as much. You could be a little bit more laissez-faire with like just throwing out holy power, and then you would be able to build it up really quickly. So it made the spec feel very fast-paced and very fun, which is something I really enjoyed. But on the other side of things, it did increase the GCD burden of the spec because you were just generating so much holy power and you just always had an optimal button to press. And sometimes it felt like you couldn't press enough buttons in time. So I think this change targeted slowing down the spec a little bit, which is good, but I think they went a little bit too far because it does feel like the spec slowed down a lot after that, and you have to be a lot more careful with how you spend and build Holy Power in Mythic Plus. Yeah, I think overall I really like what they've done with the spec, and the healing profiles feel really good. As for something bad, I think our damage has actually been hit pretty hard, at least in Mythic Plus. And they have brought Avenging Crusader enough to the point where it may become meta, and if that ever becomes the case, I would really like them to consider nerfing it, because I think Avenging Crusader
is that melee wings?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Melee Wings' sweet spot is being a niche pick that can be an option for players who enjoy the spec, but it should never be default, because it absolutely pigeonholes the entire play style of Holy Pally into a very awkward one that most players will not enjoy quite as much.
You kind of like surrender control, I feel like.
Yes, absolutely.
When you're playing AC, it's like, I'm going to hit these damage buttons, and I hope as a result of the damage, that's going to heal the people that need the healing.
Yeah, back a few tiers ago when it was meta in Raid, I did a boss with my Raid frames off entirely, and I ended the boss as the top healer without ever having my Raid frames on. And I don't think that healers should ever be able to do that. I don't think that is healthy for any healing spec. I think you should always have to be making some decisions as to who you're targeting with heals, and the fact that the entire spec revolves around just auto healing, I really don't like that.
All right, we have to rate them now. Let's start with Lightsmith. Where do you think where do you think Lightsmith goes?
That's got to be C tier at best.
Yeah, I would say low C tier.
Yeah, I'm not gonna put it in complete beans because it's like it still brings some damage and a lot of tank survivability, and it has some niche fun uses. But the fact that like 5 of the talents are actually completely useless is wild. They really need to look at that.
Yeah, it sounds insanely
I think
bad.
that's, especially when you think about like some of the talents synergizing with like making your Crusader Strike hit harder. I feel like there's a path there to like make Avenging Crusader stronger and synergize there without making the spec feel bad in the process. But yeah, it definitely feels awkward right now. And they've also nerfed a lot of the extra damage you contribute to your allies. So who cares if you have the altruism where you want to make other people feel good or something like that when it doesn't really do anything, right?
Yeah, it also all contributes to your damage. So like other people don't even, like, I don't think anyone has ever noticed a weapon being on them unless it's a defensive one, in which case it's just a shield, you know?
Yeah.
It's not like something that makes them feel really good.
Okay.
The shields do feel good, thankfully.
True, yeah, shields always feel good.
All right, Herald of the Sun Paladin.
Gotta be A tier for sure. Like
I'd even put it higher.
Yeah, I'd consider S just because it's like the class fantasy is so high and everything feels perfect about it. Like they nailed so many things about it. I don't think I could have designed a better hero talent or like hero tree.
Damn. Okay, but you have to also keep in mind that it would be the only healer in BFD, which is a pretty strong exclamation,
Yeah,
right?
That's fair.
Like the relativity of all of it.
Are we factoring in like strength in terms of like throughput, or is it just like enjoyment? So strength included?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd put it really high A. Probably the highest A.
Okay, I respect that. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Thank you, Jack, for the long haul, and thank you, Ellesmere, for talking Paladin. You guys are all S tier in my heart. All right, I'm gonna end the call. I have to talk to some filthy DPS now. All right, love you. Bye.
Enjoy.
We are talking with Azortharion for all things Hunter. Hello.
Yellow.
Hello. It's been a while.
It has been.
It has. Yes. Okay. So you've probably listened to some of the tank and healer stuff. You probably know the drill. Do you care about what spec you want to start with? Do you feel?
No, I don't care.
All right, so let's start with BM then. So,
Sure thing.
How does BM feel this expansion compared to last?
It feels pretty similar to last time. They added Diabetes as more of a significant point of the rotation, but broadly speaking, it plays the same. Your priorities are the same. The spec is about casting as many kill commands as possible.
How is the class? They made some class trees, and like the defensiveness maybe a little different as well.
Yeah, so the global for all hunters, way more access to survival of the fittest, which is like our wall, 30% DR, 1.5 minutes CD, but crucially 2 charges, so that's a huge benefit. And there's also some juicy stuff in our hero talent trees as well for like one-shot mitigation, general self-sustain. So yeah, big W to hunter survivability.
Fuck yeah. All right, how do the hero talents feel for BM specifically, the two of them?
All right, so they're both very close to passive. Dark Ranger is you press Black Arrow on cooldown, and then sometimes you get Barb Shots back that you don't really care for, but it's still pretty strong because Black Arrow just happens to do a fuck ton of damage.
That's good.
There's a need, yeah, I mean, it's strong, like, I don't know exactly how strong relative to other classes, but it's pretty strong. But it doesn't really feel like much. The other one is Pack Leader. Basically doesn't feel like anything. Sometimes you get some extra kill command resets, and that's about it. They're both very close to completely passive, but at least they have some nice passive stuff within them.
Okay. About BM specifically, what is one thing about BM, and this could be something that's always been true or something that's just true now? Maybe actually be more interesting to focus on maybe the new things they added.
Yeah,
but like, yeah, like what is something about BM that you think is really, really great, and what is something about BM that absolutely sucks right now?
I mean, the same stuff with the BM is great. I think, you know, they made the rotation a bit more exciting. There are just more mechanics to play with. The main problem it has right now is kind of like it's also makes it harder to tune for Blizzard. So there's this talent. I'm not going to waffle too much, but basically each dot you have active on the target, 10% pet damage. It's insanely powerful. The problem is you can have way more dots up on a single target than AoE. So the result is that if Beast Mastery is tuned appropriately for single target, its AoE just fucking sucks. And that's what it's dealing with right now. Its AoE fucking sucks because Basilisk Collar is overtuned, and they need to take the power out of that talent because it's like completely absurd. They need to spread it to the rest of the kit so that BM can have good single target and a good AoE at the same time without one necessarily being fucking garbage.
Well, that seems like a huge problem, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Really hard to tune that. BM Hunter, you have to rate it holistically, wholesomely. For each hero talent specifically, where would they go?
All right, so I'd say, let's start. The Dark Ranger rating, kind of what you're going to play for rating for the most part. Pretty strong single target, and of course BM, very easy to play. I'd put it B tier for rating.
Okay.
Like just kind of looking at the landscape, like it's not like an insanely high performer, but you know, it's pretty solid, and you know, it'll do your mechanics for you.
Yeah.
Dark Ranger M+, I mean, it's just beans. Like BM Mythic Plus, just straight up beans because it just does no fucking.
I feel like that's always true.
Color problem.
This is a little bit of a side note. What do you think they could do to make hunters better in Mythic Plus?
I mean, honestly, they've done a lot of the right things. They've improved the survivability significantly. They've improved the utility significantly, given us an AoE stop that we can combine with Binding Shot. They've done most of the right things. Mostly now, it's just a matter of damage and the raid buff. So I guess one thing to answer your question, give us a fucking half-decent group buff that is, you know, like give us Sky Fury, but it's crit instead. I don't know. Give us something that helps the whole group.
I actually asked this recently in an interview because I was like, they've said recently that the point of raid buffs is basically in raid content that you want one of every class. And I think in a large part that is accomplished. But
yeah, Hunter's Mark accomplishes that, but Mythic Plus? What about Mythic Plus?
Yeah, but it barely accomplishes that. I think the point of the question was like, if that's the bar, how come so many buffs are like so much better than that bar of just making you want to bring one of those things? In some classes it's like just enough, and what kind of impact that has on like Mythic Plus specifically. Like you can't compare Hunter's Mark and Mythic Plus to Sky Fury or Mark of the Wild or Fort, right? It's just like nowhere close. Yeah. Like
they could buff Hunter's Mark and make an AoE thing that would help a lot, but I think like almost all the stats are covered by buffs. All hunter specs have like significant crit mechanics. Give us like fucking True Shot Aura, and it's like a group 3, 4, 5%, 2% crit buff that you really want, and it's good for everyone. It seems so obvious to me at this point.
Yeah, I fucking agree with you. I love the passion too. All right, you have to have a combined rating for BM Dark Ranger though. Where does it go?
Okay. I mean, okay. I just have to put it between beans and B then, and put it at C tier. I just have to do that.
High C. Okay. Yeah, like the drink. I like that. All right, and then we have. Wait, do you have high C in where you live?
High C? No, I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, that sucks, bro. High C fucking. Actually, I don't remember if that was just because I was a kid and it had a lot of sugar in it, but I feel like high C fucking slapped. Anyways.
I mean, sugar fucking owns, and we have that here, so you know.
Oh, you guys have sugar? Wow, that's fucking amazing. Okay, cool. Okay,
yeah, it's insane.
And then we have. Wait, what is the other BM hero talent? Is that the Dark Pack Leader?
That's Pack Leader. It's super passive. I mean, it's solid AoE, but not enough to make it better than Dark Ranger, because Dark Ranger just has sick prio. So I guess if I have to put it somewhere, it's just beans, because it's not the best for anything really.
Okay, fuck Pack Leader then. All right. Let's since we already talked about Dark Ranger a little bit, let's actually go to MM. Is MM your favorite spec, by the way?
Like, so on a personal level, not really. Like, especially not recently. It has so few little iterations.
On a
I think,
historical level, if you're like 80 years old right now and you're thinking back at your time in WoW, what is the hunter
back in
spec
my
you think
day,
of? Yeah.
Back in Legion, marksmanship. Yeah, marksmanship Legion was pretty fucking sick. We haven't really reached that peak yet, so I guess like Legion MM probably the best hunter I've played.
Okay, fucking love that.
Yeah, I'd say that.
All right, so what is MM like now compared to Dragonflight?
It's pretty much the same. Like they added like a lot of window dressing to the talent tree, but it doesn't really change anything about how it plays. Quite sad because BM and Survival got a lot of like iteration of feedback on the beta. MM got almost nothing. It's basically the exact same thing we got day one. They've said there's going to be certain mechanics like Wailing Arrow. It's supposed to be affected by trick shots. It wasn't on day one of like alpha, beta, whatever. It still isn't affected by trick shots, even though they explicitly said in a blue post that it should be. Lots of stuff like that. Like, okay, so broadly, there's this spreadsheet in the Hunter Discord. I've like posted it everywhere because I really want Blizzard to see it. It has like all the bugs and how to reproduce them. Blizzard, fucking go there and just fix some of the higher listed bugs. Like, cause some of them are
can you link me that?
Bad. Yeah, I'll link it to you.
You can do it after. You can do it after. I can have Fronk put it in the description, but I can also just literally send it to them. I'm assuming you guys have done that though.
Okay, deal. I mean, I'll definitely like send it to them and like. Yeah, but
something
any more platform we can give it, the better.
Yeah, during the race, there's like a Discord that we can reach out to them for things, and one of the things they specifically asked for this time was like if there was any like bugs we were aware of with specific classes, and can send them in, and like the ability to reproduce it and stuff like that. So if you have that information, I can just give that to them.
Yeah, that would be sick. I'll give you that. Okay, cool. Rapid fire. Utility survivability of MM still sucks for no reason because of Lone Wolf's design. You're incentivized not to use a pet. A lot of survivability and utility comes from using a pet, such as, for example, 10% leech. Marksmanship hunters, the shitty self-sustaining in the entire game.
And they just don't have it.
Just for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just don't have it. Like, because you really don't want to run, especially on AoE and stuff. And also, like, having to bring out your fucking pet and then having to dismiss it again just to lust in Mythic Plus, completely insane.
Yeah. I feel like Lone Wolf has always been weird. Like they having how much like weird quality of life stuff exists with a pet, and then like having that not synergize with Lone Wolf has been a problem forever, right?
Yeah. Next up, everybody hates steady focus. It's this talent. You have to cast 2 steady shots in a row to activate it. It's like, even when it's the best, no one fucking plays it, even at world first level, because it just sucks to play. You know, I don't know if I necessarily agree that it sucks that much to play, but, you know, the people I've spoken, they fucking hate it. Get rid of it, change it for something more interesting or more fun.
Okay.
The talent tree overall is omega expensive. Like, there's so many insane 2-pointers, or like, talents that do one thing really well, locked behind 2 points of another talent that's just completely useless. That makes that talent unviable. Not because the talent is not good, but because it's locked behind 2 stupidly expensive talent points that don't do much. So lots of that going on. Please make the general tree cheaper. Try to like merge talents together that need not be split and so on. So that's the main thing for MM. Ready for some tier lists?
I mean, I'm fucking mad now. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Okay, let's fucking send it.
Rating Sentinel, single target for all the 300 specs is pretty solid. Like, okay, so let's start with Dark Ranger because it's just beans. Just put it in beans.
Fuck it.
MM Dark Ranger beans. It's just garbage.
It's there.
Not
I
the
put
best
it
at
there.
Anything.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, Sentinel, I put a B tier. MM's AoE is still good. It has always been its strength. It still has these utility problems that the other hunter specs don't have, but B tier is pretty fair. Burst AoE is a very nice profile, and the single target actually keeps up with the other hunter specs this time, whereas historically it's been a weakness. So B tier for
Bro, that
MM
good just sent me to the moon.
That's it.
All right, fuck yeah. Let's fucking send it. Survival now. Well, Survival got the most changes. I feel like Survival is the most fundamentally different from the last expansion, right?
Oh yeah, Survival is like... I'm going to list you a bunch of issues, but like on top of all that, I'm going to say Survival is fucking awesome. So lots to be excited about. Like it doesn't deserve its reputation, or maybe it has in the past, but like it doesn't deserve its reputation anymore. Please play Survival. It's actually pretty lit now. Okay. So biggest problem, I guess, is do you have any specific questions or just yep?
Well, no. Okay. Yeah, no. How does just talk about Survival feeling different compared from last expansion to this expansion? Then we'll get into the hero talents and how they play.
Okay. It has almost nothing in common with how it used to play. The whole thing revolves around this mechanic where like your generator gives you these tip of the spear stacks and you're supposed to spend them on your most powerful abilities. And that's sort of the mini game. And under that, you basically have a basic spender generator sort of vibe. And it's really fun. It works well on both single target and AoE. And it's just kind of a blast to play. It's one of those specs, and I really like this because not all specs are like this, even good specs. It plays itself almost. Like you just sit down and you just like put the
in a
buttons
good way or
buttons.
bad
it's like,
way?
Yeah. in a good way. It's
Okay.
like not because it's like trivially easier or anything, but it's like, oh, yeah, this makes sense. This flows nicely. I have a good idea of what I'm going to press next, just based on like what the game is telling me. This is really good design, and probably some of the best hunter design in a long time.
Okay.
So overall, big fan of survival, and it plays really fun. It has some stupid stuff going on. I have these rapid fire notes written down, so
Fucking send it.
it's a little bit technical. But for example, okay, tip of the spear, you buff abilities, but some of abilities don't consume the thing until they land, which means you can do like degenerate stuff where you abuse the fact that one ability doesn't consume the stack until it lands, and another consumes it instantly. And because there's a 700 millisecond like internal cooldown on consuming the stacks, you can like by modifying your range and stuff and
Yeah,
timing,
you can move away.
You can,
it's like how Mage used to work. He used to do this all the time for Mage.
you can get two like buffed abilities for the price of one, essentially. That's really stupid and like pretty easy to fix. And also, once again, Bucklist has a lot of this stuff.
Okay.
Another big thing I think that a lot of people who play survival can relate to, Fury of the Eagle, really cool, really thematic ability. It was one of the only cool things about Legion survival when they made it melee. It's this like huge AoE frontal like channel, but the channel is too long. It's 3 seconds. It's just too long. Like it's unviable just because it takes so much time out of a otherwise pretty busy rotation. It would be really nice if they reduced the channel time and adjusted the numbers accordingly, just so it wouldn't feel so shit to press. And secondly, it's like this huge AoE thing, right? It's really hyped to press, but it's like soft capped at 5 targets, which is just like, why?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Clearly, this is meant to be an AoE ability, and then it just has this like the most restrictive capping in the game, short of a hard cap, of course.
I think that's something they should look at in the entire
yeah.
game. I feel like the inconsistency between soft caps and at what targets they are, I know what they were trying to accomplish years ago when they actually set this in place, but I feel like they've never actually accomplished...
They don't revisit it, yeah.
Yeah, they haven't accomplished the like, oh, we don't have mass AoE, but that's good because we're capped at 5, but we do way better 5 target damage than the uncapped class. But that's just not true. Like, that's almost never happened. So, yeah,
exactly. They
need
didn't
to
balance
revisit
around
that.
it. It's I completely agree.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing. Then it's just written here. There's lots of bugs in the bug list that are worth fixing. Like Thymond, Survival Guru, gave me like this huge A4 page of stuff to say here, but I just won't have time for that,
don't. I will literally send it to them so it'll get addressed. Well, I mean, I don't know if it'll get fucking addressed, but they will see it. Just focus more on the actual actual hero talent gameplay of each one.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so next up, hero talents. Sentinel is pretty much completely passive, but we're kind of okay with it because it kind of slaps and it's kind of cool, at least in my opinion. Pack Leader, meanwhile, Pack Leader has some insanely degenerate... Okay, very brief on Pack Leader. It basically buffs your generator, which is Kill Command. It generates both these tip of the spear stacks and focus for you, but it buffs it so much that it completely undermines the survival rework. And the optimal like single target playstyle of Pack Leader is that you just spam Kill Command because it's better than actually playing the spec properly.
That fucking makes me mad.
Yeah, it's really stupid, and like Thymond has explicit, like straight up, like written alternative versions of the spells that would fix some of this. Please go look at that. For that reason, not just for that reason, also just because it's numerically fucking sucks, because Pack Leader is just a complete afterthought for survival. Like they made it with BM in mind, and then it's like, oh yeah, survival exists too, and it needs a second hero talent tree. Fuck it, give them Pack Leader, and it's just complete beans. So Pack Leader beans, straight up for survival.
Okay, fuck it.
And do you have A+ tier? No, I guess you don't. Okay, well I guess.
Oh my god.
Survival in the survival. Sentinel put it in A tier.
Wow. Okay, so the highest
so-
hunter ranking is a version of survival. That's crazy.
Yeah, so I wrote rating B tier, men plus A tier, but I think I'm okay rounding it up to A tier in this case.
Okay, I'll put it at
Survival
low
has
A.
the most self-sustain. Yeah, low A, that's fine. It's really solid, like single target damage in AoE spec, and vice versa. The other hunter specs don't have that. It's just really flexible, and you can make survival work in pretty much any scenario. Where of course melee is nice to have. So yeah, that's pretty good.
All right, fuck yeah. All right, I think that's all I need. That was extremely concise, extremely passionate, and informative at the same time. That was a great show. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good one. Bye bye.
Yep. All right, goddamn, dude. I have to take a minute to fucking calm down. I have to fucking calm down after that. He's got me all kinds of riled up. I'm ready to just log on. Holy fuck. All right, chat, what do you guys want to hear next? Make the person who you are in call with choose the next class to talk about. Well, that's such a fucking good idea. We'll do that after the next one. That's actually such a good idea. We're doing DK, boys. Let's fucking go. DK's rise up. Mount up. Holy shit.
Yo, how's it going, Max?
Hello, man. I need some help from you. I know we spoke about DK recently, and I also know after our conversation, they immediately nerfed them. So I apologize for that. But I believe DKs are still in a pretty decent spot, hopefully.
Yeah,
Let's fucking go. All right, so you're more of an Unholy guy usually, right?
Usually, but I could talk about Frost too if you need me to.
Yeah, we'll start with Unholy though. So what is like probably the biggest change in like gameplay feel from Dragonflight to the War Within? What is something you're excited about?
The Sudden Doom changes, man. They are so good. We've been complaining for so long about how Sudden Doom just does not feel like a good proc to get or press or anything.
Oh, yeah.
And they reworked it entirely. Now it always crits. It'll summon some Magus for you. It doesn't, not spend your runic power, which is awesome. And all in all, that's probably the biggest gameplay impact on our standard rotation anyway. That just feels so good. They also did simplify the opener a lot, which is really nice. But it's only with some talents, but those talents are probably to be played anyway.
What's up?
Oh, sorry. I was just talking about how the openers changed a little bit too, but that's kind of dependent on talents, even though the talents are going to be changed.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I actually even think the Sudden Doom change is something that I've been asking for like a really long time. Like that was the thing that kept me off of DK. Dude, are you glitching out right now? What's going on?
Shouldn't be. Is my mic messed up?
Dude, I don't know. I think either this Discord call is messed up or you're like patching in real life and like your shit is bugging out. I don't know. It's all good though. What about the hero talent specifically for Unholy? How do those feel differently?
Rider of the Apocalypse is just baseline Unholy. There's nothing special about it gameplay wise, except you get to ride around on a cool horse, and cool horses are awesome.
Yeah, I feel like for all of the specs in the game that don't have a lot of gameplay implications, I feel like Rider of the Apocalypse will by far have the highest approval rating out of all of them because of how it changes your movement no matter what choice node you take. And also, I think it's probably rank 1 for like cool thematic value of every hero talent in the game of like getting people to log into this expansion just to play this while also even because like some classes in the game don't need insane gameplay alteration to what's already going on, right? So like I think Unholy might be one of those specs, so I feel like it works really well. So you're a fan of Rider?
Yeah, overall, like the utility it brings, especially like in Death Charge, being able to use that in a raid, be able to ride around your horse and break roots. Oh man, it's so good.
Love that. Okay, and what about Sandlane?
Sandlane, it changes up the gameplay pretty drastically for Unholy, which I'm both a fan of, but also kind of not. I'm a fan of it because it's a really, really engaging gameplay style, but for newer players, it makes it really, really hard to approach and be able to get the best out of Sand. So it's just really hard to recommend for anybody who wants to get into Unholy.
Okay. What's one great thing about Unholy in general, and what do you think is something that really stinks and you wish they would fix?
For Unholy in general, its theme is just on point. You're summoning so many pets. You have your Army of the Dead. You have, all these death-related cooldowns, dots, all of that, and it's just really good. Probably the biggest stinker, though, is the rotation right now is just not really engaging anymore. Like, you're just building a Bursting Festering Wounds. There's that ebb and flow to it, but it doesn't do anything to keep it interesting moment to moment.
Okay. All right, you have to rate Unholy, Sandlane, and Rider of the Apocalypse, each separately. And this is a holistic, wholesome, all-inclusive, objectively correct tier list. And then it includes both Mythic Plus and rating.
Okay, so for Rider, I'm probably going to go mid-A tier. It's a really, really good spec that's really flexible, so no reason not to put it there. For Sand, I'm probably going to have to put it into B tier, though, just because it's a lot harder to approach. It still does the damage if you can get it out of it, but it's just, I don't know. I don't know if the extra gameplay, extra brain power needed is worth it.
Okay, sounds good. All right, same thing kind of from the beginning for Frost. So things you really like coming into this expansion from Frost versus where it left in Dragonflight.
Oh man, Frost is... Everything we know about Frost got flipped on its head with all the talent changes going into the War Within. We have so many different builds, so many new mechanics to be able to work around, so many changes to just what weapons you want, even for some specific builds, like Dual Wield Blit is just awesome in the War Within.
Oh yeah.
So the gameplay changes, how much they change the talent tree to make things more interesting, a little bit more dynamic. I really, really like how Frost is looking in the War Within. It's probably going to be the most fun it's been ever.
Dude, I'm fucking hyped. Holy shit. Okay, how did the different hero talents feel between the two of them?
Okay, so you know how I said Rider doesn't really change the gameplay?
Yeah.
That doesn't really matter for Frost because you're just doing your thing. You're having fun with the base spec, so you don't need that extra flavor on top of it. And the Utility Rider brings the top of that with all the cool themes. You send out your Frost Worm, all these riders come rushing out alongside it. It's just, it feels cool, man. I love Rider of the Apocalypse to death. And then there's Deathbringer, who has just awesome visual feel to it, flinging scythes around everywhere. You have this, kind of like a shadowy blue visual effect on just about everything. And man, does it look cool to play too. Frost is so good, man.
Dude, fuck. No, man. I have to... I'm so torn between what like the 3 characters I really want to play are, and DK's like battling for that spot. It'd be overcoming Rhett, but I think it might be time. I think Frost DK kind of actually plays like a better Rhett Paladin kind of right now. It's like kind of a similar vibe, at least the dual wield Oblit version. So I'm hyped for that.
Yeah, I kind of feel that.
You have to rate it now. Where would it go?
Oh, okay. So Deathbringer, that's just BFD tier, hands down, no questions asked, man.
Sorry, Deathbringer's... Sorry, my phone randomly just... You said it was in BFD?
Yeah, Deathbringer's in
Big
BFD,
fuck
man.
damn? Holy fucking shit.
As for Rider, it has one major issue that's holding it back so much. None of the pets from Rider scale with Frost Mastery, so it's going to have scaling issues across the entire expansion compared to Deathbringer, where everything scales. So I can't put it in BFD tier with Deathbringer, so it's got to go in A.
Okay, but still really high for A. So DPS DK ended up with a B, 2 A's, and a big fuck damn. That is fucking amazing. All right, thank you for your time, man. Wait, quick, before you go, what class do you want to hear from next? Actually, wait, I already have someone lined up to go next. I lied to you. You do not have that choice.
Okay, fine. I won't choose anyone.
Okay, who do you care about after that, though? What's your class? I can do it 2 from now.
Dude, go Mage. Mages are awesome.
Oh, God, that's going to be 2 wizards in a row. All right, that's fine. We'll do that. Sounds good. All right, see ya.
Yeah, love you.
Love you. Oh, no! He fucking left before me! He left before I even fucking said it. I got fucking owned. That's tilting. All right, guys. I don't know how exactly you're going to feel about this, but we are about to talk to wizards of the demon variety. And because he picked Mage, that means we're going to be talking to 2 wizards in a row. So if you guys are very anti-magic, you're going to want to get the fuck out of here for the next little bit. All right, calling a Warlock. Hello?
Hello?
Dude, what is the lore behind your Discord avatar?
Oh, that's Nudicrous.
Who?
It's a Nudicrous. That's one of those Sphinx cats. He's nude. It's like Nudicrous, like ludicrous, but Nudicrous.
Is it your cat?
No. I'm allergic. It's just a random cat. It's really cool.
Okay.
I like.
Fucking whatever. Okay. How does it feel? You are the first wizard we are talking to today.
Dude, how can I compete with what just happened with DK? He sounds so excited.
He is so excited. It made me excited. It made me want to play a Death Knight immediately.
Me too. Yeah, it's sick.
Okay, well, I hope you can compete with that well. So we can start with whatever Warlock spec you want. You can take it wherever you want. I just want to hear whatever Warlock spec you want. I want to hear how it plays differently going to the War Within from Dragonflight. How you feel about it?
Just do Demonology at first, I guess, because you have it. Yeah.
I do. It's there.
Yeah. So hero talents for Demonology, the spec hasn't changed a whole lot. Like rotationally, you're still summoning imps, still have tyrants. Tyrants a minute cooldown, and not a minute and a half anymore. It's back to being a minute like it was in Shadowlands.
Is it strong though?
It's like not as strong as Shadowlands, but much stronger than it is in Dragonflight. It's like 10% of your damage overall. It's like a solid 1 minute cooldown. So there's that. But rotationally, besides that, not a crazy amount has changed. You summon the purple and red dogs from Antorus, which is really cool. That's super sick. One's like fire based and like AoE, and one's purple single target based, which is super sick. But as far as hero talents are concerned, like Diabolist is easily one of the coolest ones out of any class in the game.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like Warlocks kind of are eating good with hero talents across the board, right? Like I don't know how power level, but theme wise, I feel like they all hit.
Yeah, they're all like super sick. You're summoning, like, you rotate through pets every time with Diabolist, whether it's, Demonology or Destruction, but you're summoning Pit Lords and Big Mommies, Mothers of Chaos, Overlords every 15 seconds. They're just massive, and they empower your abilities. It's super strong. It's super cool. Like, thematically, yeah, Diabolist is one of the coolest ones in the game. It's not even close. I mean, rotationally, not a huge difference. Some abilities they empower give you more shards to do big AoE, but just thematically seeing a huge Pit Lord next to you is super sick.
Yeah, it looks cool.
I mean, so
what is one thing about Demo that you think is like really, really cool? It could be new or not, but you just think is what makes a spec work. It's really sick. And then what's one thing that you would change or you think really stinks?
I think just thematically, they did a much better job at, like, I feel like embracing demonology towards like the middle part of beta when they gave us the purple and red dog. It's like Fahar, Jdotb, Crementaurus and stuff. Thematically, you feel like more of a demonology warlock now. You're still summoning imps and dreadstalkers and things all the same, but like they're sort of embracing a bit more of what like demonology pet summoning is. I thought thematically they did a pretty good job. As far as like what I like to see improve, I think there's excessive amounts of RNG in our rotation now with the changes to our demonic core generation. We used to get basically 2 demonic cores, which are instant cast demon bolts whenever dogs expired, which is once every 20 seconds. It was like literally 2 guaranteed cores, 100% per dog. Now it's 50%. So at times, like you might have those 2 cores, which can greatly improve your setup for your tyrant or your rotation in general. And times you get 0, times you get 1. And I hate rotational RNG like that, especially when you're going into CDs.
That sounds bad.
It's really bad. But I mean, thematically, it's super cool. Soul Harvester is the other hero talent for it as well. Doesn't really change a whole lot. You get 3 shards back whenever you tyrant. It's pretty cool. You summon a little demon on your back, like in a backpack that does damage, but there's no Big Mommy.
Wait, what?
No Pit Lord.
You get. Sorry, who's Big Mommy?
Big Mommy is the Mother of Chaos from Diabolist. It's like a big 6-armed lady that comes in and thrashes around.
Okay.
It's, but yeah, Soul Harvester summons a demon. It's a demonic soul. Whenever you cast a Hand of Gul'dan, it's considered succulent. I didn't make the term up. Blizzard did. I don't know. You generate shards that can be succulent, and whenever you use one, the demon spawns and does damage.
What version of succulent do you mean?
What? Huh? Brother, I don't know what to tell you.
When you hear the word succulent, what do you think?
I'm just sucking. Quick suck. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, my chat keeps trying to convince me that it's a plant, like it's a cactus, but I think of it the same way you think of it.
Oh yeah,
it's all
no
good.
shot.
They're all wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Demo, Soul Harvester and Diabolist, where do they go in each ranking? It's a holistic, wholesome, all-inclusive ranking.
I think Diabolist probably goes like higher end of B. It's that's Soul Harvester, but it's okay.
That's not okay.
Well, I wasn't going to be rude, but I think it goes higher end of B. Damage-wise, it's not the strongest compared to like the Affliction. We'll get to that in a minute, but it's fun thematically. It's got a good damage profile. I mean, good single target, good stack cleave profile. It's been played for the last 10 tiers in a row in progression, let's be honest here. Damage is fine. Soul Harvester is probably like middle of B. Thematically, it's not as exciting. No. It's still okay.
You're telling me Warlock stinks?
Oh, we haven't gotten to Affliction yet. Give it a little bit, all right?
Okay. All right, shit.
Yeah, so you don't really see many demo locks because AF's been doing a lot in beta. So, Affliction's Hellcaller and Soul Harvester based. So similar to Demonology with Soul Harvester, you summon the demon on your back whenever you spend shards, which are succulent. Much less shard generation compared to Demonology, so you don't see the dude in your back as much, but either way, he buffs your rapture damage, which is solid. Doesn't really change rotation a crazy amount. I mean, it's much more stationary than Hellcaller. You get a lot more Nightfall procs as Soul Harvester, which is like an empowered Shadow Bolt or Drain Soul, so it requires you to just remain stationary a bit more. You're playing Drain Soul. You're trying to leverage those procs, because spending Nightfall procs give you more demon spawns and other effects here and there. It's a bit more like complicated compared to Hellcaller. Hellcaller is just literally same as usual. You just have a button you hit every minute, which gives you more haste and more damage to your dots. And Wither replaces Corruption. So, like playstyle wise, Hellcaller for AF is basically the same thing. You just get a button to hit, which juices you up, which feels good. Soul Harvester, more Nightfall procs. Whenever you cast your Soul Rot, this is all Warlock talk to you. You get more shards. It's fun, but
Excuse me, I understand.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
I don't want to hear this. Okay, what about if you could improve, if you're a developer at Blizzard for a couple days and you can improve one thing about Affliction Warlock, what is it?
I mean, we've hit on this a million times, but it covers both specs. In Mythic Plus, we need some way to like reapply Agony without having to manually reapply 7 or 8 in between every. Shadow Priest has Shadow Crash, which applies both touch and Shadow Word Death or pain whenever you cast it. Warlock has Vile Taint. There's a lot of weird terminology for Warlock, succulent stuff and Vile Taints, but yeah, so Vile Taint applies Agony. It's on a half-minute cooldown, but Agony lasts, I believe, 16 seconds, 18, something like that, and Vile Taint's half a minute.
So you need more Vile Taint.
Yeah, you need to refresh Agony manually on 7 or 8 targets like in between Vile Taints, and when you finish refreshing, it's back off cooldown, so you can just cast it again. It's a really awkward sequencing. They need to I think a great way to do it, just make Infirmity, there's a talent below Vile Taint that comes out of it. Just make it so if agony is applied by a Vitalate, it just applies for double the duration. It's literally it. Super easy fix.
All right. That's W BlizzDev move.
Yeah.
All right, you have to rate Affliction now, though.
I think Hellcaller, Soul Harvester's a little better in single target, but it's more stationary, a bit more like niche in certain spots. But they're both good. I would put Soul Harvester probably like, it's in A tier, probably like mid-ish A tier. This is both Mythic Plus and rating combined, or?
Yeah, wholesome.
Okay. I would put Hellcaller above that in A tier probably, because it's better in Plus than Soul Harvester. Probably like fourth, or like it's not meta, but it's like that's fine right there actually. It's not like incredibly strong. Soul Harvester's a little better in single target, but like more stationary, all that stuff. So, but they're both good. Hellcaller has been cranking in Mythic Plus, and Soul Harvester's pretty good too. So
okay,
I think A tier's fine.
Okay, so looking at Destro though, does Destro? This is how it appears to me, where it seems like Hellcaller was made for Affliction. And it seems like Diabolist was made for Demo, so Destro is like has 2 hero talents that were made for other specs. Does it actually feel that way?
Yeah, it sort of does. Yeah. I think thematically they're both like universally applicable and cool when it comes to playing Destro. But yeah, if you're playing Hellcaller, it's the same as like Wither replaces your Immolate. Immolate's like a hard cast time. Wither's instant cast, so that actually helps like rotationally. You can just tag mobs with Wither, or open up with instant cast. But besides that, I mean, same thing as Destro would have for a long time. You just hit Malevolence, which is your minute cooldown for Hellcaller every minute. Get some haste and some more damage from Wither. That's it. And yeah, Diabolist feels. I mean, it's still cool. Big mommy's running around, Pit Lord's thrashing, Big D with an axe is swinging, but it's just the same thing as like some Big Demon's very cool. But
what does Destro's like baseline gameplay feel like? Like it's gone through so many iterations of like how it feels in mass pulling in Mythic Plus, and they nerfed the generation of that. Like, what does Destro feel like in the expansion?
It feels about the same as it has, honestly. There was an issue with Destro a few weeks ago where it was doing ludicrous damage for a few days. They buffed it a crazy amount. They buffed Diabolist pets by like one got a 900% buff, and the two got like 400. And Destro was casting Rain of Fire in single target for a few weeks. A week or two, give or take, but you still spend your shards on Chaos Bolt. It became a really weird play style. Like your procs, not shards. Like your main damage and procs on Chaos Bolt. They fixed that, but they reverted all the pet changes, nerfed them all back down, nerfed the ritual duration back. So it feels like Destro on retail for the most part. You have Soulfire, which is actually really cool. That's a sort of a old ability that got overhauled. It's actually really fun to cast. It's a huge glob of green or red fire.
Yeah,
fire. But yeah, but I mean, they nerfed the synergy with that and Channel Demon Fire, so it doesn't proc as often anymore. It's a really cool synergy. They found a way to make both really fun and exciting to play, and they broke the synergy. Now it's just like, well, you play it, but it needs buffs. But yeah.
Well, I mean, that kind of goes right into what I was going to ask. So, like, again, you're a Blizzard developer purely for Destro. You could change one thing. What are you doing?
That's a loaded question.
It isn't. It's a very simple question.
I think I separate Cataclysm and Inferno and find some way to tune that, because having Cataclysm as a way to apply all your dots or all your Immolates or Withers feels really good. With Inferno, also, I'm sure it would feel great, but, been asking for that for a long time. I would also like revert the change to Channel Demon Fire and Soulfire. They broke it because they had to hit a lot of synergies with Shard Gen to, like, essentially make Rain of Fire spam not as good. I think you can probably revert that change, though, tweak things a little bit more, because that was a really fun playstyle. You made CDF feel good to hit finally. Soulfire was good to hit finally. It felt good to play. Now they're both like, you don't play CDF anymore, and Soulfire is just, it's there. I'd revert that and find some way to make that work again, and separate Cata and Inferno. That's wishful thinking. So
okay. All right, you have to rate Destro. You have to rate both Hellcaller and Diabolist. Where are you at?
They're both in C tier. I would put Hellcaller probably about third, and Diabolist like towards the bottom of it probably. Honestly, they need buffs a good bit. So thematically fun to play, but they're about 150k behind AF and Demo right now. So
that's pretty.
It's probably over nerfed.
Yep. Okay. All right, that sounds good. Thank you for your time.
All right, no problem. GG, I love you all.
I get fucking that's a W for me. That's a fucking W for me. I hung up in his fucking face after I said it. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. No, that's W. Huge W right there. We're gonna call Preheat for Magus. He's been a Magus this time. All right, he's ready. Hello, friend.
Hello, 1 second. Let me mute you on stream.
What the fuck?
How's it going? Gotta hear it. Only here, no echoes.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're muting my stream so it doesn't. Okay, I understand. I thought you were just saying like, hey, I'm getting in the call. Give me a second. I'm gonna fucking mute you. Like, what the hell? Oh, dude, I thought about you the other day. I was at a photo shoot thing, and it was randomly like part of the 2 weekends in LA where it's really fucking hot, and I just remembered living in Texas for a little bit and how it's just absolutely hot there all the fucking time. It's fucking hype.
Yeah, it's a hellscape.
It was the exact same humid feeling and everything. Okay, so I have you on to talk about Mage. I think you've gone kind of back more towards Mage and less in the Evoker area, right?
Big time. Yeah, I still play Evoker and I still do the guides for it, but I've spent 90% of my time on beta playing Mage.
Why is that?
Well, Mage is extremely exciting, and everything about it is kind of changing for the better. Obviously, there's always issues, but it's looking really fun and definitely less complicated as compared to before, which I think a lot of people kind of got turned off by. So it's looking really good.
All right, fuck yeah. Do you care what spec we start with?
We should start with the most hype one, I think. Yeah, so that's going to be Sun Fury Arcane, if we want to talk about Arcane first.
Yeah, we'll just do both hero talents for Arcane, but yeah, the so I guess how does Arcane feel coming out of Dragonflight going into the War Within?
So coming into the War Within, Arcane has a bit of a weird situation because the talents themselves, this is true by the way for all the mage specs, the talents themselves for the mage specs were done first, and then they did the hero talents, and then they changed the mage talents after. So we kind of have this weird thing where Blizzard almost like overcooked it in a way, but sometimes in a good way, or maybe in an unintentionally good way. So essentially the playstyles are fairly similar to like if you played it before, like same main ideas, but a lot of the core mechanics have been tweaked in some way that actually changes the gameplay a lot. So for Arcane, the biggest thing is that Nether Precision, which is like the buff you use to basically amp up your Arcane Blast. That also works on Barrage too. And there was this whole thing where apparently it was unintentional that we could barrage after our blast and like double dip on it. So they nerfed it, then they put it back. I won't get into the weeds on how that works. Just know that basically we can press Arcane Barrage a lot more now. And that's a good thing. And they also condensed a lot of talents. They got rid of the really annoying stuff. So like Mana Gem is gone. That was a pain point. Reorganized the talents in a way. Some capstones are still pretty bad. So we don't really have like a lot of talent variety. But overall, I'd say the playstyle is good enough that it makes up for it.
Okay. How do the two hero talents fare against each other for Arcane?
So right now there's a tuning issue where basically one of the mage hero talent specs is like considerably ahead of everything else. So Sun Fury right now is doing about 30% more than Fire, just for example. Like it's just way higher. But I will say that like that's tuning, right? They're gonna probably tune it. But Spellslinger is a fun rotation. It's a little simplistic compared to Sun Fury, but it is about 300k behind in single target. So that's kind of a big deal, right? Like until they tune it, it's hard for me to really recommend it. I will say this though, it has kind of a different emphasis, which informs the playstyle. So like for Spellslinger, you're mainly concerned about consuming as many Nether Precisions as possible. So you're always doing the queuing with like the Blast Barrage, and it feels like you kind of have like a rhythm to it that you just repeat over and over and over again. Where it's like you use your missiles, you get arcane charges from that because we have a new talent called High Voltage, which basically gives us charges from missiles, which is really cool. And then we blast into another blast into Barrage, which basically finishes out our charges, resets them, and then we do it again. We just do that over and over and over again. Whereas Sun Fury is a lot less concerned with the Nether Precision stuff. Like you still obviously want to double dip it whenever possible, but you're more concerned about this new buff that you have. There's this buff called Spellfire Spheres, where basically every 6 Arcane Blast or Arcane Barrage, you're going to build up this orb that your bird eats. By the way, the bird's name is Arlo. He's really cool. But he eats those, and you get a buff, and that buff gives you basically the same idea. It's like you get more damage on your Blast and Barrage if you queue it. So essentially, you're just like Arcane Blasting a whole bunch. You're using missiles to get Nether Precision. And then whenever this buff procs, you blast in the Barrage. It's like pretty simple on its face, but it leads to some really interesting gameplay.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but that's fucking hype.
Just press Arcane Blast.
I love that. Okay, so if there's one thing you could change about Arcane, if you're a Blizzard guy, what would you do?
Okay, so it's not purple enough. Like it's seriously lacking the purple.
Dude, that's when you know your class is just built fucking diffy. When you get asked that question and you're talking about colors. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, there's other things too. I'd say my biggest issue is just the lack of purple, but I mean, we could also talk about like a bunch of the dead talents, and you know, they gave us this new thing, so we don't have Temporal Warp anymore, we don't have the Double Lust anymore, and they said, hey, look, we're gonna tune this so it's an alternative to Time Anomaly, and that was 2 months ago, and they haven't touched it, and it's like more than like 4% behind it. It's just never been good. So like they just haven't even done anything with it, right? So there's like little things like that, but overall it's pretty fun.
Now I'm fucking mad. Okay, you have to rate Arcane, both hero talents on this list. Where the fuck does it go?
Okay, so Arcane is really, really good. Anything that I say right now is probably going to change because I expect there to be tuning. But if I had to just like put Arcane down, Sun Fury first, I guess, right? Because we're doing hero talents.
Yeah.
Okay. Just put it in the the BFD. Was that big
fuck
frickin'
damn
donger? Oh
no,
damn.
Big
Okay,
fuck
yeah,
damn. It says it right
Okay.
there.
All right, yeah. Just slap that shit at the top. Put it in the front too. Good.
Oh,
Okay.
geez.
Yeah. So that's where that one belongs. So Spellslinger is pretty good overall. I can't, in good conscience, put it anywhere near that tier because it's just so far behind. But I say just put it in the A tier.
Oh yeah.
I think both of them honestly are like really solid Mythic Plus.
It's just fucking whatever.
And
right?
Raid, honestly, like they
pretty
have so
dog
much
shit,
funnel
throw it
damage.
in
So
A,
like in Raid, this
whatever.
thing is just gonna absolutely pop off, especially on like fights like Silken Court where you have like ads that join the fight and you can get funnel from it. But yeah, in Mythic Plus, it's just really good because AUG is, AUG now has this thing where they can use more Breath of Aeons through their bombardment cooldown reduction. So it actually works really well with Arcane because the cooldowns line up fairly well and it's just very bursty.
Okay, fuck yeah. All right, on to Fuego or Frost Mage, whichever one you want to do.
Let's talk about Fire next.
Okay.
So for Fire, the rotation is pretty much the same, but the talents are completely different. I mean, they completely changed this thing, and they've been whipping it back and forth. I mean, we're getting whiplash at this point, but they did this thing where they wanted Living Bomb to be a good button, and then they changed it to not be a button, but like a good buff. And then it was really good, and then it was bad, and it was good, and it was bad, and now it's just completely awful. It's completely cosmetic. So I expect they'll probably change, but yeah, so the core rotation is fairly similar. The main thing is you have an option now. So before you had to play Sun King's Blessing. That's the one where you like build charges and then you like spend your hardcast Fire Blast to get a combustion.
Yeah.
You don't have to play that all the time anymore. And also just like in general, Fire has a lot more mobility, which I mean, let's be real, right? Like it was already crazy mobile, and now it just has more. So it's just like
why not?
insane mobility.
Yeah.
You have the same cheat death, right? You have all the benefits that you had before. You have more stuff to go into execute, although all the Scorch stuff kind of sucks, but we take it anyways because Living Bomb is dead. But so Sun Fury, it's the same concepts as Arcane where you're like building up the orbs, right, to feed your bird, and then you consume it for a buff. It's also got this cool thing where you get Hyperthermia. That's the buff where you like just machine gun Pyroblasts back to back. So that's like built into it. So it naturally synergizes with UI, which is Unleashed Inferno. That's the one where you don't go Sun King's Blessing. You just have like a better combust window. You like do more damage in it, and you have more combustions. So like you use your combustion a lot more, and it just feels better to use. For Frostfire, you're basically just Fire Mage as it exists now, but just with blue added to it. Don't get me wrong, the aesthetics are really cool. Like it looks awesome, right? But the damage is just
what the fuck
not
is he
good. Honestly, for either of these two, like Fire is okay. But like I said, it's like 30% behind Sun Fury Arcane. So like if we're comparing it against the other spec that Mage has access to, I don't really see a world where like you would go Fire until they nerf the other stuff or like buff this stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's just not a fair comparison. But I think if they fix the Living Bomb stuff, Fire actually may be pretty solid. Like the rotation itself is great.
So
and
would that be the thing you change if you're a Blizzard guy? You'd make Living Bomb. You'd fulfill that vision.
Yeah, I would definitely buff Living Bomb. Living Bomb should actually do something, and it should be like really good in AoE, I think. I think that would be really fun. I think they did a good job with the Flame Strike rework. They basically made all the Flame Strike stuff do a lot more damage, and we now have an option where you don't have to yell at the tank to like stay still, because your Flame Strike just does the damage and it's over with. There's no like Flame Patch afterwards
Oh,
if you
that's
go that
good.
talent. Yeah, so it feels a lot better to play that, and you don't really have to invest many talents in it at all to go that way, so it's kind of nice. But the problem is, since they made Living Bomb useless, now you have to invest more talents to go that way, and also you would basically get talents for like Living Bomb Ignite stuff that just would be useless to you because you wouldn't use Living Bomb anyways. So like, I think overall it's really solid. Like, has everything you want for raid. It's got the cheat death. It's got the execute. It's got decent
Crazy
burst.
mobility.
Yeah, crazy mobility. If I were to change something, it would definitely be like buff Living Bomb and also tune it up just a bit. I would like to see the burst actually do more. Like, I would like to see combustion actually like have more damage as well. Like, it's actually like a very it doesn't have a lot of burst in general. Like, Sun Fury has more burst than Frostfire, but in general, Fire doesn't really have much burst right now, which kind of feels wrong to me.
Yeah, it is different from how Mage normally is. All right, you have to rate both Fire specs. Where are they at?
So with current tuning, I think Sun Fury is probably, I'll be honest, I think it may actually be A tier. I think it may actually be A tier because the damage diff between like Sunfury Fire and like Spellslinger
Fire
Arcane, which I
fucking
also put in A
sucks
tier,
right
is
now,
only
bro.
about like 100k.
Just throw it in A.
So it's like
whatever.
within just a stone throw if they just fix the Living Bomb stuff. But Frostfire is down bad. Like until they fix the Living Bomb stuff, until they just like add damage to those hero talents, it's kind of like dead in the water. It looks really cool, plays fun. It's just the damage just isn't there. So I'm gonna have to put it at like C tier for now. I think it has potential because it does give the mage like more survivability. Like you get basically double barriers with it, but at like a reduced effectiveness. So it's actually got some really nice utility to it. It's just it just doesn't do damage. That's the problem.
Okay, we're on to Frost. So Frost, unfortunately, compared to the 2 rankings so far, doesn't have Sun Fury, which is unfortunate. It looks like, but it has. How do the two things work out for Frost?
Okay, so for Frost, we've got, so it should say, no, it's good. I'm looking at your screen. Frostfire and Spellslinger, we're good to go.
Yeah.
So Frostfire Frost is also down bad. Frostfire just in general, the talents, they just like forgot to add damage to the talents for some reason.
Yeah.
And then they like nerfed them just a couple days ago, which is super weird because it's behind by like 10% for both Frost and Fire. Like both the specs that use it, it's behind. And then they just nerf it randomly, so who knows what they're thinking. But I think Frostfire Frost right now is probably like complete beans. I mean like it could be good if they just like give it a little love, but it's not really great. And then Spellslinger Frost is actually kind of lit. So Spellslinger Frost, the biggest thing that changed for Frost in general is that Spellslinger gets infinite Winter's Chill. So that's the buff where if you do an Ice Lance, and you have like Flurry up, you have it act as if they're frozen, right? So for Spellslinger, the way that you get your Splinters, because Spellslinger is all about getting the Splinters, right? You consume Winter's Chill, but then if you get 8 of those consumed, then you get a free Winter's Chill. And since each one consumes 1, and since in your cooldowns you get double value, you can basically end up in a situation where you just do like 12 Ice Lances in a row. And that's like your rotation. It's like, oh cool, I just mash Ice Lance and if Frozen Orb comes up, I press that, but I mainly just press Ice Lance over and over again. So like some people like that and say it's great because they're like a beam hunter, right? And nothing really messes with you. So like if you have to do stops in Mythic Plus, it's like, okay, who cares, right? Whereas Arcane is like sweating like, no way, dude. Ain't no way I'm pressing the stop right now, man. I got to queue my spells. But I'd say overall, like in Raid and in Mythic Plus, I think Frost is really solid. It's just, again, we have Sunfury Arcane, so we're comparing against that, and the damage is much lower, so it's a tough comparison. But I think Spellslinger Frost is like A tier. Go ahead.
No, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I think that was a little unfair to Frostfire Frost. I think it should be C tier. I said it was complete beans, but I was just lashing out. It's actually C tier.
Frostfire Frost?
Frostfire. I know it sounds stupid, right? Saying Frostfire Frost, but yes, that's the name of it.
Okay, Frostfire Frost and C. You were lashing out. It's okay. Everyone does that.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck yeah. That is I just found it funny that 2 times you were like, yeah, this shit's like a really far behind. Whatever. Just throw it in A. Just like that's the most mage shit of all time. Fuck yeah.
I mean, tuning's gonna happen. But even if tuning happens, I really hope that they keep the playstyle of it the way it is because it's just super fun. And you have infinite funnel, and you have like these windows where you just can like mash barrages. Feels really good. So hopefully they don't clip that down too much.
All right, cool. All right, thank you for your time. That's all I need.
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck. Yep, love you. Bye. W me. He didn't even say shit. W. Huge W.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. I don't know why that was weird. Sorry
Let's
about that.
fucking go. I love to hear that. Okay, we're here to talk about Shadow. So since we've last talked, Shadow's been fucking popping off, huh? I feel like Shadow's been good for a little bit.
Yeah, so we've had really just good tuning, which, I mean, Psychic Link has a lot of problems, but if the single target is good, or even just average, you're going to do really well anytime you push up into high keys. It still has problems if you're like playing the spec at like a low level, but I mean, you're pushing high keys, it's going to be really good.
Okay, well, how does that feel in the War Within? Is that still similar? How does it feel leaving Dragonflight and going into this expansion?
So they've changed basically fucking nothing. The spec is the same thing that it was in Dragonflight. They changed like a really couple minor things, but otherwise it's the same spec. Big stuff, they removed mind games, and then we have the hero talents. They fixed a couple interactions with spells to like make the hero talents play a little better, but the actual base spec itself is exactly the same, which I think is just kind of disappointing. I think we were all kind of looking for something. So that part kind of sucks, but the good news is if you're a fan of the way that Shadow plays right now in Dragonflight, you're gonna like it in the War Within. It's the same thing. Right? Obviously, there's a couple differences of like what's tuned well. There are some play styles or some talents that people don't like playing that might become meta. But other than that, it's basically the same.
Okay. How do the hero talents play into that? Do they both kind of have that similar gameplay feel? Do you prefer one rather than the other? How do the hero talents play?
I mean, I think, again, I'm pretty disappointed for both of them. I think they just didn't get a whole lot of iteration or changes, and they kind of both came out and didn't really get anything new or different added after feedback cycles. Which is kind of disappointing. I think the biggest one, Void Weavers, just looks really cool. I think Jack was talking about how it's just really exciting for disc, and I would tend to agree. Visually, it's really awesome. One of the best I think they've probably made. But the way that it plays just doesn't fit thematically for it. So Shadow Priest has 2 cooldowns. You either play Dark Ascension or Void Eruption. For whatever reason, just the way that it worked out, Void Weaver doesn't play Void Eruption, which I think it just has a lot of people kind of on edge. It's like, well, if you're going to pick the Void hero talent spec, I want to play all the Void talents. That and it's just super undertuned, so I don't know how much it's actually going to get played. So I think that's just kind of disappointing. And then Archon is just more of the same. You do get to cast kind of some Radiating Halos, which has some annoying problems and a lot of bugs with how it pulls mobs and does weird things with people that aren't in combat. But I don't know. It's basically the same spec. The fun part, I guess, with Archon, the nice good thing, if you like playing Void Eruption is better for Archon. And, so if you're a Void Eruption gamer, you can at least have fun playing that. We're probably going to be playing Archon for basically everything with the way the tuning has currently worked out. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, overall kind of disappointing. They could have done a lot with these. There's not a whole lot going on with them. And I think, they could have done more.
So not even necessarily hero talent specific, but you said you didn't get a lot of changes. Is there any, if you were to be a Blizzard developer for a day, for 2 days, for 3 days, what would be the first thing you would fix?
It's tough because I think from a playstyle perspective, the first thing that I would do is just remove Dark Ascension and Mind Spike. It's actually been almost, I just checked before this. It's been almost 500 days since they made a blue post saying that they were going to revisit Dark Ascension, and they haven't looked at it since. And it's just really underdeveloped and just needs something. And I think at this point, I would just remove it and move on and just kind of focus the spec around Void Eruption again.
This guy's counting.
That's going to ruffle some feathers, but I think the design of Shadow is just so fractured right now because they're trying to make 2 specs work at the same time, and it just ends up in this really fractured design space. So from a playstyle perspective, I'd say that. I do have to also mention we still have the utility problem that's been there since basically the start of Dragonflight, where we have 4 utility nodes in our spec tree at the very top. If we take more than 2 of those, it's a damage loss. And that's how we get one of our really good defensive nodes right now. You either pick that, Silence, or Dispersion. That's just horrible. They just need to make one of those baseline. It's a really, I don't know. Losing DPS to get defensive feels fucking horrible. There's no excuse for that.
Let me go back to the first thing you said. So you had receipts for this, which I respect. You said 500 days ago they said we're gonna rework or change this thing, and then they just fucking made that up. they just
that's
didn't
correct.
Do it. Let's go. That goes crazy.
Yep.
I love that. Okay, where would you put Void Weaver in the upcoming expansion?
I think I'd put it Beans. It's they just really missed the mark on what it plays with, and tuning wise, it's just behind Archon in almost everything. So
all right,
yeah.
Okay, what about Archon though?
Archon, I'm gonna put it C tier. I think it's actually numbers wise, it's okay, but it just kind of misses the mark for me on theme and doesn't really do a whole lot to the base rotation. You're kind of just doing the same thing that you're already doing. It's not super I'm not that excited to play Archon, if that makes sense. I'm excited to play Shadow because I think Shadow of the base spec of it's still a fun spec to play, but Archon isn't really giving it anything new in that regard. So for me, it's C tier.
Okay, I respect that. God damn, dude, Shadow Priest is down tremendous.
Well, here's the thing, right? Psychic Link is still a thing. It's probably still going to be meta in high keys, although I'm not sure how it's going to translate to people just doing kind of weekly stuff, and you'll probably see kind of average raid performance. So but if you're a high key pusher, I think Shadow's probably still going to be really strong.
Okay. Yeah, that's what makes this thing make sense, chat. You guys are like, how can it be meta and high keys and C? Because this is a wholesome tier list.
It's the whole thing, yeah.
It's holistic. All right, thank you. Thank you for your time. Love that. Love you, bye. Get out of here. I'm out. Oh my God. That's 2 in a row. Fuck everybody I'm talking to. W me. Tettles, haven't you been playing a lot of AUG too?
Yeah.
Are you an AUG genius?
Oh hell! Oh no!
Oh okay. Never mind.
I just play the spec.
That's beautiful. Okay.
I just log on the spec.
But you're a Moonkin genius.
That's a very.
Yeah. Are any Moonkins geniuses really? That's the question. Okay. So. Yeah. All right. So how does, and I know, I think the answer to this is not going to be very good, but How does Moonkin feel to play going into the War Within coming from Dragonflight?
Can you take a look at your
Yes,
DM
I
real quick?
see it. I'll put it on the fucking screen. This is the message he just fucking sent me.
All right, so you're walking through the grocery store. You walk down the canned food aisle, and you
Okay.
see yourself. You're on the shelf. What are you?
Oh,
You're
shit.
a can of baked beans. Bush is original. Spec is ass.
What-
The entire Spec is really
Okay,
bad
but
right now.
okay, real quick before I need to do a sponsor check real quick. But like Bush's beans is fine. Like they're good for beans, right? You're not saying like this is the worst kind of baked beans. You're saying like you're just saying that Moonkin suck.
Moon can suck.
Yeah. So shout out Bush's though. Stay big. But
Yeah, and use code Maximum25 at checkout of your local grocery
that's
store
a
for
made up
5% off.
that'd be insane if you went to a grocery store, by the way, and you asked at the self checkout where you can input someone's creator code. That would go absolutely insane. Okay, but actually though, what feels bad about it? What feels bad about Moonkin? What makes it so beansy?
You want tuning or you want design?
No, let's do design.
I think the design issue. I don't really want to like get too into the details because I've seen you like falling asleep with some of the people.
Okay, no,
really
that's
describing
not
the
true.
spec.
It's just,
But
I'm stupid, man. When people start going too into it, I just don't know what they're talking about.
all you need to know is that the gameplay has really little depth. They've removed all of the depth and the complexity with the spec. Basically, it feels like you're just pressing your builder and your spender. You're not really doing anything else beyond that. It is really straightforward how you're playing, and they removed a lot of the cool stuff over the course of Dragonflight. Dragonflight Season 1 was one of the coolest designs of the spec, and they just removed all of that since then and made it like a lot worse.
Okay, well, do any of the hero talents bring that up in any way? Like, are any of the hero talents, like, do they change your gameplay for the better?
No. So Elun's Chosen just already affects pre-existing gameplay, and Keeper of the Grove arguably makes your gameplay like substantially worse. So Keeper of the Grove's the green one, and Elun's Chosen's the blue one.
Yeah.
This is like generational dooming that we have going on with Moonkin right now.
Yeah, this is crazy, dude. The way you like collected your thoughts and then just said no, just fucking that got me real good.
They just like shipped the spec on launch of alpha and then didn't do anything to the spec design wise aside from tuning. It feels like it's very similar to I don't know. It's just really unfortunate. It's really unfun to play. The tuning is really bad. I don't think that there's really much to say about it. Again, I could talk about all the spells and stuff like that, but I just don't think that's the point of a tier list.
Yeah.
I would just dump both these in complete beans and just know that I think that every druid I know that's trying to play DPS druid is prepping feral for raid, and Elun's Chosen is like okay for M+, but it is not good.
Okay, if you're a Moonkin guy and you get hired at Blizzard, and then they
Okay.
give you the ability to do literally anything, and you can change Moonkin, what would you do?
30% aura buff. Nobody gives a fuck about design. They only care about being strong damage-wise.
Okay, that's kind of not true though, right? Because isn't there some issues between like single targeting and AoEing and like the talents in between those things and like how long it takes your shit to get going?
Does anybody care about that?
Maybe not. I mean, maybe you're the genius.
Listen,
I mean,
I think that the design of the spec is really bad. I don't think it's very fun to play. For gameplay stuff, I would maybe be looking to remove Eclipse. I think that most players in general just only care if their spec is OP. So, like, I would just give the spec a 30% aura buff, and I'm sure you would see a lot of Moonkin players, and they would be like, this is the greatest shit ever.
is it really 30% behind?
I mean, you've seen raid testing.
I have no opinion on anything.
The spec is really bad in raid. It's not 30% behind a Mythic Plus. That is definitely a little bit of a gaslight, but it is surprisingly bad in raid, especially since you have to like factor in there's fights like Silk and Court. What's it, Brew Twister? A bunch of fights that have a bunch of spread cleave that Moonkin would historically be good for. Most of your AoE damage is now in Starfire and not Starfall, so you want the mobs to be stacked, and so like you don't even have this weird niche of like AoE spread AoE that you used to have.
Dude, this is so sad.
It's
But is it deserved?
Is it deserved? I don't know. I don't think so.
That's gaslighting. But did you deserve this?
I don't know. I think it's also kind of comical that they've fixed our class tree 3 times and it's gotten progressively worse every single time.
Yeah, that was the crazy. They just sent that shit natty at the beginning of the beta cycle, and then they were just like, here's your new class tree, and everyone's like, especially if you're a Resto or a Moonkin, you're like, hey, so like all these like very required things are deep down in the Guardian and Feral path where you have to take like Iron Fur or physical damage reduction or increased damage on Thrash to get, which by the way, you need defensives because I still think Moonkins are probably bottom tier survivability in the game still.
It's probably the worst since Hunter got.
Because it was like it was down there with like the DPS shamans. It was down there with like healer priests for a while. It was down there with hunters, and all of those classes got significantly buffed DPS wise. And maybe you could argue Moonkin has as well, but you have to just lose so many free class tree points to do that. So it's like
yeah.
Oh.
I mean, ultimately, like the reason that's incomplete beans mostly is due to the fact that it does absolutely no fucking damage, but it's not very fun. I would definitely advise to stay away from it unless you've been playing Balanced Druid for 15 years and you can't play anything else and you don't want to play anything else.
Well, what do you mean they can? Moonkins are really smart. They could play anything, right?
All right, love you. Bye.
Wait. Oh, I wasn't. No, Elmi. That's crazy. I wasn't expecting that at all. He was instantly gone too, by the way, like before he even finished saying that. Holy shit. Okay, so Warrior. We're going to talk a little bit about Fury and Arms. We can start it whichever one you want first. But we are going to do like this in order. So I'm going to ask you like how the class feels generally to play, or the spec feels generally to play after Dragonflight going into the War Within. Then we'll get into a little bit of the hero talents. I'll give you some time to point out things you think should feel better or that they could fix. And then you will rate each individual hero talent separately. So like you'll rate Fury twice and Arms twice. All right, which one do you want to start with?
Right, I'll start with Arms.
Start with Arms. Okay, this is the one I know. I know you're a big Arms guy. You like Arms a lot. Okay, so what? How does it feel playing Arms going into the War Within?
Right, so rage generation and spending has slowed down quite a bit. I think execute in general feels pretty bad rage-wise. I feel like we have too little, unless we talent into all execute talents. I do feel like some of the execute rage talents should be moved to baseline, or at least partially moved to baseline, so it doesn't feel so bad when you don't have execute stuff talented.
Okay.
But I'll go into that later. In general, I think Arms baseline, without thinking about the hero talents, is probably like a 6 out of 10 fun-wise.
Is that down?
Too much going on.
Is that down from the last expansion?
Very slightly, yeah.
Okay. Well, moving into the hero talents then, like what hero talents for Arms sticks out to you as something you really like?
Out of the two, I like Slayer more than Colossus. Slayer just adds more sudden death procs, so you get more executes, you get more and stronger blade storms as well. So it's just normal Arms, but with with blade storm that feels pretty damn good, and the execute procs are nice too. Colossus Arms though, that one I actually don't like. I actually made a video about that one, and I was complaining throughout the entire video. But yeah, it adds an ability called Demolish, and you have to cast it every 30 seconds or so. It's a channeled ability similar to Fearlock, the legendary.
Yeah.
So you can't move during the cast. It does hit hard. It's going to cause a lot of deaths, and it's frustrating. And you also need a target for some reason. You can't just, throw it like you do a...
and you use it pretty often, right? Because doesn't it have some built-in stuff where it like reduces the cooldown of it after you've reached a certain amount of stacks? So this is something you're casting like multiple times a minute, right?
Yeah, that's right. That CDR is actually problematic because it doesn't line up with the rest of our CDR. So, I don't like that aspect of it either.
Okay. Well, so this isn't necessarily hero talent related. It can also be Arms related. And maybe you actually already mentioned this right off the jump when you started talking about the gameplay. But like, if you were hired at Blizzard, you moved to Irvine, and in your first 3 days, you could change anything you wanted. What would be something you would change about Arms Warrior?
I just revert to the fucking Legion.
Just straight up, just gut everything and give us Legion Arms Warrior?
Yeah.
That's a pretty simple answer. I actually haven't had anyone answer that yet. Just pick the best time it's ever existed and just do that. That's actually pretty based. Okay, fuck yeah. All right, if you have to put Arms, Slayer, and Colossus, if you were to rate them on this tier list, where do you think they end up? And this is including Mythic Plus, Raid, Feel, fucking tuning, everything. And it's objectively correct and will never be wrong or changed.
I'm going to say Slayer Arms, mid B.
Okay.
Colossus Arms, bottom B.
Oh, you made it sound like it was... You just hate the gameplay of it like really, really fucking bad rather than its tuning.
The numbers are fine.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate a man who loves his design. All right.
There's some problems with the spec I can talk about as well.
For Arms?
If you want.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, okay. There are some talents that we are not picking at all. Exhilarating Blows is a talent that resets Mortal Strike cooldown, but Mortal Strike in itself isn't very strong unless it's buffed by the rest of your abilities. So like just getting a Mortal Strike reset and using a natty Mortal Strike just isn't very good. So that's why you don't talent into that. Battle Lord has the same problem. It also resets Mortal Strike, but it doesn't have Mentrali, so you don't really pick it. They absolutely gutted the Avatar capstones as well. Neither are played pretty much ever with what we didn't redesign.
Okay.
Fatality is also super undertuned. It's the talent that works like the ink pod trinket.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that thing needs a buff for sure.
Yeah,
And
that's
also,
actually
I
really
think
sad because I feel like that's one of the coolest things. Like that is so spec defining. Arms is already an execute class. Like, or I mean, I guess maybe historically it is known as like something that was really strong execute, really high on a boss. Just imagine if you had something like Ink Pod to kind of go into that. It doubles down on like the normal design fantasy of the class, and it also could potentially own. But also, I guess the reason why Ink Pod was so good was also because you could line it up with Coral in the same tier, right? Do you think it's missing something like that to enable it?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what they what they want to do with this thing, honestly, because it was slightly problematic in Dragonflight, where it didn't benefit from any of the warrior buffs, right, such as Avatar or Colossus Smash or anything, because they didn't want you to try and line up the fatality with your cooldowns. But because Tester might actually increase the damage of it if you had Tester might active the moment that you popped it. Tester might would increase the damage of it. So you had to kind of time your Colossus.
Oh, that sounds kind of weird. And then imagine like your damage in the raid slows down, and I see.
Yeah. But that's not a thing anymore because they slow down our raid spend and generation. Tester might is just a lot weaker because we're not spending as much rage. So I guess it's a non-issue right now. But if Tester might makes the comeback, then that will still be an issue.
Okay, what about Fury though? How does Fury feel gameplay wise leaving Dragonflight and going into the War Within?
One more thing with arms.
Oh, okay, slam it.
You know the thing I talked about, execute. Execute feels Sky Fury feels even more mandatory now. Now that execute feels so bad rage wise.
Do you mean the Shaman buff, right?
Yeah.
Like if you don't have that, well, I mean, I guess the good thing about that is you'll always. Oh, maybe a Mythic Plus you won't, right? So you might be seeking out a Shaman to do Mythic Plus with.
Arms defensives also feels pretty weak now. Could use a slight bump there, I think.
Oh, I actually haven't thought about that recently, where DPS warrior stands specifically Arms warrior stands defensively versus some of the other classes in the game who used to be worse but have all been buffed significantly. So you think that Arms might be on the lower end of classes in the game then?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Also, Colossus Smash is better than Warbreaker in all content, even in M+, and Warbreaker should just be straight up better when there are multi-targets, but it isn't like that right now.
Okay.
But yeah, okay, let's move on to Fury.
Yeah, let's do Fury.
So where did we start again?
Just
baseline.
So yeah, just kind of baseline. Like you played Emir Drasil a little bit, maybe you played Season 4 a little bit, you're playing Fury, you haven't paid attention to the War Within beta at all, and now you're about to log in on day one. What should you expect?
Okay, so Fury overall, I think it's a lot more fun overall to play right now. Odin's Fury is back. Fury has got Bladestorm again now as well. Actually feels really, really good to have Bladestorm back as Fury. It hits really hard. It's super fast. Somehow Fury Bladestorm just feels better than Arms. I don't know why, but it just does. I think it is just because it takes faster and it doesn't last as long also. They did try to balance Bloodthirst and Raging Blow as our generators. They actually had it down I think at some point in the beta, but at some point Raging Blow took priority again.
Is it
I
still
think Raging Blow?
Is it still like that in your spec tree where you feel like you just have to go hardcore into one or the other? Or do they fix that as well?
They have kind of fixed that, but I think whatever you do right now, Raging Blow just is king.
Okay. Which, I mean,
So-
I guess that's kind of something that isn't surprising. Like, if you look at a couple other melee specs that are like, there's one build and there's another build, I think of Enhance. I think of like playing that Elemental build versus Storm. And it's like almost been impossible for them to tune those correctly to be good at the same time, where one is good at one thing and the other is good at the other. I think it's just likely that in like 90% of tiers, one is just gonna be better than the other. It might be tier set based, it might be hero talent based, right? I just think it's like super hard to pull that off.
Yeah, it's just weird though because they both of the hero talent trees for Fury they incentivize you to press Bloodthirst, but whatever Slayer and Thane gives to Bloodthirst isn't enough to make you want to press it on cooldown or prioritize it over Raging Blow.
Okay.
But yeah, so Slayer Fury is same as Arms. It's just same as normal Arms, but with more and stronger Bladestorm, more sudden death procs.
Do you feel like it has a lot stronger execute as well?
Yeah, the execute actually hits pretty damn hard, but Raging Blow again, it's outshining execute in many cases. So I think it kind of boils down to Raging Blow being too strong in general for Fury right now. And maybe Bloodthirst just needs some more love and execute as well, actually.
Yeah, I feel like if you're playing Slayer, especially by their own description of it, like I feel like you should just be an execute god. Like you should be looking forward to the button of execute more than anything else. And if that's not true, then they probably haven't accomplished how that's supposed to feel.
Yeah, totally.
How does Mountain Thane feel for Fury?
So Mountain Thane, visually and thematically, it's fucking awesome. The big thunderclaps and lightning everywhere. It just feels good. Thunderclap replaces Whirlwind and inherits all the talents as well. So if you talent into something that buffs Whirlwind, that buffs your Thunderclap. So basically, you take Whirlwind off your bars and use Thunderclap instead, and you get the cleave buff from Thunderclapping.
Okay.
Though Slayer is severely outperforming Thane right now. Slayer is about like 15 to 20% better on single target. The sustained AoE for both is similar though, but Slayer's burst
Okay,
is
so
higher.
Mountain Thane doesn't really have a place in the game. It's not something you'll play in Mythic Plus. It's just behind.
No, yeah. Thane's single target and prior damage is also significantly lower than Slayer. The one thing it does have going for it is it's tankier than Slayer. And that actually, Slayer in general, Slayer's defensive power is very weak, and both Arms and Fury will be playing that from what I can tell right now.
Okay, so if you have to rate these for Fury, where do they go?
Fury can go Slayer Fury. I'm gonna put it in high A.
Oh shit. Okay. How does the defensiveness of Fury, by the way, before you rate Mountain Thane?
Strong.
It feels strong. Okay. And then what about Mountain Thane? It sounds pretty dog shit.
Let's put it in B somewhere. Let's put low B.
Okay, I like that. So
yeah,
close to like
Colossus. Could be low
where...
B or high C. I think. Let's just do
like the drink.
Yeah, there is fine.
Wait, have you had high C before the drink? Never mind. Fuck. Do you have sugar where you live?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, you probably had it. It's all good. All right, do you have anything else about any other thoughts about Fury?
Thoughts about Fury? Oh, more thoughts about Fury. Yeah. Let me think. There's some capstones on Fury that are really, really weak. How many do we have? I think we have 7 capstones, and 4 of them are not picked at all. There's Storm of Steel, Unbridled Ferocity, Depths of Insanity, and Dancing Blades. Unbridled Ferocity used to be 20% chance to gain Recklessness whenever you press Rampage, and now it's 6%. So it just got.
Oh, that sounds
killed
so
off.
Bad.
So that got killed off. Depths and Insanity is also just a really, really short amount of Recklessness increase whenever you press. So that's not picked either. Again, Execute, I think that's dealing too little damage. I think it needs to be more than just a low priority generator. The tier set for Fury really, really stinks. The 4 set, you won't even notice getting it. It's like, I can't remember how much it is. It's like 1 or 2%, or maybe 3. I don't know. Really bad.
I like that, or I don't like that, actually. Okay,
but
so
yeah, Fury's still good though.
It looks. How do you feel about Rallying Cry?
Oh yeah, that's terrible. 10% on everyone. It on a 3-minute cooldown is awful. I think it needs a bit more, and especially in small group content.
Yeah, I don't understand why Rally didn't get, like, Darkness goes from 15 to 30 in dungeons. Like, why on earth would Rally not have the same thing? Also, 20% health wouldn't even be that OP, right? Like, that's like Zephyr does something better than that, right? On a shorter cooldown. Like it doesn't make sense. And even in Raid, you know, the days where you brought a certain amount of rallies to a fight and that's all you cared about were probably bad. But it's about as good as Devotion Aura is. Devotion Aura is like a same cooldown. It also applies in the same range, and it's a 9% DR versus 10% HP. But like those are just so bad compared to the stack ones. Maybe that's on purpose, but I feel like Warriors, it just feels like a button that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Barely feels worth pressing or talenting into, but you will still talent it because it's something.
Yeah, something. Yeah. All right, cool. I think that is I think that's all I need.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you for the time. Yep.
Love you. Bye.
Yep. Oh, I didn't even think he was listening. He messaged me like hours after I messaged him as if he was like busy. I didn't know he would have known the fucking bit. All right. That's L. That's an L for me. That's 2 in a row. Very bad. Not a good look for me whatsoever.
Meowdy.
Hello, Meowdy. Hello, everybody. We have Missmarvel for Feral Druid. The one. Yep. The one that, Tettles said all of his druid friends are rerolling because Moonkin is so bad.
Yeah, I heard that Moonkin is the second best damage dealer for Mark of the Wild.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition for that as well. Yeah, so...
Yeah, pretty big deal for them.
All right, so Feral Druid, you had a pretty good expansion. You got... you were brought, I think, to the race for the first time in 10 years in Amirdrasil. There was part of the expansion where they were like really used. I know they were in like MDI in season 1, and I think also like some High Mythic Plus in season 1, but like overall, like kind of a high experience for Feral. So how does Feral feel leaving Dragonflight and entering the War Within?
It's kind of scary because I feel like what made us so strong for like the MDI and stuff was like tear open wounds and Nature's Vigil and all of that stuff. And they got rid of tear open wounds. They got rid of like a lot of our energy regen.
Nerf Nature's Vigil.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They also nerfed Nature's Vigil like 600 times. So, but yeah, I think the biggest things are just our energy regen, which is like they got rid of everything that extends it, everything that refreshes it. It's like a whatever, how many seconds buff every 30 seconds, and that's it. And that includes AoE. So we used to have Predator, which like refreshed Tiger's Fury, and they changed that so it doesn't refresh Tiger's Fury anymore, and that makes AoE a bit slower. And I honestly like a slower play style. I feel like you used to play Feral.
I did.
It's like
yeah,
that's something you really like, I remember. And it was very slow. It's always been like a slow, like a low APM spec. And in Dragonflight, that has been like the complete opposite. Like it's super fast APM, maximum energy, like all the time. It's really hard to not cap on energy a lot of times. And I think people who played Feral in Dragonflight are going to have a hard time getting used to Feral in the next expansion.
But it sounds like in a good... Well, I don't know how I felt about it being slow necessarily. I think this kind of works when it's slow. But I did like when the emphasis was on getting your dots up on multiple targets and your dots being what reigns supreme rather than you just being a assassination rogue clone where you're just spamming ferocious bite just as you would in Venom, and it's like the same spec, right? Like, so does it feel more like that? Like, do you care more about your bleeds in this expansion, or is it hero talent specific?
I think that was the intent, but our rip right now, like, we just don't really... I mean, it matters what it's snapshotted with, but if you don't have it snapshotted with, like, Tiger's Fury, then it doesn't really matter. Like, you just leave it like that, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, that sucks. Okay, how do you feel about the two hero talents, how they play and how they differ? Do you currently play around with both of them?
I've played a lot more with Druid of the Claw than Wild Stalker, but I have played with them both a little bit, at least.
Which one's the massive attack one?
Massive attack. That's Druid of the Claw.
Okay.
It's called Ravage now.
Yeah, I
They
know. It's
changed it.
unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah. Druid of the Claw is the better one. Like the better feeling one. Technically, Wild Stalker is higher damage in both AoE and single target, I believe, but it's much less interesting. So I prefer Druid of the Claw, and I think because Wild Stalker increases like your healing and stuff, and Druid of the Claw increases your defense, and like Druid of the Claw is like so fucking sick. Can I say bad words?
Yeah, for sure. Say as many as you want.
All right, sick. Yeah, no, Druid of the Claw is sick. Like it increases so much of your defense. Like when you press bear form, you are like not completely invulnerable, but like it increases like all of your it increases your HP, your magic damage, stamina, like frenzied regen increases your HP. It's crazy. So I think that's gonna be the way to go in like Mythic Plus, especially High Mythic Plus. Even if Wild Stalker is technically like edging out there, Wild Stalker I think is going to be the way to go in single target and like raid and stuff because of the healing capabilities, and it just sim better as far as I know.
Okay. If you're a Blizzard developer, you got hired today. You got fired from your current job and you got hired at Blizzard, and you're the Feral designer. Your first your first week on the job, what's the very first thing you do? What do you change? What do you make better?
Give me back my fucking range, dude.
Oh,
They
that's
took
actually
away
a
our
good
melee
take.
range.
No one's talked about that yet. Yeah, I guess we haven't talked to Rogues yet either, but yeah, all of the classes, all the melee classes besides Ret for some reason, got their like passive a little bit longer range removed.
Oh
And-
yeah, I've got a bone to pick with Rets too, because like
Oh, let's go.
Feral
Fuck Rets.
Druid. Let's go, dude. Feral Druid and Rogues have had this like bonus range since Legion. I think it was only Outlaw for a while, but then eventually all Rogues got it. And it was just like a nice little bonus that, you know, us energy specs had, you know, this entire time very quietly. And then halfway through Dragonflight, they rework Ret Paladin. And whoever did that gave them the extended range.
Yep.
And that became a big deal. And now suddenly everybody knows about it. And like all the other melee specs are, hey, what about me? What about me? Like, this is unfair. And so they took it away from everyone because of Ret. But Ret keeps their like 20-yard range on all their other spells, you know? So like they're fine. They're chilling.
Oh
We
yeah,
just
you
lost
can just
it.
do your whole rotation from like 25 yards away. Yeah, it's sick. That's it. Yep, dude, fuck Ret. I'm on this train. Fuck Ret. Yep, get him out of here. Okay, so that's the change. That's a respectable change. All right. if you are to rate, and again, this is including everything. This is raid, this is Mythic Plus, this is gameplay, this is feel, this is theme, and this will never change and is objectively right. You have to put them on a tier list, each individual hero talent. Where do you put it?
Okay. I don't know if this is gonna piss some people off, but because I know a lot of people really like Wildstalker, but I feel like Druid of the Claw is just so much better designed. Wildstalker has like nothing interesting to it, so I would probably put Druid of the Claw like in A, but like middle to low A probably. Okay. And then because Wildstalker just like it's not that interesting. It just puts vines on your targets. There's not much you can do with it. Like there are little things you can do with it. Like you can bite a target with vines on it and it'll explode and do some damage, but it's not like a lot of damage, and it's not even enough damage to like change, you know, like what targets you're biting in like prio situations. And the only really interesting thing about Wildstalker is that when you use Dispel, you get a combo point and some healing, which is pretty cool, I guess. And it does do a lot of damage. So I would probably put it in B, like high B.
Okay, I like that. Also, I think that's something that at least all melee, but like all DPS classes should get. The idea that you use your Dispel or some kind of like utility spell to help someone else, or like use a global like on something you would stop like incorporeal with or afflicted. Like if you do that, you should always be given something back in return. I just think that should be built into the game. Like the whole you get combo points for doing that, that should be true for like every class. You should be...
Dude, Soothe?
Yeah, you should be incentivized to use those buttons instead of it just being an objective loss. I think that would just be good design.
Absolutely. I hope they bake that in like later.
All right, hell yeah. Well, this looks pretty good for Feral then. That's nice. I was actually thinking about this as potentially something I would play, so that it might make it onto the roster, onto the warband.
Cool. On the warband. Let's go.
Yep. All right. Thank you for your time. Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Woo! We're fucking back. I cut her off and everything. We're fucking back. W. I'm on a... Dude, I'm not going to lose the rest of the day. W me. W me. W me.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hi. What is your name? I can't see it on Discord. Saeldur? That's how you say it?
Yeah.
All right, shit. Okay, so one of my mobs can put that in chat. And you do a lot of the Theorycraft stuff for Aug and Dev?
Yeah, I do. I get around quite a bit. I do Org, Dev, a bit of Shadow, a bit of everything, really.
Okay. All right, that's sweet. So do you care about starting at Aug or Dev? Which one are you more passionate about?
Don't really mind whichever one you want to start with.
All right, let's start with Dev.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a Devastation Evoker. You just did the last 2 seasons of Mythic Plus. Maybe you did some raid. How does it feel to play Devastation going into the War Within versus Dragonflight? Is it positive? Is it like better gameplay? How do you feel about it?
There's unfortunately a lot of negative things about the gameplay changes for Devastation going forwards. The main one is it's suffering from a heavy resource flood, which means it feels like it doesn't matter, like no matter what you're doing. Not only that, but they nerfed Dragon Rage so that you can't chase extensions anymore. You're always going to get more. So you have all this extra resource, but your cooldown won't be any longer. So it kind of just feels like kind of mid.
How do you feel about that change in general? The change where you can't like Giga extend your Dragon Rage anymore. Like I know a lot of people complained it was a skill ceiling drop.
I'm not too concerned about it because it wasn't usually hit on a single target, but it's going to feel bad on AoE. But at the same time, in a lot of keys, you didn't actually manage to reach the full extension because pack switches die too fast unless you were on absolute high keys. And Dev didn't really get to play high keys, which is a shame, but Org exists.
Yeah, Aug, yeah. Small. I actually think that's like one of the most underrated problems with Devastation is that even if you love Devastation as a spec, you feel pressured in all content to just be one of the people that plays Aug. It's unfortunate.
It's really unfortunate.
Wait, is that you? Does that happen to you? Are you an Aug forced? Like, has that?
I did a raid tier on Org, and I'm going to be honest, that was kind of enough raid tiers on Org.
Yeah, I mean, we had to deal with that in our guild. Like going into one raid, we weren't sure how many Augs we were going to play, and we had 2 people to play Aug, but 4 Aug was good for like most of the beta cycle or most of the PTR cycle, and we had to find who else to play it in our guild, and multiple people were like, I will play Aug for this guild because all that matters is winning, but there's a high chance I will quit the game after the tier just being honest, right? Like it won't be very fun, so I can feel that. How do the hero talents feel different between Dev?
Yeah, so this is a part of the content. God damn it, I hate English. The content. I give up. This is the part of the problem with the hero talents. So one of the hero talents felt really good at the start of the beta cycles.
Mm-hmm.
So that one was the Flamesaber, the hero talent tree.
Okay.
Which was about engulf and really high burst, and it had a really nice high burst cleave associated with it, and that was really fun to play with. But they did a couple of hot fixes to it that have nerfed it by like 15% total DPS output. it used to basically double dip on all stats for the Consume Flame, as well as it also double dipped on the Devastation's what's it called? The Devastation's aura modifier, which was like a 54% mod. So it's just been nerfed by an absurd amount and had no compensation. It's kind of fun to play. It just doesn't do damage anymore.
Okay. And I think that one also has like a couple of good defensive options too, at least for a group. How does Scale Commander feel?
That one actually feels pretty decent to play now. They made a change to it last week, the week before, that cut the duration of the bombardments down by 4 seconds. So now it's no longer getting just 100% uptime by existing, and that's really nice now. And it also means you don't have to play the other. There was a choice node between a node that gave you more resources, which was a problem the class had already. It had too much resources, and the node that makes the bombardments last longer. There's actually now a choice there. Well, it basically defaults to picking the longer bombardments, but it's grim. It was previously you just took diverted power, the resource node, and all content.
Okay. All right. I want. Sorry, go ahead. Do you have anything else about Scale Commander?
No, it's just like that tree is basically built around also not breath. I mean, that's the other tree. That's for dog.
Yeah.
It's built around deep breath and lets you steer the deep breath, and that feels pretty nice because you no longer have to worry about getting like stuck so much.
Yeah.
But the deep breath still feels a bit clunky to use on a single target, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. Well, this can kind of involve both hero specs, but just Devastation in general. If you were a Blizzard developer for a day, for 2 days, for 3 days, and you could work on anything about Devastation specifically you wanted to, what would you fix? What would you change?
I think it needs like an additional button rotationally and potentially a bit less resources because it's currently pressing Disintegrate like the vast majority of its time, and it's just too much Disintegrate.
So-
It's not pressing its fillers, and it's not really got much going for it anymore with the removal of Dragon Rage, so they feel like they need something extra to make the skill feel like fair again.
Interesting. So like you would add a skill that like costs a lot of resources and is on a cooldown, right? And then
Potentially.
you'd throw that in to mix up not just pressing Disintegrate all the time.
Yeah, like something like that, yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. What about rating it? So how strong do you feel Devastation is right now? Each hero spec specifically.
Flame Shaper is complete beans. It's complete beans. It's down with Druids at the bottom. Well, probably above Druids. They're really, really bad.
Yeah, let's not disrespect Druids. It's above Druids. Okay. How does Scale Commander feel?
Scale Commander is like, it's pretty average. The output wise, it's better than Shadow. It's better than a lot of the specs that are in C, so it's probably in the low end of B. Like it's below the Warlocks. Yeah, probably around where Demo is, just below Demo.
Just below Demo. Okay, cool. I have that. All right. So now going on to Og, we'll be keeping Scale Commander and then gaining Chrono Warden, which has like some cool interactions to it. I guess just you're an Augmentation Evoker. A lot has changed. I know they gave them like a little bit more personal damage. They recently removed closest clutch mates. Just give me your thoughts on Og, leaving Dragonflight and going into the War Within.
The changes, if you're a non-Org player, are lovely because they're a bunch of changes that are trying to push Org away from being mandatory. They're chipping away at all the unique utility that makes it so powerful and so valuable in keys.
Yeah.
Which I think is good for the health of the game. If all you do is want to play Org, it's probably bad for you. But I think it's something that needs to happen because no one really likes seeing, it's not just an Org thing, but no one likes seeing the same spec be meta in keys all of the time.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's a good thing. And I think rotationally, the changes made to the breakdown and made to just how it plays a bit are all good improvements. They've added a little bit more complexity to just how you play Org itself, outside of just being all about prescience and targeting, which I think is also a really big positive, because it really was a bit miserable when all the thing that mattered was, did I buff the right target at the right time? That was miserable.
Yeah.
So I am genuinely quite happy with the changes Org's got, and I think it's heading in a good direction now. It's got a lot more personal damage, like you mentioned at the start, but its buffs haven't been drastically weakened, despite the fact they have been nerfed colossally. It's kind of a weird, because they've obviously added a couple of new ones. So it ends up still being a large portion of the breakdown, which is good, because that's what it should be as a support. It should be buffing people.
Okay. We talked a bit about Scale Commander. How does Scale Commander function with Og? How does that feel?
Bad.
Really?
So that change that I mentioned a minute ago that made it really nice for dev, with the reduction in duration, that makes it awful for Org, because they have a different cadence to their empowers. Org presses them obviously about every 30 seconds. Dev presses them about every 20 seconds because of causality, right? And there's no... The tree's identical right now between the two specs, and it doesn't compensate you at all for the worse empowers.
Oh,
so you
okay.
just don't have uptime. And because you don't have uptime, like the rest of the tree also doesn't work because it's all built around bombardments driving everything. And because you have 50% uptime on the debuff rather than 100%, you just get half as many procs.
That
and then there's
seems pretty
other
bad.
issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the other issue is obviously it's based around cooldown reduction. The parts are based around cooldown reduction for Deep Breath or Breath of Eons. And for Devastation, cooldown reduction for Deep Breath doesn't really matter because like how much you get that is specifically. Because no matter how much cooldown reduction you get, you can just press Deep Breath. It's come off cooldown, you can press Deep Breath. You're not holding it for anything. But with Org, you're holding Breath of Eons for a DPS cooldown. And that means if you get like 13 seconds of cooldown reduction, which is a pretty common amount to get, it doesn't line up with anything extra. You need to get 18, 20 seconds for it to get down to 90 seconds with one of the talents, the Interwoven Fates talent. So you just don't get that very consistently unless you're on an AoE, which means it doesn't line up with anything, which means you don't get to use it more often, which means you don't get to use it more often. So the cooldown reduction was completely useless. And one of the weird gimmicks about this tree is most of the AoE scaling comes from the interaction of that node that gives you cooldown reduction scaling up to 3 times as much with extra enemies.
Yeah.
So you don't gain anything as an Orc realistically. Like you don't. While Dev gets to press Deep Breath every 25 seconds, and that kind of feels great because that button claps on AoE with the capstone node doubling its damage.
Okay.
So that's a shame. Like the tree did feel a bit better when it was like actually had some more uptime because it used to have a lot more personal damage coming from the Org as well. A lot more was like just based on the Org stats, and it felt good. On the other hand, Chrono Warden exists, and Chrono Warden just feels amazing to play.
Yeah, it seems like Chrono Warden was made for Og, and it seems like Scale Commander was made for Dev, and they've just kind of tried to shoehorn them into other specs.
Yeah, I think so.
Talk about Chrono Warden. Tell me why Chrono Warden owns.
I mean, the main reason why Chrono Warden owns is the Upheaval talent that makes Upheaval just clap. There's a node that says Upheaval deals 50% additional damage over 8 seconds, so it just does 50% more damage. And that button already owns, and now that button owns even harder. And that feels good, especially if there's obviously people that don't just play Org at high end content. This gives those players a button that actually does like relevant damage for doing stuff like open world content if they don't want to play Dev for some reason. If they hit an Upheaval with this, it'll just kill stuff. It's really nice. Then the node below it gives you haste, 3% haste up to 9% for every time that reverberations hit something. Because there's another node on the talent tree called Rumbling Earth, you actually get that full 9% haste on single target. And that 9% haste helps like smooth out Org's rotation without having to spec any haste, which is another huge positive because Org is notoriously hating any stat that isn't mastery.
Yeah.
So now you get haste for free. Then Temporal Burst makes Tip the Scales give you haste, movement speed, and cooldown reduction, which are all stats that you want to have as an Org. There's more haste for the cooldowns, which means the cooldowns feel fluid. Threads of Fate is a weird node. That one's the one that gives you basically the better Fate Mirror on 2 players, because it's one for every power during your tip. You kind of don't care. It does slightly influence your rotation in the sense that you're forced to make sure that you always get 2 empowers, and like that's whatever. And then there's an instability which gives some random cooldown reduction on empowers. That node is weird, but it's because it doesn't really increase how much you can use the abilities, but it makes it easier to use them at the right time, if that makes sense. Because you don't really want to cast them when there's not damage happening from an ally, but because there's a bit of cooldown reduction, there's an extra 3 seconds on average, you're a bit more lenient on the timing. So you can be a bit later or a bit earlier, and it won't mess you up in the future, which I think is a really nice change. And outside of that, there's obviously Warp, the Blink, which is absurd. Like, why does Evoker get a Blink now with a damage reduction attached?
Yeah. And
then obviously the ones that I've been leaving for last because they're these are the controversial ones, is Golden Opportunity, which is a 20% chance to give you a 100% longer lasting prescience. That is kind of the tier set that they have right now, where you get every 3rd cast a double length one. The difference is you could plan that in raids. So you could plan around
now.
those double lengths. Now it's double, which makes playing optimally kind of awful, but it's a relatively low proc chance, and there will still be targets that are simple enough to put this on. Like if you think back to Season 3, this would have gone on things like BM Hunters, because they would have had good damage in the window and the window after, or on Enhancement Shamans, and it would have been fine. There will be classes like that again. Haven't worked out what they are quite yet, unfortunately, because tuning is so everywhere. And then they also get another node that gives them crit scaling. This one feels weird because of RNG. It's just if you crit the Ebenmate on your opener or you don't crit that, it's a massive shift. But it fixes their stats. They now can scale crit and mastery, and so Org is kind of insane.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say other than that. It's just this moves out their playstyle and rotation and gives them a bunch of everything they want: race resources, stats, better scaling. Like it's everything that Org wants in one tree. It's perfect. Not perfect.
Okay, so that one's so. Yeah, I'm gonna have you rate them then. So
Right.
So where do you think the two Og ones end up on a rating?
Chrono Warden kind of goes in BFD. It's unfortunately unavoidably in BFD.
Okay.
Probably below Arcane, but it's arguable if it's above or below Arcane. And then the scale command, the other tree goes low end of A.
I like how you spent so much time just being like, this sucks, and it's still just like low end of A, because baseline Og is just so high. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 10% behind, but 10% behind is delays. Org.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I need someone to talk about the wizard lizards. I haven't had you on the stream before, so thanks for stopping by.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Love you. Bye. Woo! Let's fucking go. Get out of here, buddy. You're done. All right. Okay. It's Havoc time. Oh god, it's fucking Havoc time. I forgot they're fucking doomers too. I forgot. All right. Hello. Hello. I need some information from you. That information is about Havoc. So you are leaving Dragonflight and you're going into the War Within. Oh, this is actually so sad because I know the answer to this. You just did Season 3 and Season 4 Havoc and you're having a good time. And now the War Within comes out. What can you expect?
Well, in terms of the class and spec tree, you can expect nothing. There were no changes to those trees. The only change that we got was changing Elysian Decree to be Sigil of Spite. Big change, but that's what we got. We also lost our tier bonus, which everyone really loved. We had the same bonus in Season 3 and Season 4. It was the one where it would reduce the cooldown of the hunt, and it would throw your throw glaives automatically for you. So we're losing both of those features, those functions of the tier bonus. So that feels really bad for a lot of people. And yeah, other than that, there's not much changing with Havoc at the baseline level on either the class or the spec side.
Okay, talk to me about the hero talents.
Okay, so the hero talents. It's a really controversial thing because we have two hero talent trees. We're the only class that has just two because we share it, or we have two specs and we share them with that spec. So we have Felsguard and we have the other one, Eldraki Reaver. So the first one is Felsguard. It's super simple. There's barely any visuals to it, which really upset a lot of people because they were expecting so much more. There were so many opportunities to do cool things with the visuals because it changes your abilities to be other abilities, these empowered abilities. And you would assume that they would look different because they are different abilities, but they don't. They just look like the same thing. So the empowered I-Beam looks like the old I-Beam, the empowered Sigil of Flame, same old Sigil of Flame.
Yeah, that's super surprising. I feel like it would be such a slam dunk to just obviously change the animation.
Right, yeah. And then the only animation we did get was for Demon Surge, which is an AoE around you that procs whenever you use those empowered abilities. The kind of shitty thing about that, though, is that it's the same visual that they added to the hunt a couple patches ago, like the updated green visual. So they kind of just repurposed that spell effect. So yeah, kind of boring in that regards. The other thing with Felsguard, though, is it doesn't really change your gameplay. So it doesn't really encourage you to like think any differently about your rotation. It does really big damage. It does big fuck damage every 2 minutes, but then it's doing small fuck damage in between.
Okay.
So really shine in like MDI big pulls. But the problem is that concept is kind of going away with the recent dungeon tuning and how they're sort of balancing these dungeons to be smaller pulls and pulling less packs together. But the thing is that it's actually the preferred playstyle because when you compare it to what the other hero talent tree is, Eldraki Reaver is just a lot more digestible. Now, with Eldraki Reaver, I just want to say, I saw your chat memeing on Dorki for his pronunciation of it, but he actually nailed it.
Wait, what is it?
So I'll send this to you. There's a voice line in the game. It's the only like little bit of proof in the game of how you actually say it. So I'm gonna send it to you. You can get Fronk to edit it in because he loves editing that type of stuff in.
He does.
Witness the might of the Eldraki!
So yeah, so it's pronounced Eldraki.
Okay,
so like
shit, my bad. I feel
R-A-K-I.
okay.
Anyways, yeah, so that hero talent tree, Eldraki Reaver, is really complicated, and it's almost doubling, tripling down on the short burst windows and the overlapping damage amp buffs that Havoc has had in the past. It's pretty complex. It's going to perform really well for like skilled players, but I think the average Havoc enjoyer is going to struggle with it a lot. And that's not just me, assuming that the community is going to struggle with it. That's like actually something we've seen in testing, is that a lot of people quite grasp how it works. Then you have like the Giga gamers who completely understand it and they're blasting with it.
Okay. There's already kind of a divide like that in Havoc between like movement and
Yes.
no movement that has historically always existed.
That unfortunately isn't going anywhere. So the movement talents are still there. They're still going to be used in Mythic Plus, surely. Raid might have an opportunity to not use them. So with Eldraki Reaver, there's a lot of things that want you to just focus on staying on the boss, like keeping as much uptime as possible, and using your movement talents kind of go against that. So that is a possibility for anyone who loves no movement gameplay of Havoc. You could potentially use that in the raid. The other thing about Eldraki Reaver, though, is it's functioning based off of soul fragments. So the little orbs you spawn when you're fighting mobs, you have to pick them up to get access to your ability Reaver's Glaive. And that just inherently is super clunky and feels bad to play around. They did make a change to Fellblade, where when you press the ability, it sucks in all the souls around you. But even with that, still not that great to play with. That hero talent tree also forces you into taking a lot of talents, so you're taking all 4 or 5 throw glaive talents. You have to take Sigil of Spite, and you have to take the Hunt, so you're really locked into your build. Now the other thing is, and this one is kind of something that I think is going to get fixed later on. It's not going to get touched at the start of the expansion, but there's a pretty major bug with the main ability Reaver's Glaive off the GCD. So it's making the whole build and rotation do a lot more damage than it should be, because it should be on the GCD. So the Sims are doing something that's really realistic in actual practice. So I'm thinking they're gonna fix that eventually. Yeah, that's kind of a quick summary of both.
All right, that's good. If you could make one change as a Blizzard developer, you're a Havoc developer, what do you do?
Can I make 2 changes?
Sure.
The first change is I would change Cycle of Hatred to, instead of reducing the cooldown of I-Beam whenever you press Chaos Strike, Blade Dance, Throw Glaive, Glaive Tempest, I would just cut it in half, like cut the I-Beam cooldown in half, 20 seconds. And then, you can reduce the damage on I-Beam if you have to. Doing that, getting rid of the RNG of Cycle of Hatred would really just solve a lot of uptime issues that Havoc struggles with in Raid. You wouldn't have the issue of of I-Beam desyncing with Essence Break. And then it might also just open up some I-Beam builds in Mythic. So that would be one change. The other change would be just fix the reported bugs that we've been reporting since the start of Dragonflight that are still in the game now. Collective Anguish is using wrong spell ID of Fell Devastation, using the Vengeance Feldev, supposed to be using the Havoc version of Feldev. Isolated Prey is supposed to increase your I-Beam damage in single target. It doesn't. It says it's supposed to, and it's just not doing it. So yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay, we like that. Just do your job, Blizzard, just like you should. All right.
I mean, I'm sure there's some reason, but
no, there's
we've been
not.
reporting it since the start. So I don't know.
All right, here we go.
Angry.
Havoc. Each hero talent. Where do you rate them?
Eldraki Reaver. I'm gonna be extreme with it. We're going complete beans.
All right. Fuck Eldraki Reaver. It sucks. All right. Beautiful.
Yep.
And then what about Felsguard?
So Felsguard, it's not much better. I think the only redeeming part of Felsguard is that it's an option to play other than Eldraki Reaver. Like, no one's really all that excited to play Felsguard. They're just excited to not play Eldraki Reaver. So I'm going to put that one in C.
Okay. Mid C?
Sure. Yeah, we'll go mid C.
Beautiful. Not like the drink. All right. That's all the time we have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Goodbye.
Yep, love you. Bye. Oh, no. Wait. Who did it? Did he beat me? I heard him say it. That might have been a fucking tie. That's never happened before. I don't know. A tie is an L? How the fuck does that make sense? Hello?
Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's up?
What's up? Okay, I want to ask you about some Ellie stuff, but before I do that, I think this is the first time I've ever talked to you, and I just want to say I'm a huge fan. I was a big BL fan back in the day, and I was a little fanboy. So I just wanted to say that.
Yo, that's awesome.
All right, so now Ellie Shaman. You probably saw some of the biggest change. Well, I don't know about changes. It's like there's the first time Ellie's really just gotten looked at in a really long time.
It's been ages. Yeah, like years we've been like praying for changes. We didn't really get a rework, but we got a lot of talent shuffling, so.
Okay, well, how does I guess if you were to talk to someone who has played Ellie in the past, really likes the spec, but they haven't played it since like, I don't know, maybe like the halfway through Dragonflight or so, like how does Ellie feel to play, like gameplay wise? It can be good or bad. Just like what can you expect going into the War Within and leaving Dragonflight?
So compared to like season 3, season 4, Ellie's kind of gone from like average, middle of the pack to middle of the low to you saw like the big buff that we got on beta. We went to like big fuck damn in beta, so that
Yeah.
was like
Oh, yeah.
incredibly fun. Like we were just blasting. So we knew a nerf was coming. So and one sadly did, but it was a massive nerf. It was like 25% lava burst nerf, 25% EB nerf, 15% flame shock quake, and then most importantly they removed like our lava surge for fire, which is like significant source of damage for fire, especially in keys.
Mm-hmm.
And they nerfed us based on damage where that talent was actually working when it wasn't supposed to be. So we were using a talent called Searing Flames, and that would give us extra meatballs in AoE. And we would proc Ascendance and just do a lot of AoE, but that was not intended. And when they nerfed us on all that damage and removed Lava Surge, fire is like unplayable in keys right now. It needs like super big assist.
Okay, but I'm assuming how is the like nature build feeling?
So after we got those nerfs, we were kind of like down bad. I mean, I got a little bit depressed, like, man, this shit feels terrible. And then we saw some Stormbringer lightning buffs. They buffed Chain Lightning, they buffed Tempest and Awakening Storms, and we're like, okay, you know, let's see how this works. And it's blasting right now. It feels awesome to play in keys. Like an AoE, you're like keeping up with some of the best classes, in my opinion. Not quite meta, but definitely holding their own in AoE. And then single target is also very respectable.
Okay.
And then yeah, and then that would be the Stormbringer talent tree, but the Farseer is likely going to be more on the single target end. Farseer is like the ancestors, right? I think it was covered with Resto Shaman, but when you press P Wave or Swiftness, you get an ancestor. We call them grandmas or grandpas, and it's more like a passive. It's very boring, but respectable damage in terms of.
Wait, so you play a different hero talent based on the content right now? Like one is more single target.
It's gonna look that way, yes.
Okay. Does that
you
feel
gotta,
good? Is that?
Go ahead.
I wonder if that's a good, if that's something you want, because like there were so many issues last expansion of having to choose between AoE and single target, and everyone kind of just wants to be able to be good at both. But I don't know how many classes in the game actually do what you just said. Like it sounds really rare. It's like you just play one all the time and it's just better, which I don't know if that's necessarily a better way to end up. But having different ones and different content at least means you can like go through different strengths.
I think it's better to have both. I think if they kind of like reverted that Lava Surge nerf, the Farseer Fire had both, and more specifically, like that was Ellie Shaman identity. You would put up 6 Flame Shocks and you can just funnel the fuck out the boss or any prio target with just spamming Lava Burst and, you know, your Ellie Blast or Earth Shock, whatever you ran, and that's gone. Like right now, if you were to put up 6 Flame Shocks, you get 1 extra meatball, maybe on average every 10 seconds. So you like,
oh Jesus,
like, you know, Shocker, fire can't do damage if you have no fire spells.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to ask a bit. I want to ask you like a developer-based question. So if you're actually, have you ever worked at Blizzard? I know a bunch of BL people went and worked at Blizzard at some point. Did you ever do that?
Oh no. I took the tour and everything, and a lot of our friends definitely worked there, but no, I've never.
Okay, you haven't. But in this scenario, you are. So right now, hypothetically, you're a Blizzard designer. You're the Ellie Lord. Everyone has to do exactly what you say with Ellie Shaman. What is the first thing you change?
Dude, I'm changing a lot of things. I'm bringing back Lava Surge. I loved it. I think it feels awesome when your button lights up and you can just send the meatball and do big damage, and then you proc your Ascendance and do even more damage and generate Maelstrom. I think number 1 would be bring that back. I think you buff Liquid Magma Totem as well. Liquid Magma Totem needs to be dotting 5 to 6 targets. It needs to be a smart spread, because right now it's not a smart spread.
Okay.
And it's only dotting 3. So you can have six max, right? So imagine you have 3 available, and you drop a Magma Totem and it puts the 3 on the same exact target you have. That just feels terrible.
Yeah, it's dumb.
And then you want to increase our Maelstrom generation. Like, it's just so low right now. It just feels bad. You're like spamming chain lightning. And then you can finally Quake on top of it, right? So it's just a little bit slow. You don't have to increase it a ton, but it's definitely slow. Earth Ellie, you can't press it right now because it dismisses your current elemental if you run Primal Elemental.
Oh no, so that like ruins one of your good defenses. Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, so you have to choose, right? Because your big Ellie gives you 10% extra damage on nature if it's down, and he does a shitload of damage, right? And if you drop Earth Ellie, you're sacrificing all that damage for the hope that you survive the next mechanic, right?
Yeah.
And then another thing we really need to change is Tempest. That's the Stormbringer talent. It replaces Lightning Bolt, which is your single target. So you have to send it. You can't Lightning Bolt. You can't Stormkeeper charge Lightning Bolt if you have Tempest available. You have to send, like, it really fucks with your single target gameplay. Like, it's not smooth at all.
That's actually, Enhance has a similar issue to Tempest as well, around Ascendance, but yeah, okay.
And then they also removed like an interaction with the Fusion of Elements with Ice Fury. It casts like an Elemental Blast from your Shaman itself, and it used to proc Great Sundering, which is like after you Ellie Blast, you get a bonus damage Earthquake. They removed that, which I think wasn't the correct play. I think if it's a spell that's coming from you, you should be able to play around those extra buffs that you get. And then the last thing I wanted to cover was like Shocking Grasp. Like Shaman have a talent that I believe, a hero talent, that is like a 0 talent, right? It's like a talent where whenever you crit with a nature spell, it slows your target. But the problem is Shaman already have 5 slows. We have Earthbind slow, T-Storm slow, Frost Shock slow. When they did the rework, they added AoE Frost Shock slow on top of it. And now they're adding an extra slow on there, which is like, dude, that just seems out of place. Like, what are you guys doing, right?
Okay. Yeah, no, I can feel the passion. I love that. Your all's class wish you guys had someone that just cared about your class like this. I respect it. You have to rank Ellie Shaman, Farseer, and the Storm one. Where do they go? And this is for all content.
Let's go Stormbringer first. I think Stormbringer is really pumping. Like, it's doing big numbers in keys and AoE, and then single target is respectable. I'd put that in like middle A.
Okay.
Maybe right behind Mage somewhere.
Whoa. Oh. Okay. Right. Okay. I like that. Found it.
Yeah. And then for Farseer, sadly, we can't really judge it because all of our nerfs came after raid testing, so we don't really know like where we're at. Like during raid testing, we were fucking gods, right? And then we just got slapped with massive nerfs. But I think it should still, in theory, perform in like middle B, upper B area. Like I would say high B.
Okay, so I mean, pretty decent. And also, we didn't really touch on this, but the first time ever, I think, where you need to bring a shaman that isn't an enhanced shaman to a raid. And also, I think for how much of a problem raid buffs are in Mythic Plus, I think Sky Fury is one of the better ones for sure. So I feel like that's got to just be a major positive going into the expansion.
I've been like advocating for a raid group buff for so long because Shaman sat in LFG for season 3, season 4, getting no invites, right? Why bring us when you have Arcane buff or Fort, PI, all the other group buffs that you can get? Now there's a reason to bring us, and it's not like a trashy one, right? Like Hunter's Mark.
Dude, random Hunter slander. Fucking love it. Also true, though.
I'm sorry, Hunters.
No, Hunters, it's so true. Hunter's Mark is the most ass Mythic Plus buff ever. Okay. All right, dude, that is awesome. Thank you so much for your time. And yeah, I listened to your interview with Quasi too a while ago. I'm a real fan.
I listened to your suit, man. That's awesome.
Let's fucking go. All right, love you, bye. Oh, fucking left before he could say it. Let's go. I had to distract him. Holy shit. Hello, Mr. Word Up, you there?
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
All right. I know we talked recently about Enhance, and I was very happy to hear it. But I need you to tell the people what it's going to be like playing Enhance going into the War Within after you just got done playing Dragonflight. What's it like? What do you expect?
It's similar-ish with the 2 new hero talents. Like, the 2 hero talents that we have make a major impact on how you play the game because they're really rotationally involved. One of them is Stormbringer. That's really awesome. It makes our resource super important. Gives us a big explosive super finisher.
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks cool. It plays like it sounds. Like it's really barely under control. Super lightningy. And then the other is Totemic, which is, as far as I'm concerned, the single worst fucking hero talent out of all of them.
Oh my god. Okay. What about talents and stuff? Are you playing similar stuff than last expansion?
We still have the 2 builds thing going on. When we look at Sims and just in regular gameplay, the 2 regular builds, Elementalist and Storm, are neck and neck in both single target and AoE if you look at each individual hero talent. So they're both about the same in single target with Stormbringer. Elementalist is a little better in AoE, and they're both about the same with Totemic, and they both suck with AoE.
Okay.
So there's loads of stuff going on, but Elementalist is basically the strongest and personally most fun, but Storm's close enough that you can easily play it too.
Okay. I think I may have asked you this recently, so you might be repeating yourself, but at least it wasn't on this stream. If you're a Blizzard developer and you have to change one thing about Enhance, what are you doing?
I walk in, take an axe, and I just cut apart Totemic, and I make it actually workable. On the Spec tree, I'd probably add some more support to Doomwinds and Sundering, so they're cool. Instead of just being isolated island talents. And I'd take a look at Ascendants to make it less of an awkward 3-minute cooldown, because no one likes playing around 3-minute cooldowns at this point.
Okay, so some kind of reduction on that by spending resource, like an anger management style, or just make it a static cooldown you can play around?
I'd almost just say make it 2, because at this point, everyone else has been moving down to 2. As cringe as it would be to go to the Final Fantasy route of everyone on a 2.
Yeah, it's
when
so
you're the only
homogenized.
one with a 3, it sucks.
Yeah. And there's been less and less of them as time has gone on. They've removed them. So feeling it's like feeling like one of the last classes without a raid buff. It's they started removing all of the non 2-minute cooldowns. So feeling like one of the classes with it just feels a little off. You miss lusts and stuff. You have to hold your cooldowns. Feels bad.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's easy then. All right, where would you rate him?
So slightly biased because I really enjoy it. There are some quirks to it, but I'd probably put Stormbringer at like S.
Oh, big fuck
It's
damn.
not like the most visually crazy thing. The fact that it feels like it plays like it sounds like it should. It has a really big impact, and it does a lot of fucking damage. I'd say like it's probably like bang on the assignment. It's really cool. It's got like the problems of needing weak horrors. That's a bit lame.
Okay.
And the whole resource system is basically just you get most of your resource from spending and then getting refunded through all the talents, which is a little degenerate. It's also really cool to play, so I can give it a pass, and it does a lot of damage.
Okay, I like that. What about Totemic?
I'd put Totemic like at the core of the earth. The bottom is placed you can put it.
You'd put it below Moonkins?
I think it's so it makes me not want to play the game. It's the least fun I've ever had because it has such an invasive impact for almost no reward because it's so far behind. It needs to scramble for everything. To put it into context, like if you look at Stormbringer, everything goes down one path. Like you spend resource, you get bigger finishes. It knows exactly what it wants to do and where it's getting damage from. Totemic instead splits everything between an active button, and we didn't need more of those because we're already busy, and then 2 buttons that fight for the same GCDs, and they're both on RPPM, so you end up spending like 70% of your globals to try and actually get the procs to make it work. So you waste something always. Everything's so split apart. You need weak horrors to track RPPMs as to whether or not it's worth pressing buttons, which is horrible design. And then you need to babysit a totem by carrying it around and putting it where you need to do the damage.
Oh, that's so bad.
Like every possible thing I could think of that I wouldn't want added to the spec almost single-handedly gets added by that tree. And I couldn't hate on it enough. I just think it's terrible. But on the plus side, the other one's so cool that you can just ignore it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think that's like the most polarizing of any of the ones so far. That's crazy. Thank you for your time, Word Up. That was nice and quick.
No problem. Love you. Bye.
No. Fuck. I froze up, man. I fucking froze up. I like, oh my God, that was bad. All right, all good. Whatever. Hello?
How you doing?
I'm doing well. You are here to talk about Monk, correct?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, what is your name again? I still can't see it because streamer mode's so stupid.
My name is Saeldur.
Okay, that didn't help me at all. All good, though. Not going to try to pronounce that. All good. Yeah, okay, so Windwalker. Probably some of the biggest changes we've ever gotten. I say
definitely.
we because I fucking love Windwalker. We're leaving Dragonflight and going into the War Within. What can someone who hasn't played Windwalker on beta yet expect?
If you haven't played, you mean if you have played Dragonflight or not even?
You have played Dragon. I mean, you could have been not played the game for 2 years, 5 months, 2 months. Like what is mainly different going into this expansion?
I would say that the main gameplay is still very much the same. Like you still have your basic energy spending, G, energy generating, G generating. The main difference is that your Dance of Chi-Chi procs are a bit more reliable. Like they're a bit more under your control. And you have a lot more control over your Blackout Kick procs, the free Blackout Kick procs. And Blackout Kick feels like it's more important than your rotation, but unfortunately the tuning makes that not really the case.
Yeah.
But the fact that you have the Dance of Chi-Chi under your control with the Revolving World talents, so you get a guaranteed Dance of Chi-Chi after every Whirling Dragon Punch, that is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It means that it feels like you get a lot more dance procs, which is just, if you're doing AoE, that's exactly what you want.
How do you feel about the change to like Chi generation and haste being a stat that we want?
I like haste being a stat mainly because it just means that we have better gear scaling. So, the very old adage of Windwalker is like gear scaling is terrible. It should be a lot better now, and if this is how we get there, then I'm fine with it. But if you were to tell me like you need a lot of haste before your spec becomes playable, then obviously I wouldn't be too happy with that. But it's the lesser of two evils, I guess.
What about not having, like, for the first time, not pressing Expel Harm, right? Not Chi bursting for Chi.
Well, I mean, it's not really the first time, is it? Expel Harm really only became such a common button in Dragonflight, or was it Shadowlands? Yeah,
I think it was Shadowlands. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, like, if you've been playing Windwalker either since before or you stopped before Shadowlands, then you wouldn't even be used to Expel Harm in the first place. So it's just going back to that, really. And if you're saying like, do you miss it now? Then sometimes, but not really. Like, I feel like we have plenty of generation already, especially when you get to a decent haste amount.
Okay. How do you feel the spec interacts with both of the hero talents?
Okay, so it does pretty well with Conduit in general. Like, Conduit adds another channel, which a lot of people feel a little bit iffy about. I personally don't really mind it. But Conduit also has Heart of the Serpent, Heart of the Jade Serpent, which sort of like puts your rotation on overdrive for a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
Like your Fist of Fury gets really fast, your cooldowns get really fast, and you kind of feel like you're suddenly super starved on chi, because all of your chi spenders come off CD immediately, which feels really weird. But that's kind of the only thing that's wrong with Conduit, I think, and that's honestly not a huge issue. And Shadowpan is much more of a passive option, so that you don't feel Shadowpan that much, and honestly, if you're not min-maxing, you don't really need to care about Shadowpan. It will just do what it does. It's just a passive hero trio. But if you do want to min-max and you want to track when it procs, like you want to track when your Flurry Strikes go off, and you want to track which buffs are coming up next, most likely, so that you can make optimal use of the Shadow buff that makes Flurry Strikes to AoE damage.
Okay.
So it's a lot of tracking and less directing, I guess I should say.
Yeah, also like has a little bit more CDR on like Storm, Earth, and Fire, and then maybe you can play your Storm, Earth, and Fires around that. How do you feel about Serenity no longer being an option and kind of like baked in a little bit with that talent to work with Storm, Earth, and Fire?
Yeah, so the talent was a great choice, because like Ordered Elements is literally just weapons of order in baked into SEF or Sword of the Fire. Like that is the best version of that spell that we could have. There was an issue with Serenity in that if you have free resources, then your rotation is sort of not Windwalker anymore, because then you lose the whole pillar of energy or resource management. And some people like that because it's your cooldown window. It should feel a little different, and I do agree with that. But I don't think that ditching the entire concept of resource management was the way to do it. So just making your resources more, giving you more resources rather than all the resources is the right compromise to take there. I do think that Storm, Earth, and Fire isn't the best spell in terms of like thematic and aesthetically pleasing. I did like Serenity a lot and how it looked, so it would have been nice if we got a glyph for that or something. And
okay.
Yeah, but in terms of gameplay, I think this is the best choice.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask, when was your favorite time to play Windwalker ever?
Oh boy, that must have been like, it sounds weird, but it's probably Shadowlands, like season 3 Shadowlands, I would say. When like just past the time where everyone was spamming their spinning Critcake, I didn't like that. But once it became optimal to not do that anymore, because we got like increased mastery values from gear, that was probably my favorite time to play it, because it was still super strong. It flowed really well. I never had a sense of that I was wasting resources or not having to care about my resources in that time. Like it felt really well balanced.
I actually didn't mind in that tier either. Like, I think a lot of people didn't like Bone Dust Brew spamming and stuff like that, but the little rotation you had at the beginning of Bone Dust Brew and the setup and the pop off was like really satisfying. Mine is a super weird like PP old answer. Like, a lot of people probably can't relate to this, but it's there was this like week early on in High Mall where you got a PvP 2 set and you could jump roll to give yourself like an energy reduction on your main chi generator, and you played like Chi Explosion and had infinite Tiger Eye brew uptime, and that was my favorite. That was fucking dope.
I mean, I get that, because like there is some dynamic feeling about having your mobility spells be valuable in your rotation.
Yeah.
But I think it's probably better if we don't have that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Wait, did you play in Throne of Thunder too?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. I was about to ask how you felt about the Rune of Reorigination and how it worked back then, but that would, if you haven't played it. Okay. Real quick, you're a Monk developer. You work at Blizzard Entertainment. You live in Irvine. What is the first thing you're changing to this class?
If it were me personally, I have a bit of a pet peeve, and that's that Shadowpan is a terrible name, and I would want to change it to Fist of Kang, because that just suits.
Oh, a lore
it's
angle.
Just Monk so much better.
Oh,
yeah.
Shit. I will say, you don't feel very Shadowpan-y.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Shadowpan isn't even a great hero, or it isn't even a great name for Windwalker or Brewmaster if it were executed right.
Ah, damn.
On the more functional side, I would say that Blackout Kick needs buff because that's just way too weak. It's so weak that all of the Blackout Kick talents, and we have a lot, are all useless.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Yeah, like you have the ability to get 8 Teachings of the Monastery stacks right now, and the fact that you don't care about that is insane. That could be the biggest pop
will
off.
Play that, but it's like it doesn't feel very interesting. We also still have Conduit, the Crag Bird talent, Flight of the Red Crane, still pulls stuff out of combat. We really do need to get that fixed before we start this first season. We have acclamation stacks. If you ever get into a weird situation where you have more than one Windwalker in the raid, the game doesn't know who to assign acclamation stacks to.
Oh,
it
that's
doesn't know
crazy.
That's
some WoW classic level debuff management.
Yeah.
It's so fucking stupid.
Thankfully, they stack additively, so it doesn't cause too much issues. But it's gonna make the logs weird. It's gonna make the actual damage on details weird. And it should not be that.
Do you have one more?
Oh yeah, and I do have more because
Yep.
I also think that the AoE is a bit hard to tune right now, and I think there are options that you can add a few new talents. You can remove Jade Fire Stomp. No one likes it. Just
Amen.
give up and
Amen.
get rid of it. Instead, add a talent that makes your Whirling Dragon Punch and your Strike of the Windlord interact with Mark of the Crane. Make it, for example, that all of your targets that have Mark of the Crane active take 100% full damage from Strike of the Windlord.
Ooh.
Just an idea. Or just have Mark of the Crane affect Whirling Dragon Punch, just straight up.
Okay, I like it. All right, I have to cut you off there because I am under some time constraints, but I like all the ideas. What is the if you had to rate Shadowpan and Celestial Conduit right now, where would you put them?
Well, so we do have some pretty up-to-date sims. They're not entirely accurate yet, so I'm not gonna put out a number. But we do seem really strong in raid right now. So I would probably want to put Shadowpan on high A tier probably.
Okay.
And Conduit would be right below that, mid or low A tier.
Okay, that's 2 really good spots though. That's great. Okay, yeah, this is my first time talking with you. You're clearly really passionate about Windwalker. I have a bunch of people I talk to about Windwalker. It's probably my favorite spec in the game, but I'm glad I have you as a resource to bounce ideas off of and stuff. So thank you for
anytime.
Thanks for taking the call today. Love you, bye. Woo! I'm back. I'm so back. He wasn't ready for that at all. All right, calling Whisper now. Hello? Hello. You're at work. Okay, you don't sound like you're at work. That's good. I was wondering if we were gonna hear a bunch of people in the background.
Oh, no. I work as a mechanic, so I'm just back in the depths of hell doing absolutely nothing.
Okay, hell yeah. All right, so we can kind of start wherever you want. I do have 35 minutes before I have to leave my house. We need to be kind of brief, but still want you to be able to get your thoughts out on everything. So what spec do you want to start with?
I guess we could start with Subtlety.
Sure.
Subtlety as a whole kind of remained unchanged for the most part, but I think the biggest complaint that Subtlety gets these days is that Shadow Dust makes it feel like an actual spreadsheet spec. Shadow Dust is when you vanish, it reduces the cooldown on all your abilities.
Okay.
And that is really, really cringe because on a lot of the fights, you have very specific timers where you need to vanish in order to reset all your cooldowns, and nothing lines up. So you have 2-minute cooldowns, you have 1-minute cooldown, you have cooldown reduction, you have a 1.5-minute cooldown, vanish is a 2-minute cooldown, and then everything gets replaced with Shadow Dust reducing everything, and it's really, really difficult to play to the point where you just need to have kind of a spreadsheet on the side open to know when you're vanishing and when you're not vanishing, and it's kind of really difficult. But hero talent wise, it's been sort of a lot of the same. All the rogue trees are kind of disappointing in their own way.
Yeah.
At least for Subtlety, Trickster kind of has a decent identity. It has a good feel to it. But the problem, and this is going to be the same thing for Outlaw, is the capstone coup de grace is...
It is.
In GCD.
Yo, you're lagging hella bad.
Oh no.
You are lagging less bad now. Continue.
Okay, so coup de grace, it forces a 1.4 second GCD, when Outlaw especially has GCDs under 1 second, and Subtlety has a GCD of 1 second. So it feels kind of weird rotationally to be pressing all your buttons, and then all of a sudden you just hit this GCD that's kind of lagging you a little bit.
That sounds terrible. It's like a few of the melee specs in the past where they have some cast ability instead of like a pure melee one, and it's always a little bit slower and it feels like shit.
Yeah. The other problem with subtlety is also just like the class tree is kind of unfinished still, and it still has a lot of like old stuff that got removed. So like the class tree in general is kind of a little boring. A lot of people don't like Echoing Reprimand, just like as a concept. It's still a Covenant ability that just kind of is stuck around the entire time with no changes. And so while the specs have moved forward from a design standpoint, Echoing Reprimand is still just kind of there. And it just kind of floats on top, but it's a bit weird. The Shadow Dance replacement on the right side of the class tree has turned into Subterfuge and an additional Vanish charge. For Subtlety, it's really weird because the Subterfuge buff doesn't really do anything, but they want the additional Vanish charge for Shadow Dust, so they kind of have to move through it. So the class tree is just a little bit weird. On the Spec tree, they still have Sepsis, which is something that got deleted off of Assassination because it didn't fit anymore. But I would argue that it fit even less on Subtlety. So it's kind of weird why that's still around as well.
Okay.
I'm just kind of darting around a little bit to make sure I hit all the big points, because I know we gotta go a little quick.
Yeah.
Cut to the chase. This is a passive now that it was an assassination talent that made your main finisher extends the duration of Slice and Dice. That got made passive for all 3 specs, which at first you think is a good idea, but for Subtlety it kind of hurts because they applied Slice and Dice automatically in their opener from Shadow Strike, and now that doesn't do that anymore. So they have to hard cast it, which is something they didn't have to do before. And hard casting Slice and Dice is one of the biggest complaints for all 3 rogue specs. It just kind of feels terrible.
Okay.
But yeah, all in all, Subtlety kind of feels similar to how it did in Season 3 and Season 4. It's just has the remaining issues that didn't really get addressed with the rework in 10.2. And the other hero talents don't really fit on top of that to help build the spec up any further. Visually, there's also nothing on either of the 3 hero talents. I'll just say that right now. Like
all 3.
Nothing visual, nothing cool. All 3 of them are just pretty plain. Deathstalker has like a little bit of purple like weapon animations. Trickster has like a red line. Fatebound, you have like a little coin that just kind of falls out of your pocket and lands on the ground. But all 3 of them are really disappointing visually.
Okay.
So none to talk about there.
How do you, if you were to change one thing for Subtlety, what would that be?
So if I had to change one thing for Subtlety personally, it would be changing the cooldowns so that they actually line up.
Oh yeah.
All of the cooldown, like there's a cooldown that makes Symbols of Death, or not Symbols of Death a lower cooldown. That was a thing during Season 3. It's over on the far left of the spec tree. And so if you take that, you have Symbols of Death at a 25-second cooldown. Then you have Flagellation at a 90-second cooldown. You have Shadow Dance, which is a 1-minute cooldown, but it has cooldown reduction on it for every finisher that you use. Secret Technique, also 1-minute cooldown, and that also has cooldown reduction. So with cooldown reduction and timers that don't match up, and then having Vanish reduce the cooldown of all your abilities, it's so much to try and micromanage and fit everything together and sequence it properly that I would just prefer if, things got baselines to like, this is a minute cooldown, this is a 2-minute cooldown, and Shadow Dance can still have the cooldown reduction, but just having things fit together makes a lot more sense.
Okay, I like that. Where would you put the 2 sub-specs right now? Not necessarily purely based on gameplay, how they feel, but also power related. Because I heard earlier that like some people thought sub might be pretty good, but it's not like they didn't want the devs to feel like they were happy with it, even though it was tuned well.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think that Subtlety is going to be fine. I'd say Trickster is probably a step higher than Deathstalker, just because Trickster solves a problem that Subtlety has in low target cleave because they get like the Blade Flurry thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I would put Trickster a little bit higher than Deathstalker at least. So maybe Trickster in low A and Deathstalker in like B-ish.
Okay.
Just looking briefly over your list.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because you see where everyone else is now, and you're trying to guess how optimistic or pessimistic those people were.
Yeah, it's difficult, but that's kind of where I would put it.
Okay. All right. So for Assassination, then, what is how different is Assassination? Does it feel good to play? How fun is Assass?
So I think that Assassination is fun because it's the same as it was in Season 3. And the Season 3 rework was really good for Assassination. It did get a lot of help in Mythic Plus especially, and one of the best changes that Assassination got, in my opinion, going into the War Within, was that Serrated Bone Spike is now a passive. Serrated Bone Spike used to be a Covenant ability, and you'd have to cast it manually.
Yeah,
and we didn't really
multiple
get much out of
charges,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, we didn't really get much out of it because it was just too slow. It just cost too many GCDs in our opener, which was already pretty full. But now it's just a passive that gets triggered on Rupture. So in AoE, with Rupture cleaving, what ends up happening is you press Rupture, all of your 3 charges of Spike just fly out and just fill your combo points again. You can go right back into another finisher, and that feels incredible. Just from a gameplay point of view, like that is big in Mythic Plus.
Okay. So
huge fan of that. I still think, same issues with the spec tree. It's kind of scuffed. Cold Blood existing still is weird, but there's Fatebound integrations with it. There's a talent that forces you to play Cold Blood. So as much as I don't think the ability should exist, it still exists. Echoing Reprimand still has the same issues as it did with Sub. It just kind of is there, but it doesn't really feel that great to play. And then the extra Vanish charge and the Subterfuge row that replaced Shadow Dance is actually awful. They recently baselined all of our stealth stuff to 6 seconds. So Improved Hero is 6 seconds now. Indiscriminate Carnage, the cleave from stealth, that's 6 seconds now. And so Subterfuge is a 2-point talent that makes your combat benefits requiring stealth remain for 6 seconds, which just overlaps 1-to-1, so it doesn't do anything.
Oh, that's stupid. Okay.
And the extra Vanish charge would be a lot better if it were just like, oh, Vanish is now a 1-minute cooldown, for example. Since it's still a 2-minute cooldown, we were already casting it basically on cooldown every 2 minutes with our main cooldown Deathmark. Like, we line those up all the time. And so it having an additional charge just means you get, like, 1 random charge to put somewhere. I don't really what the point of that is. It just feels kind of weird to have a 4-point talent where you just kind of get an additional charge of a cooldown. And of course you can argue that, like, oh, you can move the charges around now. Like, you have the ability to cast a charge here and cast a charge there, and you can plan around it better. But for 4 points, it's a huge investment to kind of base that around. So that just kind of feels weird. Hero talent-wise, Fatebound just kind of exists. There's, again, no visuals, right? There's no massive gameplay with it either. You just kind of do what you were already doing, and it just flips a couple coins. Okay. So not really much there. The main problem with Fatebound as well is that the capstone gives you a big agility buff when you flip 7 times in a row. So if you get like 7 stacks of heads or 7 stacks of tails.
Yeah, you get that permanent increase, right?
Yeah, except that it's not permanent in Mythic Plus because you have 10 seconds out of combat until it drops. So if you do a Mythic Plus pull and then it ends, you have a 10-second timer, and if you don't pull and get into combat again within 10 seconds, it just drops, and then you're screwed. So I'd like to see that kind of get increased, like 25, 30 seconds maybe, because it feels really bad to just kind of sit there and wait for, you know, the group to catch up or to, like, move to a new pack and have the buff drop. Like, you're just kind of watching your damage go down.
Yeah, that always feels bad. Same feeling as, like, Breath, like, where you're just, like, hoping someone pulls.
Yeah. Deathstalker, on the other hand, I think it's getting to the point where it feels pretty good. It started off really rough, but they added good quality of life to the Mark gameplay. So now if a target dies with the Mark, you get the capstone for free, which means you get to reapply the Mark. And that fixed a lot of issues in Mythic Plus, especially. They also stopped it from overstacking, so now you can't have like 9 stacks of it and then have it be impossible to work down. So all good changes. I still hate that there's just a talent that buffs your auto attack damage. I don't really like that at all. It doesn't feel very hero talent to me. There's also a talent on there which is a copy-paste of a tier set we had in Dragonflight, but it was the most hated tier set that we had because it's damage after your cooldowns, and it didn't really feel thematic.
Okay.
But Singular Focus got buffed. That's the beloved Funnel talent. That got buffed. It's actually doing numbers now. Not huge numbers, but enough to be, you know, reasonable. So I think overall it's fine. Deathstalker just still suffers a lot from bugs. So Echoing Reprimand, for example, it says that finishing moves are function as if they consumed 7 combo points. You need to consume 5 or more combo points for the Mark. Seems like a no-brainer, but that just doesn't work. So that kind of sucks. And the mark still isn't perfect. So, like, for example, the first boss in Mists of Tyrna Scythe, that tree dude, he goes friendly, right? And when he goes friendly, he removes all his debuffs. But because you only get the capstone to proc when the target dies, you don't get the capstone, and so if you have the markup on him when he phases, you just kind of lose half your hero tree. The same thing happens in Necrotic Wake on third boss, so all of that just kind of blows. If I had to change one thing about Assassination, it would be getting the class tree in order. I think Assassination especially is kind of sitting there with the class tree, taking 2 of them forced all the time with Thistletea and Deeper Stratagem, and you're perma-taking that everywhere all the time, no questions asked, and then it's just kind of feeling like you're picking like the least poisonous option, right? You're like, I don't want any of these, but I have to pick something for DPS, and that kind of really blows. So that's that. Can move on to Outlaw.
Well, where would you rank the rogue spec?
Right, the ranking. So Assassination, Deathstalker, I'm gonna put it top of A. I think it plays a lot better now.
Damn. Okay.
I am copium really hard that they're gonna fix some bugs with it and it's gonna play well and not be super bugged. But you know, who knows? I think that it's gonna be pretty good though.
Okay. And what about Fatebound?
Fatebound, I'm gonna put it low A just because the spec itself is good, but the hero tree is really passive.
Okay. All right. On to Outlaw.
So Outlaw has a couple issues. The main things that I need to hit in order to not get lynched is the loss of acrobatic strikes and the melee range. The loss of acrobatic strikes kind of sucks. Uptime is important for Outlaw, and the melee range, they're definitely feeling it, and there's big complaints about, you know, not being able to hit things. Blade Flurry especially, kind of requiring you to hit the target, so there's nothing that you can do to just AoE without hitting something.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely the other class that like lost their acrobatic strikes was also like it feels so bad to lose this.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad on Assassination. I didn't really notice it too much. And I played acrobatic strikes for a good portion of season 3, but for Outlaw they definitely feel it a lot more. The other problem with Outlaw is that historically they've been a very verse-heavy class, so like they haven't had a lot of interactions with haste or crit or mastery. Their mastery has sucked for a long time, and Blizzard took steps to kind of remedy that. They giga-buffed mastery, and they also added a haste requirement to Adrenaline Rush. So instead of Adrenaline Rush just reducing your GCD, it now reduces your GCD based on your haste, but instead of it being like, oh, good, haste is a good stat now, it's just kind of felt like a tax. Like, you took something away, and now we need to build back up to, like, 15 or 20% haste just to get the maximum cooldown reduction back that we already had in the first place. So that feels really terrible. Again, with Trickster, same thing. Coup de grace, right? The GCD is just terrible. It feels
I mean, yeah,
really
that
bad.
probably feels even worse for Outlaw, right? The whole, like, just having different GCDs, that sounds so bad.
Exactly, and it's like twice as long, right? Because if they have a 0.8 GCD and it's 1.4, it almost feels like you're casting one ability and getting taxed for 2 of them. The removal of Shadow Dance also kind of sucks for them, because they were big fans of reducing cooldown on Vanish, getting Shadow Dance back, having their stealth effects, crack shot, all that fun stuff. So the loss of Shadow Dance kind of sucks. The other thing is that Fatebound is, like, thematically, at least to me, the Outlaw tree.
Yeah.
But it just has no gameplay, right? Like, it just flips its coins and it does absolutely nothing. Which really sucks because, you know, neither Assassination nor Outlaw is kind of looking forward to playing Fatebound in that regard. It works and it's fine, but there's nothing behind it. It just kind of feels flavorless. And additionally, the problem occurs that Killing Spree still exists, and you have to go Killing Spree with Trickster.
Oh, that's not good.
And Killing Spree oftentimes puts you in really bad spots that leave you dead, and you can't control where your character's going. And especially with all the cooldown reduction that Outlaw has, you're not pressing this like once every 2 minutes as a big cooldown. You're pressing it like every 45 seconds. So it's very common for you to just lose control of your character and end up in situations that you don't want to end up in. So yeah, a lot of missed opportunities visually, a lot of missed opportunities gameplay wise with the hero talents.
How do you feel about the RNG of the spec?
I don't personally mind the RNG that much. I think Fatebound especially is kind of really big on the RNG because obviously it's a legit coin flip, like you're actually just straight gambling. But numerically, it doesn't actually add up to a lot more RNG than was already present in like Emir Drasil. Like Emir Drasil had a lot of RNG already built in with weapon procs and such. But I don't know. I think it's fine. It's thematic at least, but the RNG definitely can get to a point where it's like, this is a little bit much now. I'm doing the same thing and randomly lost like 20% damage. So I don't know. I don't mind it personally. I know a lot of people probably do mind it quite a bit.
Okay. What would you change about Outlaw if you could?
I would personally want to see a lot more put into kind of like the gunslinging aspect of Outlaw. Greenskin Wickers on the right side. In the few times that I have played Outlaw, I've kind of enjoyed Greenskin Wickers and Pistol Shot and Between the Eyes. And I kind of want to see something like that return, but without kind of the problems that occur with Killing Spree and having to get some big RNG chain going. And like Count the Odds obviously helps a lot with Roll the Bones RNG in that regard. So I don't really have too much of an issue there, but I kind of want to see some pistol shooting.
Dude, amen to that. All right, where would you rank them?
I'm gonna put Fatebound Outlaw at the bottom of A, again for the similar reasons of Assassination, where like Fatebound doesn't do much, but the base spec is probably gonna be fine. And I'm gonna put Trickster into like low B because the GCD just sucks so bad. Could be high C as well, somewhere in that range.
Ooh, like the drink. Okay. Well, put it low B. I like low B. All right.
Yeah, but Rogue has a lot of bugs. Fix all the bugs, please. It's really cringe. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, yeah, we can pass some of those along. All right, thank you for your time. I know you had to do a lot of specs, and thank you for the insight. I know a lot of people here are like just waiting to get to Ret, and they were mad. They were like, I mean, you had to cover like a ton of specs at one time, so thank you for that. All right, love you, bye.
Have a good.
Fucking out of here. Let's go. WWW. Who the fuck are we gonna talk to about Ret? Oh, Reptar, thanks for ending the stream, by the way. Reptar is insanely hype right now. Reptar, 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 He's fucking ready to go.
All right, hello everybody. I'm Fronk. I'm TLM Team Liquid Maximum's editor, and I'm from a little town in Norway called Helsinki. And he's not available today to do the Ret Pally part of this tier list video, so I've conscripted my close personal friend MB. MB, would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah, hi. I'm owner of the Paladin Discord, and I also raid in Instant Dollars, world rank 3rd, 4th, 5th, I don't remember, but...
Oh wow, that's quite good. TLM Team Liquid Maximum, my boss, is world rank 2nd right now, but Ret Pally was actually in the kill for Sarkareth when they got world rank 1 most recently, which he talks about pretty often, so that's pretty cool. How's Ret been feeling in War Within compared to Dragonflight?
I mean, tuning aside, it pretty much feels the exact same, with like obviously with the additions of like Hero Talent, some things change, but I mean, there hasn't been like any sweeping changes to our kit that like make it play any differently or like make it any better or worse.
That makes sense because it got the rework back when they were reworking Shadow Priest. A spec I don't really like very much. I'm an Affliction Warlock main myself, but they were reworking Shadow Priest in the middle of Dragonflight and Ret Pally around the same time, so I guess they've kept it pretty similar to then. How about the hero talent trees, the Templar and Herald of the Sun? I think early in beta, a lot of us thought those two both looked really fun. How's that been playing out in the beta?
Templar honestly feels great. I think it has like, I mean, like I know a lot of people have mentioned like animations for all this stuff and it looks cool, but like, you know, playstyle wise, it really, you know, makes you feel good to have like a gigantic like damn button, and then Shake the Heavens is like really nice like skill expression skill, I'd say. And obviously defensively, like Templar feels really good. You get like good mobility options out of it. And then Light's Deliverance also like adds a little bit more to skill expression as well, towards like some proc that you get that you would want to ideally play around. So Templar's been really nice. Herald, I think, had like this benefit of feeling really good in the beginning of beta because it was just such a good talent in terms of like damage. And I think since tuning, they've nerfed it like multiple times at this point, and it doesn't really seem to like offer any like good defensive capabilities or like anything towards mobility. So it's like kind of a letdown, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, it felt like they were nerfing that for Holy, and like Rat got caught in the crossfire almost for it.
Yeah, I think that's what happens when you have like a talent tree that, lends itself to like be extremely powerful for like one spec and then like pretty like mid or weak to the other spec. It's just making it even worse. It kind of just like beats it into a hole.
That makes sense. How about for M+? Are you an M+ aficionado at all, or mostly just a raid focused player?
Mostly, focused towards raids. I think still, even in regards to like M+, like, I mean, Templar blows Herald out of the water still. Like, in regards to like
Makes
everything.
sense.
I mean, just like burst of damage is like useful on like any types of packs. You also get like good extended damage windows from Shake the Heavens. Like, there's like no reason to like be applying dots to enemies, especially in like 10s or stuff like that. Like maybe it'll matter in like super high keys, but I don't think so. I think Templar's gonna win like every day of the week, basically.
What's something that's great about Ret right now, and also what's something that sucks about it in War Within?
I think there's like two pretty good things about it going into the War Within. One is, they've kind of like balanced our numbers around in regards to like our talents quite a bit. So now Ret can kind of go into like these hybrid cleave single target builds, which would lend itself pretty nicely towards raids, and not take too big of a hit. I know in the War with in Dragonflight, that was like our biggest gripe, is that if I want to give up single target to be able to AoE any kind of mob on any boss fight, like I would be taking like a 10-15% single target hit, And going into next expansion, the hit is like, it still exists. It's not like some other classes where you swap like one or two nodes and bam, you could like AoE and cleave. But like you don't lose as much basically, and it feels pretty nice to have that. The other one would be Radiant Glory. Like we're just like a constant damage threat class now because we just have wings up every 30 seconds.
That's good. That's the proc wings, or is that the? It's when you
every
press
time you Wake of Ashes.
Okay, yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, every time you Wake of Ashes, you gain wings for like 8 or 10 seconds, depending on the talent you have, and then you have a chance on spending Holy Power to activate wings again. So it has like an RNG aspect, but I mean, at least to me, it doesn't feel like old Vision of Perfection, where like you would have like these insane swings in DPS. It feels, I don't know, it feels a lot more balanced to me. I'm sure like once you start combing through Warcraft logs during farm, like you're gonna see people who have like insane swings. But I mean, for the time being, based on like raid testing and keys I've done, like it feels pretty nice. It doesn't feel too bad.
How about something that sucks about the spec? Is there anything?
I think the spec right now is like, we're good at like a bunch of different things, but we're not excellent at any given like archetype or like class, like ability niche or something like that, if that makes sense, right? Like you think about like some classes, they excel at like doing single target damage, right? Or like you think of some classes that are like insane in AoE, right? Like Frost DK has that ability, Fury Warrior has that ability, and then in regards to like single target, like Enhanced Shaman could be like really good at single target too, right? Like so Ret doesn't have like a standout niche. We're kind of like good at everything, and I think in a position of like how Melee is right now, you want to be able to have like a niche that you excel at, not really like wanting to be good at everything, especially when you don't have like a mandatory raid buff or like any type of like useful utility. It's kind of like, well, why would I bring this class to do XYZ job when some other class can do it better?
All right, so we got to put these specs on the tier list here. So for Templar, what kind of tier are you feeling for it?
I mean, looking at what was previously listed, I'd definitely put it on like probably like the bottom end of A tier.
Okay.
Or
and how about
like
Herald?
the top of A tier, because like Herald, I would put it in F tier, the equivalent.
Ooh,
Complete Beans.
Complete Beans, that's tough.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. It's like this uninspired thing, like we have like the ability to have like this dot build throughout our talent tree. We have so many abilities that like buff dots, and then the hero talent tree that does dot damage doesn't really do very much damage. And if it's a passive tree, like it doesn't feel that interactive either. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's really uninspired. I don't know how else to put it.
That's a shame because it looked so good from the onset of beta.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time. I'm gonna go edit some videos and put. I love doing that kind of thing, and thank you.
Yep. Love you, Fronk.
Love you too, buddy.